1 second. Let me add some giveaways. I'm going to pin this real quick. Make sure you bookmark this. Hi, Jay. How are you? So this is a help show. Not really towards. Do I have tie clips? I do. But this is a help show that we do every Wednesday night. So if you'll come back in my Joy show, um, I can probably help you. Let me take something out of my store real quick because we have sold out until I get more in. So let me edit this real quick. All right. Should be out of my store. Show notes are posted. All right. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody's had a great day. Again, this is the Wednesday night help show. We do this every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, as long as I'm up to it and able to do it. Before we get going, I will read my disclaimer. This is broadcasted on YouTube as well. So let me read the show notes real quick and we'll get going. First of all, just so you know that becoming a new seller on the platform, there's $150 available to you as long as you use a referral code. If you use that referral code, you have 1 week to sell $250 and you'll get $150. And whoever's referral code you use, they get $100. So make sure that you understand before you ever do your first show that as long as you meet some minimum qualifications, there is that referral program on Whatnot that is posted in my show notes. Again, we do this every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. I tell people to always do their homework, have the correct tools in your toolbox, set goals, have a business plan, okay? Have good merchandise and bring positivity. All items in my store are tools I use daily. I have set that up as an encyclopedia and a reference guide for you guys. Everything in there is stuff that I use. And so if you ever want to know what I'm using or how I'm using it, it's right there. Again, I've set that up as an encyclopedia. Okay. I mark it up to cover my whatnot fees. But there you go. Pictures, information is all there. Um, I'm not an employee of Whatnot in any way, shape, or form, and everything stated in this show is my personal thoughts and or ideas. Okay, and so I just say it like it is. I don't sugarcoat anything. If I ever say the word "we," I'm referring to myself or maybe my mods or somebody in the chat. Okay, this broadcast is sole property of Whatnot and or Disabled Vet for the private use of our audience. Okay. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this broadcast without my written consent is prohibited. So take a clip, take part of my video, and you post it on YouTube or somewhere else, I'll have it pulled down. So unless it's something positive, just send me, hey, Brock, I'd love. Absolutely. So again, that is in my show notes. They do. You're absolutely correct. Up to a certain amount. Up to a certain amount. And so you are absolutely correct. They do allow 5. They will cover up to 5 mishaps in 1 week. Again, it's to a certain amount. So if it's a $40 one or a $30 one, it's coming out of your pocket. Okay. I think the max is like $5 or $6. So, but you are absolutely correct. Make sure you set up those shipping profiles. Again, we have this. I've sold out of these. We have more coming. If you're interested in becoming a sponsor, there are 2 sponsor spots, actually 3 sponsor spots available. We call these people out. You'll be printed on 250 of these shipping things. Our little guide. Okay. So if that's something you're interested in, it is in the shop. We will put you on here and we will call you out all the time or until 250 of those are sold. Tamlin and Ball and Best, Tamlin's Treasures and Ball and Besties shop. They sponsored us last time. This sponsorship helps cover the cost. It is the best $4 you will ever spend from me to you. Okay. Helps you set up all those shipping. I sell a lot of things under a pound. This is what I use. Folks that are doing over a pound, this is what they use. What if I missed an overweight package that went out? Weight was a half a pound. So what will happen is more than likely the post office, if they scan it, it's kind of like a 50-50. Really determines on the post offices and that sorting facility if it gets caught. If not enough postage was paid, um, the buyer might get postage due when it's delivered, and or you could get a notification within Whatnot that they have rescaled it and they will charge your account. One or the two will happen, or nothing happens and it got through. Okay. So three options. One, your buyer is going to get a thing saying postage due. Two, they've caught it and they charge your Whatnot account. Okay. Or three, it gets through the system. So it's very, very important that you be as accurate as possible when you're creating that shipment. I sold out. I have sold out. We sold 1,000 of these. Um, Again, I sell them really, really quickly. I have more coming. Okay. I have more coming. I can explain it. You can picture it. Again, if you want a physical one, I get it. Just send me a DM. I sell them really fast. We sold 1,000 of them so far. So it's what separates me from anybody else that is offering these is one, mine is at cost. My sponsorship helps pay for them. Okay. But a lot of the big dogs and the things you'll see on YouTube, this is how they will teach you to set it up. Well, if you're like me and most of my packages are under 1 pound, this is how I set it up. Okay. But it goes through all how to set up your first class mail, your envelope mail, your giveaway mail. If you're doing stickers or whatever, you can fit in that little. Okay. In this, you'll want to set up a bunch, several of these. There are some default ones now on the platform, which I'm so happy to see that because most of these folks were getting confused, but you still want to set up your own, okay? Fit your need and some best practices and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is Seller Help Show. We do this every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. This is open conversation. I look at profiles. I will give you my honest opinion. I am a Whatnot community host on the platform. I think there's like 34 of us. And so, again, we don't work for Whatnot. We're just kind of held at a higher standard and help the community in all kinds of ways, shapes, and forms. So, love doing that. Love being part of that. And so come in, ask me all the questions you need to ask me if there's any way, shape, or form I can. What's the difference between priority mail and flat rate mail? One, the boxes. Okay. One, the boxes. Make sure that your box says priority mail and one says flat rate mail. This is the difference between flat rate and priority mail. Priority mail, again, you can order all of these boxes from USPS.com. Okay. Go on, set you up a USPS.com profile. Then I want you to order. They have a little mixture of boxes that they're pretty much free, and see which one works best for you. Priority mail is based on dimensions and weight. Okay. So you're going to be charged by the dimension of that box and the weight of that box. Now, also understand with priority boxes, you can manipulate those boxes. So you're like, listen, you can take two priority large boxes and put them together and tape them up, and you'll be just fine. Just get the dimensions and the weight, and that's what that's all. Flat rate is anything you can fit in that box at a flat price. And on those boxes, you want to make sure that it says, grabbing a couple. Just make sure that it says flat rate. And it will say large, medium, or small. Okay. Let me see. The priority and the flat rate looks really, really similar. Okay. The difference is it will say flat rate box. So anything you can put in this up to 70 pounds at one flat price. And again, do not ever go pay for postage at the post office. Okay. Buy your postage on Whatnot. It is much more discounted. Like if you went to the post office, this thing's going to cost you 30 or 40 bucks. Okay. You buy it here on Whatnot, it's like 9.21. Okay. but just make sure it says flat rate box if you're using flat rate. Again, that's anything you could fit in this sucker up to 70 pounds. Here's a priority box. This is a priority box. Who is this? Man, I still have large shipping box. See how it does not say anything about flat rate, just says large shipping box. Now, let's say this box wasn't big enough. I can take another priority box and manipulate that, tape it together. And again, it's just going to be dependent on the dimensions and the weight. The other box, it's anything you can fit in there. I didn't realize I still had that consignment. I need to get through that consignment, don't I? So in setting up, when you go in there and set up those profiles, you get to tell it what you want it to do. Okay. That and the other way, you can tell it, hey, I just want one item or two items in this box. Okay. It's up to you to set those profiles. Anytime you go to push start on that auction, you can edit or change it to a new profile. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely do. So, two things I always recommend to any new seller is to not only do a private show, but also go through that rehearsal mode on the platform. Okay. Go through rehearsal mode, go through there, play with that rehearsal mode, screw with every button you possibly can. But I think that's a great idea. I recommend that. Do rehearsal mode and do a private show between you and your sister or something and have them actually buy something. That way you can make sure everything goes through right. Correct. But if you do a private show, the great change that I've seen on the platform, which I love, is in doing that first show, a lot of people were like, oh, I'm going to do this private show. And it was set up where you had to sell $250 in your first show, right? Now they've changed it where you have a week to sell 250 bucks. So that's a great advantage to you guys in doing your first shows. Yeah. Will you just give me another drink? Just anything. Sorry. Actually, I'll drink the rest of that. Just bring me something else. Thank you. So yeah, so I don't know if I would go that route, like have it at a different address, actually have somebody at a different IP address because I don't want you getting kicked off for saying, oh, they're shill bidding or something like that. So actually have a family member with a different address on a different computer do that private show with you. Okay, is what I would recommend. Because again, whatnot in the background, in order to keep it a safe place and keep people from shill bidding and those types of things, they are capturing IP addresses. And so, what I would recommend is two different locations with two different computers and have that conversation. Does that make sense? Because you don't want to like, oh, I'm going to do a show, and then all of a sudden you get banned or something because it's like, oh, same IP or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Trying to look out for you. So the pamphlet will be available. We sold 1,000 of them. Okay, I will have it in next week's show. Um, I only order 250 at a time, and the reason being is because of the sponsorship. Okay, again, if that's something that interests you, send me a DM or it's available. It's $50, and you get your $50 worth. And all that does is I don't make money on these. They're pretty expensive to make because it's full color and it's 3-page front and back, right? And it's $3 plus 74 cents for shipping, right? And then I lose 11, 12% whatnot fees. So that sponsorship just helps and we call you out. So it's well worth the advertisement if that's something that interests you. So, but yeah, I will have it for you. Yeah, that's today's, I think. I don't think I've taken it. I'll take it. Uh, you could do it, but this is the thing I worry about is if you're doing a private show, the rehearsal mode, absolutely. Okay. But when you're doing a private show and you're using one account to buy from another account with the same IP address, is what I worry about. Okay, where they're linking saying, "Oh, this is the same IP address." They're buying stuff. You know what I'm saying? And so, um, with the security measures, the platform does capture IPs, and they want to make sure that they keep it people like my wife coming in my show and bidding stuff up or buying stuff up. You know what I'm saying? So there are security measures. And so I would worry about if you did a private show where you're selling your own self stuff that they might think that you're shill bidding or creating some kind of illegal activity. You know what I'm saying? I do consignment. I do. I charge a 25% flat fee. The contract is in my bin. Okay. Um, Meaning that if the item sells for $100, you're going to get 75, and I'm going to get 25. Okay. The whatnot fees come out of my 25, so I get like 12% of the actual consignment. You know what I'm saying? But that's a split. 75, 25. Whatnot fees come out of my. What will happen to explain this to you is that I will send. If you buy the contract out of my bin, I will send you two contracts that are signed. Okay. You will return the consignment with one contract signed by you. Okay. So you'll keep one, you'll send your consignment with the other contract. And then, like I tell people, like I will get to it as fast as I can. Once we do the consignment, I try to get everything squared away within a week and a half, just to make sure everything gets there. There's no issues or problems. If it's anything else, holler at me. I do have a really good following. We get really good numbers. I prefer not to get into a lot of like um, I get it. Somebody sent me some like pantyhose and stuff. Like it's not really my deal, but if it's some other stuff, absolutely. Just holler at me, send me a DM, let me know what you're after. Maybe send me some pictures and see what we can do. Because again, I want to represent it, get the most money for yourself, right? For you and for myself. And so, um, yeah, just ship it to me, and we will schedule you a show. If you'll go into my shows right now, you'll see where it says consignment. We use your first initial, last initial, and your zip code, and that's how you're able to determine that it's your consignment. 75, 25. You get 75 and I get 25. Of my 25 comes the whatnot fees. So whatnot gets their 11, 12%, and then I get my 11 or 12%, whatever the math is there, right? That covers all shipping costs. I cover all shipping materials and all the giveaway materials. So none of your consignment comes from, we don't give any away. I give stuff out of my own stuff. Yeah. And I will tell you, I do not curate anything. I open your box live, and it's a surprise to everybody. That's how I like to do it. I don't sit here and go, oh, this is this. Listen, we open the box and we just roll. You do. You absolutely do. You will pay shipping to me. But again, if you're going to ship anything to me, get on PayPal, get on Shippo, get on an app where the shipping is a lot cheaper than going to the post office. Okay. I had a lady that consigned with me, sent me one consignment, and it cost her 70 something dollars. I said, oh my goodness, she spent way too much money. Jump on PayPal, jump on Shippo or one of those apps, which this one came from. Hold on. Yeah, she used Shippo. So she used a flat rate box, and this costed her 921. So big price difference there, right? I do. I have done sports cards. Matter of fact, I have over who knows how many. I would like to get my son really doing those. I could run a sports card show, and I've done several 24/7 if I wanted to. But yeah, absolutely. A lot of times, just depending on what this cards are, I will jump into more of the storage versus the card category. Just so you know, if it's a lot of bulk cards like 70s, 80s, 90s bulk wax, I'll throw them over into a storage unit category and sell them there. Gene, let me look, Gene. Maybe I didn't see your question. Gene, I would do rehearsal mode first. Okay, go into rehearsal mode, do rehearsal mode. Okay, play with every button in there because rehearsal mode is just that. Doesn't matter, will not affect your account in any way, shape, or form. As soon as you exit that, it's gone. Do it a couple times. I want you to push every button in there. Open everything up. Understand the logistics. Once you've got that down, I want you to go create you some shipping profiles. Okay. Very important. Seller hub, top right hand corner. There's three little lines. I'll show you live here in just a minute. Click on those three little lines. You will scroll down to where it says shipping. Up the top right, you'll see a little plus sign. Create several different profiles that you know what those profiles are. And so, like some of mine are named Jory, 0 to 2, or I created me one that says 1 pound, 2 pound, 3 pound, 5 pound, 10 pound. Okay. But create several shipping profiles for yourself and understand that before you ever start an auction, if you're doing random pulls, you can edit that and change the price. Okay. And I'll show you in just a minute. We'll go through that. I'll physically show you. Again, open conversation tonight. This is not a whatnot topic night, and so we do a lot of co-hosting. We do a lot of about looking at accounts. I will give you my honest opinion of what I think. I've been on the platform about a year and 3 months. Okay, we have over 25,000 organic followers. I don't do a whole lot of raid trains. In that year, I've only done 4 raid trains. Every one of my followers is an organic follower. I don't pay nobody, and I tell you guys not to pay anybody either. Don't go into these big seller shows and pay anybody to give you a call out. Does you no good. I'd much rather you spend that money in your own show, buying that, can't even think of what's called now. That promo. Okay. So spend that money on yourself. Don't spend it on somebody else. Okay. Get an organic following. Um, No. So Amy's Closet, do you restart shows and change the date and times to piggyback on shipping? And what do you think about it? No, I do not. So what you can do, I don't think you can piggyback. What you can do, it is an option if you're on a computer, is you can end a show. And as long as you restart that show within 2 hours, it's like you're still in the same show. So you're not really piggybacking. But yeah, you can do that on a computer, only on a computer where you can end a show and come back into that show as long as it's within 2 hours. You can absolutely send me a question. Absolutely. Hello, Bozo. How are you? On whatnot. On whatnot. Absolutely. On whatnot. Yep. On whatnot. That's how they do that. Flat rate box, large flat rate box, 921. Yeah. Only on whatnot though. If you go to USPS and try to buy that, I forget how much it's like $27 or something, right? It's crazy. Also realize that any shipment is covered. The contract, understand that Whatnot has a contract with Shippo, Shippo. Shippo has a contract with USPS.com or USPS. Okay. And so they get a huge deduction because of how many packages they're sending and how much business they're doing. But again, USPS is going to be retail, whereas if you buy your postage or do anything here, it's going to be at a very discounted rate. Okay. All packages are covered up to $100 and insurance automatically. So if there's ever an issue, something arrives broken or missing, realize it's already covered up to $100. What do you do if there's no one coming or staying in your show? Great topic. That is something that will be covered a lot next month amongst all the hosts. Um, I will tell you this. There are 7 things that I teach and preach on how to get people in your show. Okay. Number 1, do your homework, please. If you are running into those issues, you have not thought about the outside the box here. Realize as a seller, listen to me, every one of you, there are some huge incentives on this platform right now. How long they last, I don't know. The company wants to be a generational company. And so they are not just after me and you. They want the world to be Whatnot users. Okay. Right now, there is a huge incentive. Share your referral codes. So if grandma, neighbors, basketball team, church members, people that work with you are not on Whatnot and you're having problems getting people in your shows, listen to the incentive. You can send them your referral code. Okay. They get $15 for joining Whatnot. You get $5 for them using your referral code. Then they come to your show and they buy something from you using their free $15. You get their $15. You get the $5 and they get something from you. That's free $20 in your pocket for every person you sign up. So when you say, hey, listen, Brock, I'm not getting people, get the activity. Get those people around you in your real world involved. Your mama, your daddy, your daughter, your son, your aunt, your uncle, your cousin, your third cousin, whoever, right? Everybody you know in the real world, you should be telling, listen, I'm doing a Whatnot show. Come support me. Come be part of me. You get free $15. Come spend it in my show. I referred you, right? Get on Vistaprint, make you some little referral cards, okay, with your QR code on there. Be handing those babies out, okay? $10. I forget how many cards you can get now, okay? But that's what I would be doing. And then once you get going and people, again, quality product at a quality price. You have to think like a business person. This isn't just an automatic thing, okay? Your competitors are Amazon, eBay, garage sales, thrift stores. What is it you're offering? What service do you offer at a competitive price with a quality item? And how fast can you get it to them? Those are three things you got to think about. Okay. A lot of people join this app and are like, listen, I bought this for $50. Let me see if I have something worth $50. I bought this for $50 and now I want 100. Your growth ratio will be super slow. Make your 20 or 30% and move on. Okay. If it's product that you can't move, it's inventory sitting on your shelf. Sometimes you'll take a little bit of loss to reinvest in something you're going to make a gain. Okay. Quality products at quality prices and realize who you're competing against. Be creative. So, Gene, this is what takes place for security reasons, right? To keep Whatnot a very secure place, there are some things that take place just to make sure that you know what you're doing and nobody's getting messed over, right? And so, I love it. What happens is that you get paid when your item shows scanned as delivered. The money becomes available. You then do a transfer from Whatnot to your account. Once you reach 1,000 sales, you can do a withdrawal automatically once you sell the item. Like if I go sell something to you guys right now, as soon as I create the label, the funds become available. So the only difference is here is that until you get to 1,000 sales, those funds don't become available until the item shows scanned as delivered. Once you hit 1,000 sales, the money becomes available as soon as I create the label. I love it. I think that it keeps it a very secure place. And it makes sure that you guys are getting all of your stuff out within a very fast time period. Okay. You want to get paid, get it shipped, right? I want to get it shipped. I want to get delivered. And that way those funds become available. Can I critique your profile? Sure will. Yeah, not bad at all. Again, so it's kind of like this. If a store opened up and sold $10,000 worth of stuff and then they didn't deliver, right? It would really, that is put into place for security reasons. And it keeps people on their feet. Once you get those 1,000 sales, still I'm on my feet, right? So I want my items getting there. I want to get my premier status where I'm saving a little bit of money. But yeah, it creates a kind of a fire under your butt to get things done. Yes, because you want to get paid. You're like, listen, I've done my show. Time to get it shipped. I wanted to get there. Most stuff gets there within 2 or 3 days. Funds become available, and you do a transfer from whatnot to wherever you're setting your account up to get the funds. I do this every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, as long as I'm able. Absolutely. We also, I'm on YouTube, and so this is posted. This is casted onto YouTube, and so you can go back and watch all my videos for the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. Account profile, 380 sales. You're getting there. You're getting there. Again, I use two devices. I'm on my phone, but I'm also over here at my computer. Okay, watching my computer. Again, my bin is set up for you guys. All the information is in there as far as what I use, how I use it. I do not use OBS. I do not use OBS. OBS is a program that you have to do from a computer. I can do it, but it's not something I really need to do. That's how you see all these creative shows with all kinds of cool backgrounds and create, but I do not use OBS. YouTube, you can semicast anytime you go live to Facebook or YouTube. You just have to select it and toggle it on. Yes, absolutely. You sure can. Yeah, it's OBS program is what it is. Takes a little bit of knowledge, not a whole lot. You have to link OBS with whatnot. There's a whole tutorial on it, several tutorials on YouTube. Just put whatnot OBS and it'll give you a walkthrough. Also, whatnot has a couple of their employees that have done a couple tutorials on how to do it. But yeah, that's how they do all those creative side effects and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Like it for me, I keep it simple and easy. I keep it real. I don't necessarily want all the side effects. For some people, it's great, but for me, I make it simple and easy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I was going to sell clothes to a seller, but concerned about postage. If they send me label and I put in large flat rate box, will it be okay for 921? So, Shayna, you really got to be careful. I was going to sell clothes to seller, but concerned about postage. If they send me label and I would not ever go outside whatnot. Okay. One thing is I can't ever refer you off the platform for any way, shape, or form. It's against terms of service here. I would really be cautious. Okay. I don't know the whole situation, but I would say, try to do something on the platform. Set up a bin, set up a buy it now or something, and go that route. And then create the postage here with on the app. I got to be real careful with my verbiage here. My consignment's a little bit different because you're sending me something to sell on the platform. So I gotta absolutely. But yeah, I just have them set up something in your buy it now and go that route. That way you can buy that postage right here. And as long as you can fit it into a flat rate large box, yeah, you should be good. Who wanted me to look at their profile real quick? Soulful Jewel. First of all, I love your name. Again, in this, I don't ever look at profiles to be mean. I give you an honest opinion. Okay. If you don't like it, throw it out the window. Okay. I want you to be successful. I want you to have fun, be creative. And when I look at things, I just give you my honest opinion. I'll flip the camera around. I'll look at your profile picture. Okay. The very first thing I think of is when I look at your name, I say Soulful Jewel. I want to see some jewels. I think of jewelry. Okay. Soulful, to me, I might be coming into a show that's listening to like jazz or some soul music. Okay. Just kind of little thing there. But in this, I'm going to turn you around. If you'll say something again for me, Soulful Jewel, just understand that. Don't ever get mad at me. Okay. Yes, you can. Yeah, just do a bin item. What I would do is just create a profile or go into your store, create an inventory item as a quality listing. And if you want to send it to a particular person, just put their name in that title, such and such, disabled vet only or something. You know what I'm saying? And let that person know, hey, listen, I'm going to list this real quick. And then they can buy it and you can create that label based out of whatnot, right? You're going to lose about 11% fees. Understand your fees, everybody. It is 8% plus 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. So we're looking at 10.9 plus 30 cents per transaction. You lose about 12% with tape and shipping supplies and those types of things. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's the best way of doing it to keep everybody honest in the game and to make sure you don't get screwed over in some way, shape, or form, or they don't, vice versa, right? Um, Okay, Soulful Jewel. So again, my honest opinion. I'm gonna tell you right now. I have no idea. You're blue. Okay. I would love. I would love to know that it's you. Okay. See that doggy? See Bozo? Thank you, Bozo, for posting something. See yours and see his. I know it's Bozo when he enters the room. If I cover up your name, I have no idea that it's Soulful Jewel. Let me put on my lens real quick. So I would definitely play around with your profile real quick, or play with your profile a little bit. Again, I use this in every show. This is one of the best tools you will ever use. Okay, this is a lens, no batteries. You can put it right over the lens of my phones. If you're a jewelry seller, okay, that's how it works. Put it over your eyes. Our eyes on our phones are so stinking smart these days. I see so many shows I come into, and there's all this blurriness and stuff like that. And it's because these eyes are trained, or these eyes are, I shouldn't say trained. They all have a different job to do. And so one is trying to focus on one item, the other item is trying to blur out everything else. But what we do is we force those eyes to look through one lens. Okay. Every show I have this on. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna look at your profile real quick. But I'll get a million questions if I don't. They're like, what is it you're using? So once your eye is on, then all I'm doing is this right here. Okay. I'll switch around and show you. So I just put my eye on. You saw that? Okay. All I'm doing is pinching and squeezing. But see how nothing is blurry? I'm not having any issues with the item. Okay. And it's because I'm forcing all those lenses to look through one eye. Okay. So first of all, play with that real quick. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me look. Julie, love it that you don't have any more information on there besides like your last name. I like that you just put Julie in there. I love that. Again, with your profile picture, I think it's a great color. What I would like for you to do is really bring that forward because I can't see what it says in just your profile. When I enter your shop, I can see what it is. Okay. Upcoming shows, I see it. So I'm not telling you to get rid of it because you create it and you like it, whatever. But as far as we can't see that it's you, I want to know that it's you. And so if you want to go with these colors, what you might do is take your name real big on the outside and curve it around. Okay. And I'll drop on an iPad here in a little bit. That way we can Soulful Jewel. Short, sweet. I would probably go in, edit it on your phone as far as your profile and add some more color into that profile information. Soulful Sparkle Table, Costume, Vintage, Modern, Glowy, Sparkle Things, Pearl. I am so confused. You got to make those titles make sense. Okay. Keywords. Again, all of you, listen to me. So I don't have to say this a million times. Listen to me. Your titles to your shows and the items in your bin need to have accurate target words in them. People like me and even bigger sellers, I could put the word booger in there. And as soon as I start that was an awful, but as soon as I start my show, all my followers are going to come in. For anybody new trying to be found, those titles to not only your show, but your items need to be accurate and be hitting the target words. Okay. For example, I'm doing a show on sterling silver. My show title would be Sterling Silver Rings, Necklaces, Bracelets, Navajo, Native, Jewelry. Okay. I just hit all the target ones. Again, when people go up to that search bin and they type in Native, my show's going to pop up. They type in Sterling Ring, my show's going to pop up. Does that make sense? So do not sell yourself short in being found. Those titles to your shows are very important. Do not copy the big dogs because it doesn't matter. They already have the following. Okay. They've already been found and you're trying to be found. Okay. Accurate show descriptions. No commas, no periods, words, and make it make sense. Okay. Your items in your store, your inventory, your bins, as accurate, hitting all the target words. This is why this matters so much. Is after about 3 weeks, an item in your inventory or in your bin is found across all platforms. Any search engine that is grabbing information, Google, whatever one you use, right? You're findable on all of those. And you don't care where the purchase comes from. If your wife, let's use this. Let me turn this down just a little bit here. My wife dropped her favorite mug, her favorite Momo mug, right? This is our little Momo. She dropped it and she broke it. If she went on Google right now and put in dog mug, there's going to be a million listings. Okay. She would never find the mug. It would be on page 285. Most people don't make it past page 2. So if she was looking for this mug, she would put in dog, Momo, yellow, coffee, mug, right? She would probably find her Momo mug. If you have a Louis Vuitton person, it has a model number, a date, a color, a size, leather, you know, all of that information matters. You're looking for his Led Zeppelin t-shirt from 1986, size extra large. Those are the key elements and key words people are looking. So do not sell yourself short in your bin items, in your inventory. Hit all the target words. What your description says, I don't care. Your title is what's being pulled and being findable on other search engines after about 3 weeks. Okay. So again, flipping you around, I'm not seeing my thing. So my Pexel is in my shop. Okay. My Pexel is in my shop. Absolutely. So again, let me look here. I have not. I need to do a giveaway for you guys as well. Hold on. Let me see what we got set over here. Okay. This is the Pexel. It comes. Okay. It's on my phone. So as I'm looking at this, you know what you got to work on a couple of these things. I won't go too far. I'm going to hit on some things. I want you to fix them, and I want you to come back and ask me again. Okay. Your shows title, you got that. You understand what I'm doing. So for you, I would definitely be putting in vintage, antique, costume jewelry. Okay. If you want to put in the words pearls, I will tell you the word sterling's in there. If you have any kind of Victorian or Georgian rhinestone, those are key elements. Get rid of all the other stuff. Soulful, sparkle, table, things. Those words are not key words. You're wasting space. Okay, you're wasting space when you could be using keywords that will grasp that search engine up there. Okay, when I say search engine, people are using this. They're going up here and they're saying, "Hey, costume jewelry, vintage jewelry, sterling silver." I will tell you that they're never looking for the word soulful sparkle or things. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Hi, how are you? Give me 1 second. If I miss your question, just repost it in just a minute. As I'm doing this, I'm not always seeing everything. So for any reason, I'm not being rude or mean or anything, but just repost it in just a second and I'll try to get through it. I'm on here for hours normally, okay, helping my community every Wednesday night. So just repost it if I miss anything, okay? Um, Again, your reviews, you're doing great there. Again, if you're going to do a show, Julie, if you do an hour show as a new seller, I expect for you to give yourself an hour to ship everything. In the beginning, okay, for as long as you run, I want you to give your that amount of time to doing your shipping too. I want to see under 1 day shipping. So if you do an hour show, I want you to ship everything that day. Okay. You do a 2 hour show, give yourself 2 hours in shipping. Will it take you that long? I hope not. I can sell I sold 23 hours, almost 24 hours straight one time. Okay. I shipped everything within 2 hours. So if you sell 10 items, you should have no issue getting that all shipped within 10 or 15 minutes. Okay. Um, but again, I realize you guys are new. And so to give you some leeway, if you're gonna do an hour show, give yourself an hour's worth of shipping and get it shipped that day. Okay, fix a few of those things. Your listings. I think you already know what my thing is here. All you got is vintage cameo. There's 10 million cameos. More verbiage. Is it shell? Is it Victorian? Is it right facing, left facing? Is it a brooch? Is it a pendant? Is it a necklace? I want some key words. All you have on here is vintage cameo. Again, I'm not picking on you. I want you to sell this cameo. Okay. After 3 weeks, the more verbiage you put here in this title, the more apt that somebody might find this. Is it resin? If it's resin, tell people it's resin. It's okay. What's your comparison? Okay. I don't think this is shell. I think this is it 14 karat gold? Again, I don't know. I can't tell. You do. Okay. Is it a base metal? That's fine. Um, where are you at on the market? Do you know your comparisons? What these sell for live? Be watching other shows. Okay. Austrian AB clip on earrings. I don't see the word costume and I don't see the word jewelry anywhere in any of these listings. Got me? Pictures are fine. I like them. They're not all AI generated. Tells me I'm dealing with a real product and a real person. I love that. Again, AI is great, but too many people use it 99% of the time. I like to see real pictures with real items. Okay. I might go in here and clean this up because those are beautiful. I know a lot about Austrian jewelry. You can go in here and play with this one a little bit to really give it that AB. And instead of just putting AB, and I'm off at pronouncing this Aeori Borealis, I would put that in the actual title. Okay. These are 1940s clip-ons, marked Austria. Again, I don't see the word jewelry or costume. Okay. But I would put in there 1940s, Austria, AB, Aoria, Borealis, clip-on earrings. Um, and then you could put in costume or whatever else verbiage you want to put in there. Okay, fix a few things, come back and let me know, and I'll relook at it. Okay, again, I'm here every Wednesday night. Just remind me. Everybody thinks I remember everybody's name. I am awful. I do a reset about twice a week with my seizures, and so I have to write things down. But yeah, just come in and remind me. I'll take a look at that, and again, I'll give you my honest opinion. Absolutely. 8 p.m. A hole, the absolute best name I've ever seen on this platform. I will I will never forget you. A hole sister bolt. I love you. When you become famous, remember, some of these folks have blown up and they come back and they're like, I love you, Brock. When you blow up, I love it. Paisley, listen. All right. So A hole come in here and she had it was just the name. And so we gave her a little tap on the right. And this is her new thing. I absolutely love it. I absolutely. Who is ever going to forget the A hole sister bowl? You know, right? Don't y'all love this? Again, if I've missed anything, I'll come back. I said, listen, it does deserve a follow. I'm following her. She came in here and I said, I love your name, but what is your profile picture? When I think of the a hole sister, I love it. I absolutely love it. Um, I'm still going to pick on you a little bit. I'd come up here, edit it on your phone, okay? Edit on your phone. Try to keep everything to the left of clips, okay? Edit it on your phone, not on your computer. I would add some more color and emojis, add a donkey in here. I love that you have a purpose, okay? You're against human trafficking. You know, you might drop in the human trafficking number in here, okay? I love and thank you so much for bringing purpose to not only sell things, but to advocate for human trafficking, okay? You will not get in trouble for sharing the human trafficking hotline. Push everything. Okay. Come in here and push everything here. Drop you an emoji. You see mine. Okay. Use your emojis on your phone. It's much easier. Drop you some jackasses or donkeys in here. Human trafficking. Okay. Advocate. Put the phone number in there. You might save somebody's life. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay. Bring quality items at quality prices. You've got um, you have got the store, the name, the logo. Absolutely love it. You know, play with this a little bit. Still, okay. Every now and then, if you're selling jewelry, throw some jewelry on that donkey. Okay. You know, you could even throw the 1-800 number down here if you wanted to. Okay. Absolutely. Thank you. And I love, love, love what you've done here. Love it. Absolutely love it. And if you do, just put like human trafficking awareness or the national hotline or whatever. Love it. It's fun. You get to play with it. And again, I love purpose. When you guys are doing these shows, around here in Oklahoma, when I go out to eat or I go into a store, we're a community. And I see all the high school, the swim team or the soccer team or the football team, they post their pictures up in our communities throughout here. As you do this whatnot thing, you can advocate for whatever and purpose that you serve. We all are affected by different things. And I really like accounts and people that advocate for not only for selling things, right, and offering great deals at great prices, but bring awareness to all these great organizations, whether it's the Shriners Hospital, the Children's Hospital, or St. Jude's, um, trafficking advocate, mental health, suicide prevention, have a purpose. Again, this life and whatnot is much more than just this, right? It is about real things going on in the real world. Stay away from religion, stay away from politics, but you can definitely advocate for freedoms and great organizations that could possibly save a life, whether it's kidney transplant or, there's just so many great organizations, lots of military ones. So do that, have a purpose as you do this. It really speaks volumes as to who you are and what you're about. And I think people stand behind that and they love that. So use the platform as a purpose. Absolutely. Okay. I'm a survivor myself, hence why I got them. Absolutely. Breast cancer awareness. I love that. And women, you guys reminding each other. It's hit home here. There's a story here, several here. You know, we can definitely advocate and help one another and remind each other, hey, listen, time to check them, right? Check them girls, or the military. Like, you can definitely not only advocate and have purpose in your shows, but also bring awareness. And it's a great conversation point for you guys, So get behind something, stand behind something, even if it's Bozo and the old Bozo show, animals. I love that one. Love animals. You guys all know that. All right. So what have I missed? If I've missed your question, re-ask it, please. Just copy and paste it and I'll try to get to it. Absolutely. 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 Listen, we just do our best every day. That's all we can do. There's nothing anybody can ask any more of you but you to do your best. Be kind, be sweet, be gentle, be understanding. Okay. Um, Again, quality items at quality prices with a great logo, a great name. Um, I think those are all great components to a great seller. Getting things there on time, be responsive to your emails. I get like 40 a day. I try my best. So yeah, profile check. Danny, I'm going to tell you, I have no idea what I'm getting into. Okay. I know I've seen your account before, believe it or not. I have invisible turned on, so I enter a lot of shows daily. I'm reporting things, I'm seeing things. I am constantly on the platform, um, always entering shows. You won't know I'm there. Danny, I'll tell you with your profile picture, I can't see who you are, and I'm going to switch around. And a lot of you guys don't realize this. Okay. It's a very clean profile picture when I've entered your show. Okay. I want to know that it's you. I don't recommend a self portrait. I want you to logo yourself. I want you to brand yourself in some way, shape, or form. For anybody asking, that is my personal belief is to brand. See, Bozo, when you enter my show, I want to see it's you. I want to know it's you. Now, if you want to use this logo as for whatever, fine. But as far as when you show up in my, okay, so you might think about bringing some color and contrast to that. I tell people normally a 3 color is best. Don't be too busy. Too much can be bad sometimes. Okay. If you look at any major brand, they normally stay within a 3 color um, format, right? Can't even think of the words right now. Um, so if you think of eBay, you think of Whatnot, you think of Walmart, you think of Chick-fil-A, you think of McDonald's. Look at their color schemes. What is it and how is it that you brand yourself and make yourself very visible without being too busy? And that's what I want you to focus on. Okay. Bright, contrasting colors. Let us know that it's you when you enter the room. Okay. And I've looked at your account before, just so you know. Um, my other, Danielle, is if you have a nickname, or I tell people to get rid of their last name on their open profiles. Um, I try not to open myself up to creepers, you know what I'm saying? Or people pretending to be this or that. And so I tell people, listen, just use your first name or a nickname on that profile. If people come in and buy from you and you're trading with people, they're going to learn your name, right? You're going to learn their name, you're going to have their address, they're going to have yours. And so, but as far as an open platform, as far as putting too much information out there, I don't, that is my personal opinion. Um, you know what I'm saying? So, but I love some of your pictures. Okay. But as we look at this, do you see the difference? This is really washed out here. I can't tell what it even says unless I really focus in up there. Like this one, I love the contrast. I know exactly what I'm getting into. Um, but up here, it's really hard to see what that is. Okay, I can see it. It's you. I can see that it says your name, but I really have to squint. Okay, I want it to punch me in the eye. Okay. Um, I think, and I tell women this all the time, you guys are beautiful. Okay. Um, you guys do a really good job in advertising yourselves. And in your case, I'm not going to tell you to go away from it. I think that the items that you're wearing and that you're showing is what I'm expecting when I come into your show. Okay. Listen to me. If you're wearing, ladies, us guys don't get away with this. You can really advertise and promote yourselves by the things that you're wearing. If my daughter walked in your show and she saw these beautiful sunglasses or this beautiful watch or this beautiful top or jeans, and you had that to offer in your bin, that's the connection. You ladies can utilize yourselves to promote and advertise the items that you offer for sale, right? Us guys can do it, but we're not like, that's not our mindset. Like we like to walk into, I don't know, the farm store and be like, oh, well, I'll take that and that. You know what I'm saying? You ladies, with your fashion, utilize those fashion senses, but also have them available in your store. I tell Big Love this all the time. She has these big, beautiful glasses, right? And they are out of this world. Like she could be on the cover of a magazine. Um, but in this, where are they in your bin? You're showing off. You're the Vogue magazine. You know, you're the, why is it not for sale in your show? So be offering things for sale in your bin, especially if you're utilizing yourself, okay, to make those sales. Very clean, very crisp, um, very elegant. I love that. The only thing I don't like is I don't see any jewelry on you. I'm a jewelry seller. I'm the community host in jewelry. I don't see any jewelry on. Okay. I would love to see some jewelry on. You would look great in turquoise. Um, again, be creative in you guys. This is what you have the advantage of doing. Even if you go to another site and you buy bulk of something, you get to put it on your face and you get to have that one-on-one connection with your buyers, right? So if you put on a turquoise bracelet and you're able to go over here and buy it for $10 and then turn around and sell it for $15 here, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's for just wearing the bracelet. So have that creativeness, think outside the box. Um, and you guys can really do that. Live seller support show. Okay, absolutely. I mean, very beautiful, very crisp, very clean. Question and answers for sellers. Has over 3,000 followers. What is your what is your audience? Are you just trying to help people? Or are you really wanting to sell things? You know what I'm saying? Or you want to do both? Love the account. Love the account. Very easy, simple to read. Continue. I will tell you in the path you're going, make sure you're selling. Okay. If your goal is to try to be a community host or to be really be apt to being part of the app, selling a lot, really understanding all the components. A lot of information out there, a lot of people that are a lot smarter than me. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I see a lot of people trying to help, but they're not actually selling anything. And part of this is really being part in selling a lot of things, doing a lot, because then you get to see behind the scenes what's really going on. Does that make sense? It's like, don't 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 tell me everything about my car and how to fix everything if you're not actually a mechanic. So just put those components together, which it looks like you sell a lot. You're doing great. Just always be up to date on what's going on. Follow Whatnot. Be in the Whatnot shows, live shows. They are doing help shows all the time. Lots of constant information. Be following those Whatnot community hosts that let you know that they are. A lot of times they have great information and sometimes a little bit more information. I love that you're helping people just always be up to date on what's going on, right? But I love the account. It's crisp, it's clean, and you're definitely on a path. But with as beautiful as you are, like, listen to me, really, any of you ladies, be utilizing that because you get to have that personal connection. Okay. Whereas Amazon or eBay, those are not people that are like, you're real. They have a real connection with you. And when they can see it on your wrist or on your neck or on your ears, it's like, listen, that looks good on her. That's real. So utilize that. Listen, you already are. I can already tell that you are. Um, and I'm not criticizing in any way, shape, or form. I would just change your profile picture to really punch me in the face. Everything else looks very good, crisp, clean. All your titles look amazing. Um, quick raid, like I might put in there as to what kind of rate I'm getting into, right? Um, Keywords on a couple of those things, I think would help you as far as your numbers. Looks like you have a great following, get a lot of bookmarks. Um, I don't really have a lot of critique for you. I love the image. Okay. Love the imagery. And I'm not even for sure I would tell you to get away from your profile image with yours. I love, listen to me, Danny, so many people connect with realness. So do not get lost for everybody in this room. Do not get lost in an AI process. What we love about each other is the realness, the uniqueness, the weirdness. If you've got a big mole or something, don't hide it. Don't put makeup on it. That's who you are. You got a big wart on your finger, make fun of it, right? Like whatever it is that makes you unique, you were created perfect in his eyes. And so I would tell you this, don't AI that. We want to see real pictures of real things, of real people. And that's me. I will enter a show with a real person 1,000 times before I will enter an AI generated show. If I see real pictures of items in your profile in your show, that's the show I'm going to. Okay. So don't get too lost in all this AI or chat GPT stuff. We like each other because of our quirkiness. Um, okay. Does that make sense? You have iPhone 17 Pro Max. Do I? I have no idea. I have no idea. I really don't. I've got a couple phones. I don't know what this one is. Listen, we love hot messes. Hot messes are the best. Okay, really. Um, and like I said, I've been in your account before. I've, I, yeah, you do a great job. I love you. Do not be afraid to turn that camera around. Okay, do not be afraid to show people both you and what you have. Absolutely, absolutely. Gene, I sure can. Give me 1 second. Hey, Brock, in Whatnot or somewhere else, I saw that the rehearsal mode on Whatnot might not allow a seller to use the rehearsal mode until after first show. That is incorrect. You can use the rehearsal mode. All you have to do is sign up for a seller account. Once you create and sign up for a seller account, you can absolutely use rehearsal mode. Rehearsal mode is to train you to understand the app. Okay. So they want you really to go through that rehearsal mode before you ever do your first show. Okay. They want you to understand the buttons. Okay. It would make no sense as, hey, do your first show and then let's show you how to do things. Doesn't make any sense. Okay. They want you to go through and understand that rehearsal mode before you get going. Always have two shows scheduled, by the way. If you have your first show, schedule a second show. Because I come in and I love everything about you and you don't have anything for me to bookmark, I'll probably forget you. But if you have something for me to bookmark, I'll bookmark you and I'll get a notification as to when you do your next show. So very important to always have two shows scheduled. Even if you can't keep the date and time, just change that date and time on that second show to when you're ready. But at least you've captured those bookmarks. Let me create a giveaway for you guys. I'd like to do a few giveaways if you don't mind. I'll turn you around and kind of show you how I do this. Again, everything I do is on my phone as far as my pictures. If I'm selling something, I'm on my phone. Over to my right, I have a computer that is the brains of the operation. I do all my shipping on a computer. I'd recommend that to all of you guys as well because there's more options. There's different options available on a computer versus a phone. So do all your shipping from a computer. Um, do all your setups as far as your shipping setups on your phone. It's a lot easier. Okay. Your shipping setups on your phone, your actual shipping on a computer. I'm going to do this live. So anybody that doesn't know how to set up giveaways, okay, this is my screen right now. I'm live on my computer. I can see everything on my computer, right? So all I've done is gone up here and it says offers, auction, giveaways, buy it now and sold. So if I wanted to create an auction, I'd go here, but I'm going to create a giveaway for you guys. I'm going to go down here to add. A little pop-up will come up and it says, hey, do you want to make this a temporary or quality listing? The difference between these two is a temporary listing is going to go away. If you create a quality listing, this is a listing that's going to go into your inventory or your live bin. Okay. I always do a temporary listing. I create a new temporary listing for every show because I don't want it showing up in my bin. My bin is going to be those buy it now items up here. Okay. So if I was to create this right now and I created quality listing, it would be in here. And I don't want it to be. Okay. So I go down here and I create temporary listing. Again, I always leave this on just for you guys. I can make it go away, but temporary listing again. Okay. I'm going to scroll down here. I'm going to pick the category I want. I'm going to name it. I only do a follow. Again, I live in the state of Oklahoma, so I only do a follower giveaway. I do not ever do a buy it where you have to buy something in order to get into a giveaway, a buyer's giving. I do follow all state and federal regulations just because the terms of service on whatnot say this or that. There are state and federal laws around giveaways. And so I only do a follower. Um, so I put follow me. Description, I put free stuff. And if you want to know any more of that terminology, it is posted in my profile. All you have to do is copy and paste that into any browser, and you will get the chances of winning, the estimated prize value, no purchase necessary. Normally in a show, I put 50 here, but it doesn't mean you have to use all 50, but I just don't want to ever have to run out. Again, these are all just the basic. These have been set up for you guys by Whatnot. But I suggest that you go in and you create your own. And doing a giveaway, it's going to come out of my pocket. Okay, so I've just told this that this item is going to weigh under 16 ounces. Okay, and when I do a giveaway, that shipping is going to come out of my pocket plus whatever I give you. You have a buyer appreciation. Again, state of Oklahoma, I do not do this because of the laws and regulations. There are certain laws as far as giveaways as to you have to be a certain age to even enter a giveaway. So I just don't mess with it. I don't ever want anybody knocking on my front door. I don't care what the terms of service and policies are. State of Oklahoma, rules and regulations, federal laws. This is what I'm doing. Have a few pictures always saved. Then I push confirm. What will happen is over here on the left, you will see this show up. Okay. When I push start giveaway, it's going to show up over here as I'm doing giveaway number one. The next giveaway will show as number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Each time I start it, it's going to assign it a number as long as you do it the way I just showed you. Okay. And again, if you don't know, go Google your laws and regulations. Again, just because an app or a program says this or that, you're the seller. It's your responsibility to understand what your laws and your absolutely um, for your own protections. So yeah, 10, 11 shows. I would say, yeah, that's great. For new sellers, at least two. I think having more shows is great. Don't do too many because for me, I've got a lot, right? But for new sellers, I would say at least two, do 5 or 6. That way they actually will bookmark each one. If you have 100 of them, they're not going to go through there. Okay. But if you just constantly are adding 1 or 2, they'll bookmark all your shows. If you have 100, they won't. So just, if you want to do 10, 11, that's great. I will tell you, do not create the same image for every show because it becomes monotonous. People are like, oh, same thing, same thing, same thing. Create several different images. Okay. Um, you do not need a computer to sell. You are absolutely correct. It just makes it easier when it goes to do shipping. Same. Whatnot does not allow you to use rehearsal mode before your first show. My show was April. Really? No, it should be. You should be able to do that. I'll go in and check, but yeah, you should be able to do rehearsal mode after you create a seller's account. Okay. Once you create a seller's account, rehearsal mode should be available. Again, they want to teach you the dynamics before you actually start selling, right? That would only make sense. But I'll check into it, make sure. You can simply go into Google and ask, like for me, I put in Oklahoma regulations on giveaways. Okay. And you'll get a whole thing. It is more realistic. You're absolutely right. Because what happens is in rehearsal mode, it's kind of hard to do some of the shipping processes. Rehearsal mode is more of the buttons and icons and the available devices and things available how to use, right? Versus shipping and stuff. It's really kind of hard to do a rehearsal mode on shipping and stuff like that because it's not live. So you're absolutely correct. A private show is more realistic, but I also would suggest going and doing rehearsal mode because rehearsal mode doesn't matter. You can go in there and screw everything up versus a private show. You actually go start using those buttons and you screw something up. It's real, right? So rehearsal mode is kind of a phony or fake show. And so I always suggest doing that. Okay. I will let me check that out. I'll put that up. Again, there's always updates and stuff. But that would make no sense, right? Just common sense here is I'd want you to do rehearsal mode before you did your first show. So let me make sure that there's not some kind of bug or something like that. And I'll definitely, matter of fact, I'll send that message now. Give me 1 second. One second, or I will forget. Let me put this in and see if we can't figure out what's going on with that. Yeah, that would make no sense. I'll come back to your messages. Let me put this in. That way it's fixed here pretty quick. Okay. All right, cool. All right, I put that in. We'll get that. We'll figure it out. So there's two things: a temporary listing and a quality listing. The biggest thing to understand that a quality listing is a listing that's going to go in your bin that is always available. So if you look at my buy it now, right? Those are quality listings. A temporary listing is for people that are doing like random pulls. It's not something that's going to go in my buy it now. Okay. It's temporary. So as soon as I end this show, it's gone. Quality listing is one you're creating as a permanent listing. That's the best way of putting it. Absolutely. Will doing private show mess up them sending buyers to your first show? Um, yes. So the algorithm, again, I didn't write it, but yeah, private show. So understand this: when doing your first show, it's known that the algorithm will drive traffic to your first show. Just know that. And the reason being, and I'll check to make sure. Private show. It's a great question. Um, Mess up algorithm to first show. So I think it would. I'm not for sure. I'll get a definite answer from you or for you. Okay. If you'll DM me, I'll respond to that or I'll cover it next week's show. I love these shows because again, I don't know everything. I don't pretend to know everything, but I love y'all's questions because I put it up to the higher ups and say, hey, listen, what is it? And sometimes they even have to go and say, hey, listen, you're the guy that wrote the algorithm. If doing a private show, does that separate it from them actually doing a real show? So if they do a private show, does it take away from the algorithm that drives traffic to your first show? You know what I'm saying? So I'll ask that question. I think that's a great question, though. Don't know for sure. Okay. But I would think that it probably would. But I'll find out for you. Okay. Because you're acting like you're doing your first show and it's a private show. Does it determine, hey, this is a private show or is this now a public show? Right. I get your question. Love that question. I see sellers use it a lot for people who want to set up payments and they put it in their bin and do it as a temporary listing. Yeah, temporary, exactly. A temporary listing is just there temporarily. You know what I'm saying? It's like I do a lot of random pools, right? My entire shows or random pools. My bin is set up for you guys on Wednesday nights. Um, Again, you need to create some quality listings if you ever want to become a premier seller, because that is taken into part of that premier status is you've done so many quality listings. Okay, so definitely have some quality listings if you are ever trying to get to that premier status. But yeah, temporary is going to go away. All of my shows, every listing is temporary except for my bin, which are items that are available to you guys, or something that I'm wanting to be out there. Maybe something super expensive, or you know what I'm saying? I have 300 of or 20 of, right? I put that in my bin. How do people have 6 to 900 people in their show? All right, pencil and paper. Listen to me. Again, this is all my personal opinion. I am not a whatnot employee. I'm just a community host. This is what worked for me. Okay. I've only been on a year and 3 months. All of my followers are organic. Okay. Pen and paper, if you have time right now, write these things down. There are 7 things that I always recommend to you guys. If you want to be found, you want to drive traffic to your room. Okay. There are some ways of doing it. 2 are paid ways. Okay. You have the promote tool on the right hand side. There's one that says 15 minutes, and then there is one that you can pay per hour up to the entire duration of your show. For a lot of new sellers, that expense can be very expensive. Depending on the time of day, it can be really expensive, like 50 bucks an hour, 35 bucks an hour. And to a lot of you guys, that's don't know if it's worth it, right? Those are 2 paid things. Listen to me. If you're going to and can afford that, don't do the 15-minute one. Do the 1 hour. And again, you can go up when you select that promote, you can go up to the right hand, you can toggle that off. You can go down and select 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours. Okay. Just do 1 hour. See how what the return of investment is for you. Your show summary, it's going to show you. Okay. Go in there. Again, I'd much rather you spend money on an hour versus 15 minutes. Do not do that until you're ready to start selling. If you do that and you spend 30 minutes talking, you've just paid for you talking, right? I want you to turn that promotion on when you're selling, when you're rocking and rolling, when you're ready to put up that good stuff. Okay. That is when I want you to do that. So there are two options there are paid ways. Okay. It is not proven, nor do we know the person that wrote the algorithm, what that algorithm and how it directs traffic. I will tell you that Whatnot has a little calculator. So I know this one's factual. Is that when you do an over 2 hour show, more traffic will start coming into your show. Your numbers start getting more and more. So doing over a 2 hour show. Okay. That's number three. If you tap on my screen right now, what happens? Hearts. Okay. If you'll go Google, what does tapping the screen on Whatnot do? Creates traffic. When you go into Whatnot, you'll see a thing that says momentum. What does the word momentum mean? Okay. One, you're selling stuff, right? If you're selling stuff, Whatnot goes, hey, listen, they're selling stuff. They want to put people in that show because you're selling stuff. You're making them money. You're making money. People talking in your chat, people hearting you. Okay. Those are all things that create momentum. It's just common sense, right? Tapping, talking, whatever you got to do to get your customers in there, people in your room, be silly, be fun, have real conversations. Again, have that purpose. Um, those are all things that I think help drive traffic to rooms, people in rooms, talking, chatting, selling things, paying for those two promotion, having an over 2 hour show, and then becoming a premier seller. Premier sellers are people that have sold over $50,000 in 3 months. It's reevaluated every month. Okay. They have the highest standards. Okay. People that have 600 to 900 people in their rooms, normally they're investing a lot of money in themselves, in their giveaways. How many of those people are actually customers? So don't get caught up too much into that. Um, a lot of those people are just in there to win the giving. Okay. Organic customers buying things is what you're after. You could have 1,000 people in your store all with a lottery ticket, but only 10 of them are buying stuff. Okay. Realize that. I don't care how many people's in your room. What I care about is people in there actually buying your products. Okay. Run giveaways if you want to. I run real giveaways. I put things on people's ears, around their necks, on their wrist. I give them keychains. Why? Because if you look at your fingers right now, you look at the jewelry you're wearing, you know where every piece came from. So if I put that in your hands, you're going to remember me. If you pick up your keys every day and it's a keychain that I gave you, you're going to know where it came from. Okay. I don't give a lot of money away. I think I've given 3 or 4 gift cards the entire time I've been on the app. Okay. I give something physical. So if you can invest that 4, 5, $6, it doesn't have to be super expensive, guys. Um, I normally get 3 or 4 different things: earrings, a necklace. My cost analysis, the biggest cost is shipping it to you. I spend $4 to ship it to you, and then I have maybe $1.50 invested in each piece that I give you. Seems like I would have a lot more. It's good stuff. It's quality items. But I buy them bulk. Okay. A giveaway costs me under $10. You know what I'm saying? So those are things that again, 7 things that I believe that can definitely drive traffic and get people more in your show. Do not go into other big sellers and give them $50 or $100 for a call out. Invest that money in yourself. A lot of these folks have been on here for 4 years, 5 years. They do crazy, silly things. They go. A lot of people just come in to see the next stupid thing they say. That's great. If you want to be a TikToker, go be a TikToker. I'm here to sell things and I'm here to make money, right? Um, So that's the difference. Bozo. Thermal printer. So Kim, um, how much are you selling? In the beginning, I wouldn't invest a whole lot. To any of you new sellers, make sure this is for you. Okay. So I don't want you spending crazy amounts of money. Once you've really set your heart on it and you're like, listen, I'm going to do this, I'm willing to invest in this, I recommend a Zebra or a ZP 450 or a newer model. Okay. I've had my ZP 450, it's in my store for over 10 years. It is super easy. I can switch out the paper with one hand. It holds 250 labels. It is what UPS and FedEx use. It's a commercial grade thermal printer. Okay, the labels are super cheap. Um, but a ZP 450, again, my store is always there. So if you like, listen, I don't want to do that today, Brock, or I want to go search this out, all the information is there for you. Okay, you don't have to buy it from me. My store is set up as an encyclopedia for new sellers. But everything I would recommend is in there. Okay, everything I recommend. They do have some cheaper ones that 40 or $50 if that works for you now, or if you want to just use your computer and print out on regular ink, that's fine. Regular ink gets really expensive. A lot of time that ink is more expensive than the printers that you know what I'm saying. Definitely want to go thermal paper, thermal printer at some point. Okay. Can you talk about sourcing? Absolutely. Sourcing is, first of all, be very, very careful. Okay. A lot of people I'm seeing get scammed on the pallets and stuff like that. Always ask questions. What is your address? Can I physically come pick it up? Can I physically come look at it? Do not buy anything without asking those questions. Okay. Can I look at it? Normally, you're going to figure out if they're a scammer real quick. Do searches on their addresses. Okay. See a lot of Facebook ads on Marketplace. We do pallets and containers and blah, blah, blah. A lot of that is fraud, scams. So be very conscientious. And, it's your hard earned money that you are investing. Ask questions. A lot of these pallet guys, what they'll do is they'll throw a bunch of good stuff on top, and the bottom of it will be a bunch of junk. Can I come look at it? I don't want to look at every piece, but I want to be able to look underneath the first couple layers. Sourcing, I'm in the jury. Okay. Anytime you're sourcing, there's stuff everywhere. This time of year, like, listen, if you're getting into becoming a new seller, this is the time of year. Garage sales, flea markets, jump on auction zip, find all your local auction houses. Um, buy bulk if you can buy bulk. um, I put out, there's a lot of free advertisement you can put out on Facebook Marketplace. I hit up pawn shops. I hit up thrift stores. And when I say I hit them up, like when I go into the pawn shop, this is what I do. Here's my card. It doesn't say anything about whatnot. Okay. People ask me, what do you do with all this stuff? It's none of their business what I do with this stuff. This is my business, right? If you want to sell it to me, here's my name and number. I buy costume jewelry. That's all it says on my card. A lot of you have probably got my card. Okay. My card says, I buy. I go into a pawn shop. I'm like, here's 20 or 30 cards. They don't normally want costume jewelry. They want the silver and gold. Listen, I buy costume jewelry. It gives them an out, right? Where they're like, hey, listen, we don't buy it, but there's this guy that does. But if you have any gold or silver, come back to us. Gives them an out. Okay. On the back of it, put an American flag on here. Why? Because maybe they might lose this, but they might like pin this up because it has an American flag. And they're like, oh, listen, it's that American flag. That guy right there, right? Um, or if you want to put some jewelry on here, whatever, right? The flip side of that is this is normally what I do because a lot of these guys are like, listen, just somebody else trying it, right? Send them a pizza and drink for lunch a couple days later. Hey, and I'll put a note on that thing when they send it. Thank you, appreciate it, Brock, costume jewelry buyer, whatever, right? Then if I don't hear from them a couple weeks later, I'll walk in. Hey man, how was that pizza? Make the connection. Okay. Or take on in a piece of gold or silver and say, hey, listen, like to sell this. You ever get any costume jewelry? You know, you ever get in a bunch of silver rings that I can buy at spot? You know what I'm saying? Sourcing is everywhere. And you can almost again, depending on what you're doing, there are places and people wanting to sell stuff all the time. Most states have a state auction. Again, I've represented the state of Oklahoma. I represented them for like 16, 17 years. They have a monthly auction where they sell off all surplus equipment. Your universities, your colleges, anybody that gets any kind of state or federal funding, they have to surplus auction that stuff off. So lots of different sourcing ideas there for you. Yeah, so lots of great information there. Again, I use the ZP450 because listen, I'm selling 600, 700 items a show, you know, a lot of times. And I don't like having to reload my printer all the time. So each one of these holds, let's see if I have a whole thing here. So that's how many labels. There's 250 labels in my printer. Okay. Again, I'll show it to you. Okay, so it's right here next to my computer. I can almost do it one handed here. We'll see. This is what the big guys use, okay? Because you can print off, you know, I'm doing it with one hand here, so give me a break. I don't waste a lot of labels. Again, I it's ready to go. Okay. So if you're really getting into selling a lot of stuff, I would I would highly recommend a ZP450 or newer. Zebra, there's Zebra printers. Okay. Uh, just wondering, did you look for the iPhones? Bob Jr. Do what? I'm confused. You just saw how easy mine is. I mean, it is super easy. But again, they can cost you a couple $100, you know, but you make your money back on not having to buy ink, and the labels are super cheap. I asked about the iPhone 17 a while back, and you said that you had some fun, but you didn't know what they was. I was wondering if you looked. An iPhone 17. Listen, I have no idea. My wife bought me the phone and I use it. I have a couple phones and I couldn't tell you if I have a 17, a 16, a 15. I know it's relatively newer. I know it works great. Um, I don't know which one I have though. Homes. You do not. A thermal printer is heat. It prints based on the heat, so you never have to buy ink. That's the great thing about a thermal printer. It is no ink whatsoever. Again, all that is printer and the paper I put in. So you might want to clean your head. So when you open it, let me show you real quick. Let me flip you around. So thermal printers are heat. What I would say to you is look up here. There's normally make sure this is clean. If it's skipping, might just take not a wet cloth or anything like that, but you might get you a little towel and just kind of clean that up. Again, yours will have this as well somewhere or down here on. Make sure there's nothing on that bar that is constantly. This is your roller, okay? So I would go in there and just make sure that roller is nice and clean. See how I'm doing that? So make sure there's no object or debris. And if it's not that, you might go in there and delete, and re-up the application. More than likely, it came with a CD, or it might be plug and play. You might, again, try cleaning it. Again, nothing wet or anything like that. Just get you an old T-shirt or a towel and just kind of wipe that off. Um, Nothing that's going to leave any debris or lint. Okay, but just an old T-shirt. I would take an old T-shirt and just kind of wipe that off. And if that doesn't work and it's still doing it, probably delete the app and re-up the app is what I would suggest. Absolutely. So your second show, a lot of people, your first show, a lot of traffic comes in because Whatnot is really trying to put people in your show. I hear that a lot. My second and third show just wasn't as good. Um, New sellers, it might be a little bit struggle. Okay, your second and third shows, do not give up. What I want you to think about is the times you're running. If you're trying to run against some of the big dogs, I tell new sellers run late at night or early in the morning. You'll get 10 times more raids than if you're trying to compete against the big dogs. During the day, this is the mind concept, okay? If I'm a seller, I'm a new seller, and I'm running, and I see Green 13 on or another big seller on that has 200 or 300 people in their show, I'm going to raid them versus you that only has 5 or 6. The reason being is because I want the call out. I want Jeremy to stop and say, hey, thank you so much, Brock, disabled vet, for raiding me. If you want to give your show, you and you only, I forget his verbiage. Um, what will happen is most people will raid into those bigger sellers hoping to get the call out. They treat their businesses just like that. They work from 8 to 4 and they're done. New sellers run later at night, early in the morning. Because what happens is those people with 2 or 3 or 400 people are not on. And I'm like, listen, I just got to pick somebody in the same category as me, right? When you raid into somebody in the same category. I don't want to throw a bunch of baseball card people into a jewelry show, two different clienteles, right? So run late at night or early in the morning and see how those shows go for you. And then come back and say, Brock, you're right. Again, when you do that, you'll get 10 times more raids. And again, when we think about the processes and the thoughts here is how much do you make in a day? When we break the numbers down, if you were to go and work for somebody else today and you made 20 bucks an hour and you work 10 hours, it's $200, right? Then you minus taxes and you minus all the other stuff, social security, whatever, right? You're really going to bring back about a buck 60, right? Buck 70, maybe, depending on your state. Now, if you were to do a 10-hour show and Whatnot, right? And you did $1,000, think about that. Okay. Easily done. You made 90 bucks and how much time? You made $300 in how much time? Break the numbers down, what it would take for you to make that in real life. I will, absolutely. And where time? You made 500 bucks. Again, grab that clientele. When they come in your first show, make sure you have a second show set up. You're taking the time. Listen, thank you so much for coming in here and purchasing this. I'm glad you guys came in. I have a second show scheduled. If you'll just go in there and bookmark it real quick, I'm going to go live. I'm going to have even better stuff. You know what I'm saying? Grab that customer. If you had $500 in sales your first show and nothing in your second, that tells me you did not grab those customers. Got to grab them. Okay. Got to grab them. Got to, hey, listen, take just a minute. I'm going to do a giveaway for you guys real quick. And I'm just going to take just a couple seconds. If you'll just go in here and bookmark my next show, because when they did that, every one of them would have been told you went live again. Max shipping, Reed. So shipping is not a one size fits all. Okay. shipping is not a one size fit all. I get people asking me about shipping questions all the time. Research, do your homework. Understand that when you ask me a shipping question, every one of us are sending and shipping different items at different weights, at different classifications. The best thing you can do, okay, is to make sure you have set up your own shipping profiles. And I'll switch this around and I'll show you guys this real quick to fit your need. Okay. And that's what is so complicated for so many people. But once you figure this out, it's actually really easy. Okay. So let me turn off some of these lights. Okay. Okay. So when you come in here, okay, down here at Seller Hub, one of the very first things you need to do as a seller is to set up you some shipping profiles. Okay. There are some defaults. Okay. So all you're going to go is Seller Hub. Okay. You can click on that. Then at the very top right hand corner, there's going to be three little lines there, right? You're going to click on that. What will come up is all this, right? You're going to scroll down. There's all kinds of stuff. I want you to go in here and look at all this stuff. Okay. Understand what all this stuff is. You're going to scroll down till you see shipping settings. Okay. Free pickup. If you want to, you're selling big old heavy trunks or dressers or whatever, you can set this up where you're meeting people. Okay. And okay. Whereas you can do a local pickup, meet in a very safe place. Domestic shipments. Okay. Go in there and read this. So what you're going to do is you're going to go down here and you're going to go to shipping profiles. When you create these, what you'll see up here is if I wanted to create another one, the plus sign. Okay. Now in doing this, it's going to give you all kinds of options. I've never used my keyboard here. So let's do test. 10 pound, whatever you want to name it. That way you know what it is, right? Weight 10 pound. You can come in here and you can set number of items to be in your package. You're like, listen, I can only put one. This item weighs 10 pounds. So I've got to limit this where I only have one of these per package. Right? That's what you do. So you can set the number of packages in here. You can set a fixed weight for additional items in the package. Your business and what you're selling, this is what you're going to set up this profile for, right? You're telling what to charge the customer at what weight, okay? They don't know what you're selling. They don't know if you're selling a coffee mug or you're selling a 10-pound brick, right? This profile is so important because you're telling what that package is. Set up a bunch of these. The problem is a lot of people just come in here and they set up one. No, you need to set up a bunch. These are all mine. I know exactly what each one is. 3-ounce sample, flat rate envelope, jewelry, 1 to 3 ounces. But I've told it it's a 2-ounce one. A bunch of these are just test ones that I've shown in the past. I use a flat cost. So I only, and again, not all of you should do this. Okay. I only charge my customers $4 no matter how many items they buy. I set up a flat cost one. All they will be charged is $4 no matter how many items they buy. a lot of you other people, a lot of you people that are not quite there yet, set you up some 2 pounds, some 3 pounds, some 10 pounds, some 4 pounds, several of these. Don't just set one up. Okay. Now watch this. Let's go home. Let's go Seller Hub. We're in a live show right now. Okay. So if I'm going to set up, I'm going to actually bring you over here to my computer because it's a little easier for me. I'm going to set up and sell random pools. This is how I do it. Okay. I'm going to go to auction. I'm going to go to add. Again, this will pop up just like my giveaway will ago. I'll go to temporary listing. Temporary listing. Again, this is for random pools. I will put in items shown. I'm missing y'all's conversation, so give me a second. I'll put in no refunds, no cancels, whatever it is you want to put in here. Okay. Keep this short and sweet right here. Do not overdo this in doing it the way I do it. Okay. Starting price. Realize that you can edit this before you ever push start. Quantity. I put in 1,000. Even though I know I'm not going to sell 1,000 items, I put in 1,000. This is where you will put in. I will. Yeah. This is where you will put in what you want. Okay. Condition of the item. Shipping profile. Guess what? All those profiles you created, they're going to show up right here. It automatically will show up right here. You remember Gina a while ago? There's Gina. I always do flat. Then I put in a generic photo, an American flag. Okay. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to push confirm. Over here to my left, that will show up. Now you notice I don't create a $2 start, a $3 start, a $4 start, $10 start for shipping reasons. That is why I do not do that. Okay. I only work off one because of shipping. Because if I create a $2 start, it's going to assign it a number one, number two. So understand right here in creating this, it takes me a whole 5 seconds if I need to edit this. So you're like, Brock, I can't do $2 starts. All right, we'll go to product actions, edit, and start that sucker at $10 or $100. You're going to go back over here and you're going to push start. Again, you can sudden death it, you can turn it on for 30 seconds, whatever, right? You get to mess with all those different things, whatever you want to do here. I would recommend not doing 30 seconds. Do 15 seconds at 5 or 3 if you're doing random pools. 30 seconds, people will leave you in a heartbeat. But I'm going to do 30 seconds just to show you guys. So down here at the bottom, you will now see that it is signed number one to this automatically because I chose 1,000 a while ago, right? If this item sells, it will automatically assign number two, number three, number four, number five. Okay. On and on and on. If that does not sell, it will keep it at that number. Okay. It will keep it at that number. Again, so many people make life so much harder by creating too many listings here. Just work on one. It takes me a whole 5 seconds to say, listen, product actions, edit item. I now want this to be a $1 item. When you go to do your shipping, okay, and I'll show you how I do this. Product actions, start. You now see that it's at $1. Still item number one because a while ago that one didn't sell, right? That's all I'm doing. I'm working under one listing. Okay. And what will happen is when I go to do my shipping, it looks like this. So I keep all my inventory off to the right, right? And so I'm grabbing stuff and I'm showing it to you. These earrings, item number one. These would have sold. Drop it in an envelope, and I put item number one on it. So this is item number 97. Okay. And then I just simply go over here to my box. I keep these little boxes here, and I put them in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know, again, I do a 24-hour show and ship everything in 2 hours. So in this case, this person bought number 1, 2, 5, 10, 12. I just come over here and I find 1, 10, 12, right? I don't have anybody's name on there. All I have is their item number, which you guys saw that's assigned by whatnot. It says it's really easy. Okay. Put it in their package. I will. Okay. These are already, let's see. A lot of you guys will go buy this stuff right here. Bubble wrap is super expensive. Okay. Super expensive. This little package right here, it's already got it in it. Okay. I drop the earrings in here or whatever it is. Guess what I've just done? I've created my own bubble wrap. Instead of having to wrap it, and I hate this crap too, by the way. People send me this stuff all the time and it's all bubble wrap and I've got to cut into it. And they get their package. It looks like this, right? All they have to do is rip it open. Super easy. Let me move this over here real quick. Let me see. Faye West Designs. Again, if you guys aren't following Faye West Designs, make sure you follow her. She's one of my moderators and friends. Also, if you're in the Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, or if you'd like to travel, we're going to do a meetup in October. I will be there with all of my mods. I think all of them are coming now, along with a lot of other people. In our meetup, what we do is you get one-on-one with a lot of great sellers. We have fun. We play games. It's an amazing place, great views, very low key, very easy. We're all pretty laid back people. We'd love to have you. If you want to be part of that, write Faye West Design. She'll put you into a conversation. And we can, we'd love to have you and love to be part of you. And again, we just have a great time and we can look at accounts, talk about anything you want to. We do a little bit of classes, it's very easy and laid back. We do this up in the corner of Oklahoma. It's called Grand Lake. It's in the corner kind of by Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, and Oklahoma. There's 4 states that connect right there. But we have people that'll be coming from Washington, Georgia. Um, where's Kristen? I can't even remember where Kristen lives now, but she lives way up north. Would you use eBay printed bubbles if you have a bunch of them? Listen, that's up to you. I don't, packing materials is packing materials. If it's free, it's free, right? Only thing you cannot do, I see a lot of this is, let me see if I have some here. Uh, any USPS packing supplies, you have to utilize that for that service. I also use poly bags. They make these in all different sizes. Okay. So for my numbering system, let's say I was going through and I can't fit it in one of those little bags. I have various sizes of these poly bags. Okay. These are super cheap too. And so maybe you're not selling jewelry or you're selling something like one of these cameras. And I wanted to put it in my inventory, how I'm doing things. I just simply drop it in one of these bags and I write the number on it and it goes over into my organization, right? Makes my shipping super fast. Okay. Um, if you are using, I see a lot of people that will use, I don't know what I did with it, the bubbles and stuff from USPS, like their priority mailers and stuff for packing materials. If you get caught, it's a $5,000 fine, up to 2 years in jail. Or if you take a priority box or a flat rate box, and when I say priority, now if it's a priority box, you can wrap it in brown paper and pay for priority mailing. But if you take a priority box and wrap it in brown paper and send it ground, that's actually against the law. But if you utilize their boxes for any other purpose other than what it's supposed to be used for, it's actually against the law. So make sure that, if you're getting all those free bubble mailers from USPS, that you're not using that priority mailer to pack your ground packages, because they do random inspections and it's a big no-no. So okay, so raid train is Friday. Big ticket items. I haven't had luck with low starts. I'm still preloading, start lower. Kelsey, what I would do is have items across the board. So many people focus on just having big ticket items. Realize not everybody can afford those big ticket items. So I tell people, when you're doing a show, have inventory for everybody. Okay. Have items that you can start at $1 or $2. Okay. Again, if you sell something for $1, you get like 47 cents. So if you're a new seller, at least start at $2. But have inventory across the board, is what I tell people. Have those items that you can offer at a cheaper price, and have your mediocre items and have your expensive items. If you're not willing to let your expensive items start at $1, put them in your bins. Okay. Start them at what you're able to afford to start them at. And that's what I would suggest to you. If you have a Posh account, you can get free ground packaging items. Just, yeah, I know about that, Danny. Yeah, that has been a conversation. I don't go there. It's been brought up with community hosts before. I understand the process. I understand the thought. Again, we don't ever, and I won't ever refer anybody over to any other account for any other reason. Um, right? I just have to be very careful. Yeah, I understand what it is and what you're saying. Question above. Okay, gotcha. Let me look. So, what you might do, Jens, is go in, create that 1 ounce item, go in and use single card. Use single card. Um, if the sticker option isn't working for you, make sure that you have chose the right shipping profile for that. Okay. First of all, okay, make sure that you've picked the sticker one. Should work. Make sure it's 1 ounce. Make sure it says sticker. If that one's not working, choose the one card option. Okay. And make sure it's under $20. Okay. This option is only for items that will fit in a regular flat envelope. Must be able to be, let me see if I have an envelope here. Must be able to be metered. Okay. So if I put this in here, this is about as thick as this can be. Okay. Has to be under $20. Has to must should be able to choose sticker. Okay. But something your setting somewhere is messed up there. Should be able to do sticker. If that's not working, go in and do single card. Understand this though as well, is that items in your bin outside of your live show will show a $4 charge. You must, it must be in your live show that 74 cents is available. So right now, if you go in and buy my brochure in my bin and I'm not live, it's going to show like 474. Okay. Whereas you go into my live show, it's going to show you 74 cents. And that's a security thing. Yeah. 0 and 1 first class. Okay. What is the best way to organize after the auction? No, listen, the best way to organize is while you're doing the auction. If you'll go back and rewatch this video, I showed you exactly how I do it. Okay. 24-hour show, shipped everything in 2.5 hours. Organization is key in being able to get those items shipped. Again, I go in a numeric, random pool, 1 through 1,000. Even if I only said 800, sold 800 items, I don't put anybody's name on it. I just simply put a number on it. It's the best way. Yeah, go in there and play with it, Jen. Um, Again, go into a live show and see if that's what it's showing. But it should be charging 74 cents. Just make sure here. You can if you can screenshot that real quick. Let me know when you're good. Screenshot that. Yeah, just make sure you have you got it yet. Again, they come first class mail, and so again, it's like the slowest mail anymore. But yeah, that's how the 74 cents. So go in there, make sure you've chosen either one card, single card, or that sticker. Um, Make sure that it's 1 ounce, make sure it's under $20, and make sure you're looking at it in a live show, not in just a regular bin. My first show is tomorrow. I sell vintage jewelry with some other. Well, first of all, you're in here with the community host for jewelry, so great, great start. We have the best category with the best people. Just saying. Um, I want to try and maximize my profit, but against whatnot, not my buyers. My first show is tomorrow. I sell vintage jewelry with some other vintage things. I want to try and maximize my profit, but against whatnot, not my buyers. Okay, Lily, I don't know what the last part of that is. Your first show, make sure that you have two shows scheduled, okay? Even if you have to edit the tamer, and don't ever do anything against whatnot rules. So there's a bunch of terms of service. Make sure you go in there and understand your rules. Do not ever refer anybody off the site to your eBay account or to your own website. Again, whatnot, the minute you take anything off the platform, is against the rules. It is the lowest and cheapest app out there for doing what we're doing. You're looking at what, 11%? eBay, you're looking at what, 27% these days, up to 30%. But there's a reason why. It's not because they just want to make the money, but it's for security reasons, right? We don't want you to create a show, refer them over to your website. They go to your website and buy something, and a bunch of people get screwed over, and it looks bad on whatnot, and they can't do anything about it. So you know what I'm saying? That's the purpose of that. But yeah, if you ever refer anybody, I'm telling you, you'll get kicked and booted and blocked. And so the jewelry section is amazing. The fees are very, very minimum. You know what I'm saying? So I think you'll have an amazing show. You'll have an amazing time. Bring positivity. Bring your stuff. Have fun. Enjoy your time. Really play with it. There's no expectations. Try to sell $250 within your first week. There's a $150 promotion code. If you'll use that promo code that's in my profile, you'll have a lot of fun. I'm not saying you would ever do those things. I'm just saying that there's security reasons why you can't ever refer somebody off the app as far as your other accounts. It's just not fair, right? It'd be like walking into Walmart and saying, "Hey, listen, Target's next door. They have it cheaper." Like, right? Like, I would say, Lily, make sure you have those shipping. The most important thing is setting up those shipping profiles correctly. Okay. If you're selling jewelry, there's no reason that you have your settings set at a pound or 2 pounds. Each piece of jewelry is going to weigh what? Maybe 2 or 3 ounces. Really minimize the cost to your customer in those shipping profiles is what I would say to you. Really understand the shipping settings and setup. Yeah. Listen, you can sell whatever you want at whatever price as long as you keep it on the app. Okay. That's totally up to you. Yeah, absolutely. Totally up to you. Sure. Absolutely. Um, as long as it's legit and you're not, you know what I'm saying, trying to go around fees, you'll be all right. And Faye West brings up a great point. You can do a private show with just your mods. I like that even better. Can a company and a store sell items? Absolutely. 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 Congratulations. Oh, wow. That's awesome. That's amazing. No, you did it all. I just pointed you in a direction, right? Just pointed you in a direction. So, absolutely. Congratulations. That's amazing. Listen, I love the app. I went and got a haircut today, and I was talking to the lady that cuts my hair. And what I love about the app is it gives a lot of people opportunity to subsidize their income or make it a full time income. But in stating that, I love seeing parents being able to do this, whether you're a single mom or single dad, um, or you want to spend time with more time with your kids, growing them up. That is what I love. Or maybe you're somebody with a disability, or you're somebody that can't physically do a labor job, or you just have great items, right? Like this app makes and gives a great opportunity to everybody. But I see a lot of in the jewelry section. I see a lot of single mamas able to subsidize their income and raise their kids and be very successful mamas selling on here. So I love it. Makes me smile. How do you treat very rare pricey items? Put them in your bin. Put them in your bin. Put a price on them is what I would say. I would tell you again, what keeps them? Why would they buy it from you versus somebody somewhere else? Oh, you want a reading? Okay, give me a second. Um, why? Again, be competitive. Quality items at a quality price. Why would I buy it from you versus somebody else? And so always have that mind concept because you have a fierce competition out there. Again, the one thing that you are able to do and they don't is it's you, right? You're not some big corporation. They can see it on you, right? They can see it on your ears. They can see it on your wrist. They can see it on you, you wearing it. You know, that is your step up from them. You might not have $2 billion, right? To really market your item, but what you do have is the ability to have that personal connection. And I think that's very important. I make you smile, you make me smile. Yeah, I would put them in your bin and just be realistic with the prices. Make sure that you put the titles in there to be as accurate as possible. Give some really good target words. Make sure that, again, there are some things that you cannot sell in this app. Got to be really, really careful with bone and ivory. I see that all the time. And so just be really careful. Understand not only what not rules, but your state and federal regulations. CLS. Listen, have fun, enjoy it. If it's your first show, first show in your title. This community, and again, the people of the United States of America are the best people in the world. We are helpful. We are a community. We want for each other. I love this platform because I see it every day. People helping people. If it's your first show, let people know it's your first show. You don't have to pretend it's your right. Let people know, and they will help you and they will guide you. Again, we are the best country in the world with the best people. And I just absolutely love the community on here. So, I would say that to anybody that's doing their first show, put in their first show. You'll see me. If I see first show, I go into your show and I'm like, listen, do this or do that. Don't ever put in a cancellation. Ask your customer, put in a cancellation because it's defect on you if you request a cancellation. So, what was the question? I missed it, Faye, and it's way gone. Is there a way your buyer can cancel one item of a multi-item order? Absolutely. So as long as you've listed it individually, so let's say they came in and bought 10 items. Okay. And they're like, listen, item number two, there was a missing stone or there was a stain, or right. What they can do is they can go under their activity. They'll select here. Let me see. I can show you real quick. So what they can do. So let me put you guys down here just for a second. And if you can't see this, just swipe to the left and your chat will go away. Okay. So what you'll do is I've bought some stuff recently. Okay. So what I've done is I've gone into my account, and what they will do is they'll go to activity. This will show you all the stuff I've bought. Okay. Well, let's say like this person I bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items from. Okay. I'm going to click on that. Okay. I've never used my iPad here, so to show you this. But what you're going to do is once they click on that item, you're going to go to get help. Okay. See what I just did there? I need help with something else. And once I go in here, I can send a cancellation request. Always, always, always have your buyer do it. As a seller, if you do this, it is considered a defect on your account and it does hurt you. If your buyer does it, it does not hurt them. Okay. Unless they're just everything, right? Like every now and then, I have this one lady, she's bought 3 items from me, and every time she's requested a cancellation. When I go in there, it shows me how much she's spent with me, how many items she spent, and how many requests. And I'm like, every item you buy from me, you request. I'm not accepting your request anymore. You want to leave me negative feedback? I'll simply be truthful and honest. Like, you request every time a cancellation. Taking too much time between shows, I will tell you, can be very hurtful. It's almost like you're trying to regain a customer. So Christy, Lady K Jules, she took a couple months off, had a great following. Most of her shows, she had 30 or 40 people in there. She took several months off. She came back and started up, and it's like 10 or 12 people in her show. So trying to be consistent, trying to keep a show going. Once you start doing this, try to run a show every week. Okay, is what I would tell you. Totally starting over. So I didn't accept the cancellation, is what I'm saying. If every item you buy from me, you try to cancel, this time I didn't accept the cancellation. And so she didn't get the item, right? I don't care what kind of feedback you leave me, I'm going to respond, right? I'm normally really cool and easy, right? But if you, all you say is, um, what will happen is, in all honesty, sometimes people get caught up in the bidding, right? I can't control that. You swiped. And so in this case, they bought a mosaic brooch. Really nice one. Okay. Spent like $40. It's worth every penny of that. Okay. But they went on maybe another app and look at completed listings. And lately they've been bringing 25 or $30. Oh, now I want to cancel. I feel like I overpaid. Well, that's not how that works. And that's not to say in a month or 2 months or 3 months that brooch isn't worth $100, right? So sometimes people get caught up in that. And if you're consistently doing that to me, like that's not fair to me or the other people that are bidding. And so I don't play that game. And I'm just very open and honest about it. I'm not a celebrity. Thanks. Appreciate that. No, no, no. Did I buy something from you? I think I did, right, Nook? I am your community host, by the way. I don't just throw that out there when I'm in people's shows. I think I bought something from you, Nook. Hold on. Oh, Nook. Look, I bought stuff from Nook last night. I bought a lot from you, Nook. I got some really good deals. I got some really good deals. Here, y'all want to see something I bought from Nook last night? Okay, so and it's a good example. So I bought this from Nook last night. So if you ever want to go back and watch the video of any show, if you buy something in their show, you can watch their entire show. And so you just simply go into their account. Switch you guys around. So I bought something from Nook. This is like free advertisement for you, Nook. Okay. So I bought this from them. Again, I'll back out here and show you. So you go under your activity, right? And I'm going to go to Nook. Listen, I'm sharing way too much information with y'all. Y'all are going to see some of my sourcing here. No, I don't care. If I see something nice, I'll buy it. I like supporting other people. Scroll down. This will show you your tracking, okay, where it's at. But you can also go down here and you'll go to video receipts. Okay. Click on video receipts. And it is the rotating world. Rotating World by Joan Rivers. 30 inches long. Love the Southern accent. Very, very stunning. Look at the, let me see. I'm going to show y'all. I know it's fixing to end, but I want to show y'all. So down here at the bottom, see this? I can go back and watch her show from the very beginning. 23 bucks, Joan Rivers necklace. Okay. So go check her out. Go bookmark her. I would tell you, I went in there and I got some great deals. I enjoyed watching. I love watching new sellers. I love watching shows with, I'm drawn to these accents sometimes. It's kind of like Anella. I love Anella's accent. So very unique. Yes. Thank you so much. Again, as you're doing shows, when somebody raids you, be a little bit different. This is what I do. You'll see a lot of people say, "Oh, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you so much." And that's it. I like to just give, if somebody gives me a raid, I like to say, "Hey, listen, one, I'm going to take the time. Again, I don't have 200, 300 people, in my show. So I'm able to take just a few minutes and say, hey, listen, Jasmine, thank you so much for the raid. I call her out. Anything positive, if there's something negative, you probably don't want to do that. But, if they have like a 4.8 rating, what I don't ever do is say, go follow. If I don't know you personally, or if I've never been in your show, I don't know what you're about, I'm real careful about saying, hey, go follow them. But what I will do is say, hey, Jay Gray has a 5.0 rating. She has under 1 day shipping. She has sold 719 items. She's got over 1,000 followers. Her next show is Thursday, June 4th at 7 p.m. Random pulls, vintage and contemporary. Jay Gray, you need to see the word jewelry in there. Okay. Jewelry, you're missing that word in there. Um, so I'll call them out. And the reason I do that is because if I don't know you and I tell you, hey, go follow them or whatever, and maybe me and you are on the same wavelength, right? Maybe you're dropping MFers or GD words, and that's just not me. And so if I know that you're not that type of person, I will say, yeah, absolutely. Now, if I come into your show and I realize that you are that person, I kind of like, I never want to put my customers into a room where they feel maybe they're too far left or too far right, or they have some verbiage that I don't agree with personally. But I'll still call them out and say, hey, listen, this is what they got going on. Okay. And so, and that's just me, right? Jim Laura, I'm looking. Hold on. I'm sorry if I miss it. Do I have to enter everything into Whatnot? What do you mean enter everything into Whatnot? You can do random pulls. You do not have to put everything in your bin. If you'll go back and watch this video, okay, it's on YouTube. If you'll look at my profile, you'll see my YouTube channel. You can go back and watch how I created that random pull. Now, anything you want to put in your bin, okay, it's a quality listing. You sure can do that. But I don't ever, all of my shows, my bin is set up for you guys. Is your bin important? It sure can be, right? But I do random pulls. Like I don't want to do the whole eBay thing. I don't want to have to create listings. I've done that for a long time. We used to keep up 50,000 listings on that other platform. I am not interested in doing that. I just simply want to hold it up, sell it, put it in a thing, and ship it. That's me. Should we only put expensive stuff in the bin? Um, no, I would say this is if you have quantities of items, I think it's important that you put it in your bin. If you want to, for new sellers, put some items in there to make yourself findable. Again, the more items you put in your store, when people are putting that in there in that search engine on Whatnot, they're finding those people that are selling those items. So I think it's very, very important that you do have bin items. Okay. So don't get me wrong. I personally like to do just random pulls. But if I had 1,000 of something, I'd put it into my bin, right? If Let me plug you guys in and we're all gonna be kaput here. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. We're charging. We're good. Phone chargers, very important. There we go. Always have a phone charger. Okay. There you go. So yeah, I think that having items in your bin is very important. I just don't utilize it the way most people do. I just do it for you guys because I don't want you looking through 200 pieces of jewelry in order to find my seller help stuff, right? And so, again, I could make it where it's not added to this show or that. I get it. I understand. But um, prefer to just have a bin for you guys, 99% of it, right? Yeah, you don't need to do the whole spreadsheet thing. I don't know why you would be doing that. Listen, you're making it way more complicated than it needs to be. Step back, take a breath, go watch a few YouTube videos. There's a lot of information out there. Okay, a lot of helpful people. You can make this as complicated as you want to, or you can make it as simple as you want to. And I will tell you that it's really easy. And so if you feel like you're putting a lot of work into something, you're probably overdoing it. Make it simple and easy. Okay. I do a lot of random pulls. I'm just holding it in front of the camera and pushing start. Okay. Um, you can put some bin items in your bin, but I don't think you need to do spreadsheets in the whole bin unless that's just your thing. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Danny, again, I'm very easy. Let's talk about something real quick. I'm glad that Danny has stated that. You guys, if you're ever going into shows and you're asking if you can throw out your promotes, which you guys all know me, I'm really simple and easy. Always knock on the door. And what I mean by is when you walk up to somebody's door, even if they're a friend or they're a family member, unless you like really know them, right? You always knock, right? And so when you're going into other shows and you're trying to self promote yourself or you're trying to share your shows, I always recommend you either red chat the mod or the seller and say, hey, is it okay if I promote my show? It's just common courtesy, right? And so red chat, you can put in the word PayPal. We use the word boobs a lot for breast cancer awareness. Okay. And by doing that, when you red chat somebody, only them and their mods can see that red chat. Because if you go in there right now and you don't red chat, and you guys can all try it right now if you want to, and you go, hey, can I share my show? You've already kind of done that. Most people don't care, but a few people do get a little weird about it. Okay. So make sure that you go in and ask permission, knock on that door, is what I like to say before you start just rambling off stuff. Okay. Um, Again, I'm really easy, simple. You guys know that you can come in and share whatever, as long as it's positive note and it's common courtesy, we're good. Um, you have a ton of jewelry. I have 50,000 pieces sitting here. Listen, jewelry is my thing. Jewelry is my thing. It's small, it's easy to ship. Okay. Small, easy to ship. We're getting a little bit of delay. Also, a little tip and trick for you guys. If you're ever having delays or issues, you can minimize your show, okay? And you can go to your settings and turn on airplane mode and turn it back off. And it's almost like it resets. So give me 1 second. I'm going to do that real quick. No volume. You can't hear me? Sorry, got storms here really bad. So again, stuff happens. People are okay. You get into a situation, run a giveaway, jump on a computer. I was working on my computer. One thing is, if I go live on my computer, it doesn't allow me to switch back over to my phone. Again, my phone has a much better image, and that's what I work off of. So, but always understand that things can happen. Get in that giveaway too. I give away amazing giveaways. Yeah, if you have technical issues, stuff happens. Have a charger. Um, you can minimize it, go to your settings, turn on airplane mode, turn it back off, so utilize those things. Let me make sure that we are powered in here really good. Should be good. Again, stuff happens, right? You like my glamour shot? How do you get mods? Mods are going to be somebody you trust. Okay. You definitely want mods that understand who you are and what you're about, how you do things. They're your tribe. And I will tell you that, again, that is why I love Whatnot. My mods are my best friends. We talk every day on and off the show, and most of us do. We have a little thing off the platform where we're conversating. I would say that my first 6 shows, I didn't have a mod at all. Had no idea what mod was, didn't care to have one, didn't need one. I ran my shows without them. And people started coming and hanging out with me. And it was these people said, "Hey, listen, I like you. I like what you're about." I've been through a couple mods where they've gotten busy themselves and have their own shows. And so, I've gone through some mod changes. That's fine too. But I support them, they support me. I know where my strengths are and I know where their strengths are. There is no expectation, is what I tell people, is that you come and go as you want as a mod. I will come and go as I can. Like, we all have our different lives and we're all busy in our own way, shapes, and forms. And so, I think that's important. Hopefully my phone is charging here correctly. Hold on real quick. You guys want to see Momo too, right? Let me grab Momo. Where's Momo? Come here. I'm grabbing Momo for you guys, so give me a second. Come here. They all want to see you. I'm going to plug this in too, just to make sure. Hi. You want to say hi to everybody? Oh, Chewy wants to say hi too. What's up, Chewy Bug? Huh? Hold on. Everybody's attacking me here. I know I love all of you guys. Hold on. I've got every dog in the world here. We have 3 Great Danes and Momo. Hold on. Make sure we get some power to you guys. Okay, cool. Come here. Come here, Momo. Come here. Oh, you so pretty. Look. Look at everybody. Oh, are you tired? Are you fixing to go night night? Huh? Are you good, dog? Oh, so pretty. Yeah. You going night night? Oh, I love you. I'll let you. Yeah. Say we had a pup cut today. Do I watch UFC? I do. I do a little bit. I do. Everybody thinks it's a Trump hat, and then they're like, "Oh, it says UFC on it." Yeah, yeah. I do watch it. I've been to a couple live ones. I actually got that. Listen, do not ever go to UFC live. It was like 12 hours long. I'm having an issue because what happens is if somebody knocks somebody out within 20 seconds, you're waiting an hour to the next fight. That's just not me. I'd rather watch it on TV now. He weighs 18 pounds. He weighs 18 pounds. Listen, you could offer me $1 million for that dog and you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get him. Would not get him. He is not for sale. Hi, Angel. How are you? All right. Again, Seller Help Show. We do this every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. If you ever have any questions, concerns, let me know. I look at profiles. I'll give you my honest opinion. If there's any kind of issues you have, you can always DM me. I'm not ending the show. I'm just putting that out there. There's a lot of people coming and going. And so I just want to put that out there so that you guys know that you always have support here on Wednesday nights. You get into an issue, get into a problem, you see things, you have any kind of recommendations, send those to me. Didn't realize like tonight that you guys weren't being able to get into your rehearsal mode. You had to do your first show, so I'll put that in as a request. Make sure that gets updated and changed. That way, you guys can go in there and play with that before you ever do your first show. Okay. Starting bid, no. Will I look at your profile? Absolutely. Can you look at my profile? Absolutely. Again, understand that everybody can look at your profile, not just me. So if you have any opinions, I see some other people in here that do help shows. Go in there, take a look at it. We'll give you our honest opinion and anything you can change or update or things that we think will be beneficial to you. In stating that, don't ever get mad at me. You don't like my ideas, throw them out the window, okay? But don't don't think I'm being a punk or mean or anything like that. I'll just give you an honest opinion. So let me take a look here real quick for you. Again, as I look at your name, Midwestern Gems, I expect gems, some kind of jewelry, some kind of diamonds or sapphires or rubies or something like that, right? I love that. It tells me who you are, kind of tells me where you're from. I would really utilize that to promote yourself, create a logo for yourself. Okay. Whatever state you're in with a big old gym or something like that. Again, lots of beautiful people. I will tell you that most people don't remember a face, they remember a slogan, a logo. I say this every week. Do you know who owns McDonald's? Do you know who owns Chick-fil-A? Do you know who owns Walmart? Do they put their photo up there as their banner, as their logo? If you were to make a billboard or a brick and mortar, would it be your face on the front of your store? And if the answer is no, then I want you to think about branding yourself, creating a logo that is a puzzle piece to your name. Okay. People will remember that. So if I took the word McDonald's out of that and just saw a big yellow M, I know it's McDonald's. Normally, people use their own face. If they're a realtor, they're a dentist or a lawyer, right? So with your shop and with your name, Mary, I would definitely think about trying to brand yourself. Use a 3 color palette in creating that logo. Doesn't have to be anything with just a ton of stuff in there. Don't overthink it. Okay. Very colorful, stand outish when you're creating that logo. Okay. I will tell you that all 4 of your shows have the exact same picture, all have the exact same name. Turn you around here real quick. It's monotonous. Go in here and create some different pictures. Also, I don't see that you've put these shows into any category. You need to be in a category. Jewelry finds. It's not enough information. If people come up here and search Okay. The only two words you've used to find your shows is jewelry finds. Does it have sterling? Does it have costume? Does it have Juliana? Does it have Weiss? Does it have rhinestones? Is there gold? Is it Victorian? Is it Georgian? Those are the words I'm looking for to find you because I don't know who you are yet, right? So more customer, more data, the better. Okay. Hey, son. You've got almost 6,000 items sold, which is great. Okay. This should reflect that right there. Why is it that you've sold almost 6,000 items and you only have 16 bookmarks? Be pushing those shows. Make sure you always have, which it looks like you do. Okay. You've got 2,000 followers. Be utilizing the giveaways to get that organic follower. Okay. Be willing to have an advertising expense in your budget in order to capture those followers. It's important. Spend 30, 40 bucks a show. At this point, you're not growing at a point that you need or should be. Okay. You've sold a lot of items. Be capturing the customer base. Get them to bookmark, get them to follow. Okay. Put in your budget. You're making money, I hope, right? Profile picture, brand yourself. Come in here and change this up. Come in here and change, put some keywords, some finder words. Okay. Let's go in your shop and look. You have nothing in your shop. Create you some bin items. Fix a few of those things, come back and ask me again. I don't want to give you too much too fast. It's my son. I was still asking if we could have one of these. Not all of it. It's 25. You can't have all of it. Look how much is in there. Danny, I don't think it's a good idea. Listen, I don't want to hear your stomach hurts. Hi, Randy. How are you? How are you and Linda? Randy and Linda are going to come to our meetup. So again, you know what I'm saying? So think about those concepts. Think about that. How do you're getting people in there? You're selling stuff. That's great. Let's drive the prices up. Let's get more followers. Let's get more bookmarks. Let's get more people in that show. Let's brand you. Okay. Let's brand you. Midwest Gyms. If you're in Oklahoma, like my logo might be Oklahoma and then the big, a big old diamond or something. Again, I don't know where you live or what you're all about. Three color scheme or three color palette. I think that will really be noticeable in a live chat if I was to cover up your name. Hold on. Let me go back. Fix a few of those things. Think about a few of those things and come back. Okay. Absolutely. Other than that, everything looks good. Nice to see you. Hope you guys are doing great. Nook. I probably did. Who else? Hold on. I don't want to go out of turn here. So, um, connection. Did you hear everything I said? If not, you can go to YouTube. I'll cover it real quick. Go in there. I would definitely brand yourself. I would change your, it doesn't look like you're in any kind of category. Hold on, I can go back in real quick. I don't know how much of that you got or didn't get. Switch you. This is monotonous. I would change some of your pictures. I don't see that you're in any category. The information, okay, just says jewelry galore. You're missing a ton of customers because if they come up here and search for vintage, antique, sterling, rhinestone, Weiss, Juliana, whatever, right? All you have in here is two words. You don't care how traffic finds you, you just want the traffic to find you. Okay. Again, your picture, beautiful woman. I want you to try to brand yourself. People will not remember your picture. What they will remember is that big OM for McDonald's. Midwest Gyms, what do you do to brand yourself? Connect those two things. Get some items in your shop. Again, same thing here, what I'm saying to you, same thing right here that I'm saying to you, should be the exact same thing for the items you create in your bin. Antique Juliana costume jewelry brooch, red, right? Louis Vuitton bag number 45679, 1992, leather brown, right? Whatever you guys call your bags. Information in your titles of not only your shows, but your bin items. Come back, fix a few of those things, and ask me again. Because you're not capturing them when they're in buying from you. You've sold a lot of things. Your growth ratio right now, I'm looking at it. Your numbers and what you're selling versus how you're capturing that customer base doesn't match. So you're selling stuff, okay, which is great, but you're not capturing those buyers, that traffic that's coming in your room. You want to know how to capture them? Do this right here. Follower Givey. If you're in the room right now, get in that Givey. If you don't follow me, all that's required is you follow me. Spend that $4 or $5 on that giveaway. If you do 10 of them, you're spending $50 in shipping plus whatever else you're putting in the giveaway, right? Capture that audience. You're selling stuff, you're making money. So at this point, it needs to be in your budget where you're actually able to spend a little bit of money on capturing that audience. And by capturing them, doing giveaways, all organic. Okay. They have found you, they have walked in your store. Okay. Here's a 10% off coupon. Here's a 20, you know, how do you how do people capture you is what you need to be thinking. Hey, will you come back and shut my door? Yeah. And so what is it that stores do to you to capture you? Think about that process, right? Thank you. And so that's what I would tell you. You're selling stuff, but you absolutely need to be capturing that. Good night. Love you, Momo. Are you going night night? Hold on. I love you. Good night. You going night night? Why's your feet all wet? I just went outside. Did you go potty? Were you a good dog? Say no. No, you didn't go potty? Why not? Did you just go out there and play in the rain? Yes. I love you. Good night. Good night, Mama. Be in there a minute. Turn TV on. Okay. Nighty night. There's chicken mac and cheese and then like little barbecue. What are your thoughts on promoting? I think that if it's in your budget, yes. If you're going to do it, do the 1 hour versus the 15 minute. If you're in your budget to do both, great. But push the button when you're rocking and rolling. Okay. As you get bigger and you're growing, I don't ever promote. Okay. When I was younger and kind of a new seller, I said, hey, what's the return of ratio? What's my what am I getting back from this promotion? Does it make sense or not? Right at the end of your show, you have a summary. You're selling stuff, so you know what I'm saying. um, Try a 1 hour. Again, I don't know what times you go on or anything like that. Newer sellers go on late at night, early in the morning. Say this every week. You know, what did what's the big jewelry show, QVC? What did QVC realize in the jewelry section? Okay, I know my customer. For any new seller in here, know who you're targeting. Who is your customer base? Is it a teenage boy that likes Nike shoes? Is it the 40-year-old guy that's trying to capture some of his younger life and he collects baseball cards or football cards? Right? So you're selling cards. Is it jewelry where you're capturing women, right? Whether it be a working woman, whether it be a woman that just loves bling, right? Understand your customer base. I think that's very important. So QVC said, hey, listen, when are women not taking care of their families, not cooking dinner, not going to work, not dealing with all the other crap, right? They said, listen, when are they available? They ran their jewelry shows 8, 9, 10, up to 4 o'clock in the morning. That is when there is no noise going on in women's lives and they can't sleep and their husband's snoring, or they're getting up to eat some ice cream, or they're checking on the sick kid, right? Understand when the best time is for you. A lot of you try to compete with a normal big dog business during the day, and that's probably not the best time. Okay. Those busy times during the day, some of your promotions can be 50, $60 an hour. Late at night when nobody else is on, your promotions can drop to like $15, $16. You'll get 10 times more raids. Okay. Just saying. Thought process there. Okay. They listen, I know you. I know what you're after. I got you. I know my customer base. And I would say this to anybody in the room too is When people find you and they like you, take care of them. Give them some extra stuff. Put it in there. Make the value. If somebody comes in and buys 10 Cokes for you, here's an extra one. You buy 10 pairs of shoes, my goodness, I'm going to send you an extra one. At the end of the day, retaining the customer, making the customer happy, making that connection is more important. Create a lifetime customer and friend. I think that's super important. If I sell you something today and I screw you over, or you have a bad taste in your mouth, you don't come back. It is important that you treat your customers like you would want to be treated. Okay. Very, very important. Everybody likes free stuff. Everybody likes free stuff. And I'm fixing to open these giveaways. So give me a second. So, and in return, if you're a customer of mine and I see you're starting up, I'm going to come support you. I'm going to be part of you. And I think that's very important. Again, very honest about stuff, always call things out. Even as consigners send me things, sometimes I have a knowledge and they might not like to hear it, but I don't ever want to represent something that is not true. And so a seller sent me something, I absolutely love her, and I know that she didn't mean to do it. Sent me a piece of jewelry. I knew that came from India. It was marked 925. And I know damn good and well it's not sterling silver. And so I called it out. Hey, listen, it's marked 925. This is not sterling. Okay. That is what you need to do as a seller. That's your reputation on the line. Okay. Thrifty sunflower. Yeah. There are certain days like Sunday evenings, some of the jewelry people think, oh, I'm going to jump on here because all the big other sellers do. That's probably not the time. 6, 7 o'clock for jewelry sellers on Sunday nights. Some of the biggest sellers on the platform are jumping on at that point in time. Um, Try to go on after them. Try to go on before them. Try to do a later show. Okay. Um, I see people doing lunch shows now. They'll do just 1 hour lunch. Be very cognitive and understanding as to time zones, right? East Coast, West Coast. When are people driving? When are people getting off the work? When are people eating? So take all those things into accountability when you're running shows. I hope it helps. Listen, I do this. I love helping. Again, I love selling things, but more importantly, this gives me an ability to be part of something. I don't drive. I have severe seizures. I've got some health things, and so I jumped on here because I've been an auctioneer all my life. Like we've owned a couple companies, and it's what I enjoyed. I didn't have to do it. I enjoyed doing it, and I can't do that anymore. So the Whatnot app enabled me to still be part of that type of business, where I'm not so on demand, if that makes sense. I can't say, hey, listen, I'm going to do a sale for you every Thursday at 8 o'clock, right? I just can't do that. And so it enables people with disabilities and real lives to still do what they love and sell things and um, stimulate their income. So I love the app. I don't have anything bad to say whatsoever. There's always changes and updates. There's always going to be a few here and there, folks, that you're like, they give you the cringe, right? And that's part of the world. You go into the grocery store, you walk in Walmart, you're on a baseball team. The people you go to church, there's always going to be a few that you're just like, you know, listen, I don't let any of that bother me. I do my thing. I am who I am. Me and Sandy had this conversation earlier. I am who I am, right? I represent me. And in doing your show, always be you. You don't have to pretend to be anybody else. And the people that like you will like you. The people that don't, they keep on moving, right? I hope. I really, I hope. I loved your show. I think you had amazing items. Um, I love that you turn the camera around on you. We got to personally see you. I think that is a connection. Once you make that connection in your live show, my first 3 or 4 shows, I never turn the camera around. Once I turn the camera around, people are like, "Oh, you're not this 80-year-old guy wearing you know, Vietnam hat." And I'm like, "No, I'm only 45." Um, People made that connection. They're like, "Your voice doesn't match you." People like that. Again, you don't have to do that the entire time. Most of my show, probably 80% of my show, the camera's not turned around on me. It's focused on the items I'm selling. So I love that. Show was set up. The lighting was great. Let me remember a little bit here. I look at probably 100 profiles a day. Um, Donna, the only thing that I would tell you that you need to do is you need to create. Again, I'm going to throw you out there. Go in and edit your profile on your phone. Okay. Congratulations. I'll show you guys your giveaways in just a second. Create your brand for this. Nook of Nana. Okay. Donna, I might get rid of your last name on your profile too, just for security reasons. Okay. Um, you had a great show. The lighting was great. Again, see this? It's almost too much. Okay. If I was creating this, again, you didn't do this, and I understand that. I like yours. See the difference, you guys? This almost is too much. This is very shabby chic, is what Sandy would say. Go in and edit this. Okay. See how this is, you can't see what it says up there. Be understanding as to where these thumbnails, whatnot, puts on your images are. Okay. And if you're ever having an issue with sizing, you can always take this picture and throw it into Chat GPT and tell it, make this picture size, what is it? 1080 by 1920, I think. Okay. And it'll give you a perfect thumbnail size for your thumbnails. But be understand that, listen, when my customers are coming in here, half this is not being seen because of the placement, right? Me, I'd change your title completely. You're in some amazing categories. Love this. Okay. I'd get rid of the modern. I would put it into sterling. Okay. You had sterling in your show the other night. Get rid of modern, put in sterling. Vintage, designer, and sterling. Those are the 3 top for Jory. Okay. Um, monotonous. Monotonous. I want to see some real pictures. Not all of them. Monotonous. When all of them are the same thing, you'll get less bookmarks. Go in here and put some real pictures in there. Okay. Lay some of that stuff out on the table and take some pictures of it. All right. You're at a very competitive time. I will tell you that. 6 p.m., 6 p.m., 6 p.m., 6 p.m. And I understand that that's your time probably. Might change some of these times up and see if they work better for you. If you can do an early show, and I'm talking like 4 o'clock in the morning. If you can do a late show, and I'm talking like 10 o'clock at night, see if that alters or changes your numbers. Nana, you need to go up here. Listen, we love you. And I know you're proud of your 9 grandchildren. Okay. I want to see some more here. Tell me what's up. Okay. What do you got to offer? What are you selling me? Okay. Go in there and look at mine. Edit this on your phone. Add some emojis. And if you don't know how to do it, you got 9 of them right there that all 9 of them know how to do it. Profile picture. Okay. Absolutely. And I know you didn't ask. I know you didn't ask, and I just did that. And it's because I care. I want you to be successful. I want you to make more money. I feel like I robbed you almost. You know what I'm saying? Like I got some really good items at really low prices, and drive those, create that traffic, get more people in there. You know what I'm saying? In doing so, you'll grow. Quality items at quality prices is great. It'll help you grow. Um, but change up some of that. Your titles, you know how it says low starts, high energy, beautiful jewelry, come on in. None of those, none of those works. None of those words are people searching for, except for the word jewelry. So for your show, again, I would put in vintage. You had vintage, you had antique. Okay. Vintage, antique, rhinestone, rings, bracelets, necklace, costume, jewelry, show. Okay. All key words that people are looking for. The minute you make that your title, you'll get more bookmarks. The minute you put in real pictures, so right now all I see is a cameo on a bus and it's Chat GPT. You show me you have Juliana. You showed me that you had what was it I bought from you? I can't even think of what it was called. What was that necklace? Joan Rivers. The minute you put the word Joan Rivers in your title, you'll see your shows double or triple. Okay. Believe me. Well, I'm glad. I hope, listen, I age doesn't matter, is what I tell people all the time. You know, I had a grandfather that I thought he will never figure this out. I bought him a computer. Okay. Every email he thought was a real email. You know, he got all those ones. You won $10 million. I had to remote access this computer almost daily, but I didn't think he'd even figure out how to turn the thing on. And that was 15 years ago. And before I knew it, you know, he's 85 years old and he's whipping around on that computer like no other. So age doesn't matter. But yeah, think about that. Make some changes. See if that works any better for you. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I love helping. It has nothing to do. Know that I'm your community host too. So if you ever have a on the platform, you have, I think there's like 36 of us, maybe one or two less or more. I'm not for sure. I haven't add them all up. I think there's around that. Anybody that lets you know that they're a community host, they normally have help shows. They're helping their community. They're held at a higher standard and than anybody else. We have a lot of just direct communication with whatnot, where if we see an issue or we think there's a better idea. And so I love putting it out there that I am one. That way you guys can bring me ideas or problems or issues, and I can run that up the chain a lot faster than just sending a support ticket, right? Or if there's an idea, hey, listen, I'd like to see this or that. You know, so know that most of you guys do have a community host. All of them are willing to help. Very knowledgeable people that are very active on the platform. Um, Several of us are premier sellers, not all of us, but most of us, you know, we do this because we enjoy it. We enjoy helping and seeing other people strive to be more, make more, and do better. So, Davis Family Jewels, how are you? Play with it too. You know, when you become, I would say that in the beginning, you can be I want you to be almost routine. Okay. Create a customer base that lets them know, hey, listen, I'm going to be on at 5 o'clock in the morning every morning. And as you grow, so will your show, right? Then you can start playing with things and being a little bit different. Now I'm doing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 o'clock. And now you're after a new customer base. So maybe Tuesdays and Thursdays, you do a 7 or 8 o'clock PM. You know, the longer the show, the more people, it's like a rotation of customer base. Okay. A lot of my growth is from doing very long shows. My shortest show ever is 6 hours. My longest show was 24 hours. When I ended that show, I had over 500 new followers. Okay. What happens is people are on and busy at different times, right? Not everybody works in the morning. Some people work at night. Okay. Not everybody takes lunch break at 12. Some people take it at 1. They're busy taking care of their kids at this time. So the rotation of people's getting on and off the app are different, right? The morning shows, and I don't do a lot of morning shows. What I've realized is a lot of people get better pricing in the morning, early morning hours. They spend their daily quota and they're like done. So some of the evening shows, my numbers were a little bit lower than if they were in the morning because people have already been on the app and spent all their money, right? But I will tell you, the longer shows, the longer you can run, the better. Comfortable chair. You need a back pad, get you a back pad. You need a butt pad, get you a butt pad. Nice lighting, a fan, lighting. Again, with my lights, I don't have them blaring in my eyes. They're blaring on my product. Um, Comfortable music, a cold drink is always a must. Nobody expects you to be a robot. They expect for you to be human. They expect good conversation. Talk about who you are, what you're about. Be funny, be real. I think those are all ways we connect in real life. If you were to meet somebody for the first time, how is it that you represent yourself? How is it that you conversate with that person? Say hello. Talk about real things. My kid hit a mailbox. My dog just farted. Whatever, right? Like create those conversations. And a lot of people, it's hard because you're like, I'm talking to myself. No, you have a chat. They're talking back. And all of a sudden you got Linda and Randy showing up in Oklahoma to visit you. All of a sudden you got all these friends that you've never had. And I absolutely love it. It's amazing. I've done that before. I went to sit down in my chair, um, moved on me, and I hit the floor. I know that experience. You're like, I am the. They probably think I'm on all kinds of drugs. Yeah, done that. Been there. I don't know if people. Some people like chaos. Some people like to be yelled and screamed at. That's not me. A lot of times you come to my show, I've got some Jesus music on, got some jazz music on. Again, I just be me. What makes me comfortable, um, what enables me to be me is what I want to always represent. I don't ever try to create. Sandy, was that you? Was that you that? um, you know, Again, we live in a world where a lot of things are accepted. And, you turn on the TV and I am who I am. I believe in what I believe. And a lot of that other stuff is not for me. And there's a reason on TV you have all these different soap operas and stuff like that. And I'm not judging. I'm just saying that's just not me. I like to talk about real things, be real people, and you can come buy stuff or you don't. Like it is what it is. The quality speaks for itself. Our conversations, I don't ever really get off into too much drama. That's not me, right? I don't ever feel like. So there is at this point, it's kind of like, oh, the site. It's forget what that's called now. Hold on. I listen. I'm just Spotify's on. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, everybody's listening to music until they kind of make it a big deal. I see A lot of your whatnot employees are actually sellers on this platform, and you don't know. A lot of them have music, and so until they say, "Listen, I'm playing my Spotify," but there are some sites that are non-licensed music that you can go listen to and play, if that's a worry of yours. Just so you know. I don't like being yelled at anywhere, anytime. I'm gone. You drop the GD word, I'm gone. You're listen, ladies, you can do it in a very professional manner. Okay, I'm just saying. It's just not who I am. But listen, if you're trying to show the girls to keep me around, listen, my wife walks in, I'm in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Next, I'm not getting in trouble. I'm just saying, ladies. I see some shows and I'm like, listen, put the girls up, or I'm gonna have to leave. Just so you know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I am a man and I get it, but I'm listen. My wife walks in, I'm dead. Next show. How do I set my shipping prices? All right, so I'm going to tell you how I do it. Again, you can go watch this on YouTube. We've talked about it a couple times tonight, um, but mine's a little bit different than most people. And as you get to this point, I want you to think about this. Okay, I do a $4 flat fee. You're like, Brock, how do you do that? Well, most of my packages are under a pound, right? So I will cover the rest, and incentivizes my buyers to not only come in and buy things, but to bid on things. Yes, the final price matters, but getting to that final price takes bids. And so once you come in and buy one thing from me, your shipping is now free. Well, Brock, how do you afford that? If I spend $2 and you buy 10 items, Love's in here, right? Listen, I will throw $2 at $100 any day of the week. That is my mindset. Okay. It's kind of like Amazon. Let's talk about Amazon. Listen, if you'll come on, any of you guys know this, you come on to Amazon and you buy something, you spend over $25, your shipping's free, right? That's my same mindset here. Is if you come in and buy one item and pay $4 on shipping, the rest of your order is free, right? It's a mindset. If your shipping is at 921, people will hesitate and they will not bid until they know that they can make up that money on that shipping. So when you go to the grocery store, think about this. You go to the grocery store, you drive into Walmart, right? Do you ever go in there and just buy one item? It's almost impossible. And kind of like, no. When you go to Walmart, you go to your grocery store, you're buying the milk, you're buying the eggs, you're buying the cheese, you're buying the diapers, you're buying whatever it is you need because you've spent the money and gas to get there. You've spent your time. You're going to buy what you want, right? You're going to buy what you need. Same way with my store. You walk in my store and you buy one item. I guarantee you 90% of the time people buy 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 100 items from me. True story. Okay. How many items does this have in it? This would be a normal purchase for most people. They buy at least 5, 6, 7 items. Okay. This box, they spent $4. I might spend, I might spend another dollar 20, I think, on getting this to them. They spent over $200. I will throw $1.20 at $200 any day of the week. My sales went double, triple, quadruple, 4 times, 5 times, 100 times. Once you realize that concept, yes. Am I coming out of my own pocket $1.20? Yeah, I'll throw $1.20 at $200 or $300 any day of the week. How many can I throw it at? Right? Turnover. 2 ounces. Let me take that back. And again, I don't want to confuse any new sellers. Okay, the option in flat rate, or excuse me, flat shipping price is not available to everybody. What happened is a lot of people got on here and said, "Oh, love that concept. They spent $4, but the package was $6. They didn't realize the other $2 was coming out of their pocket." So not everybody is able to do that as a new seller. At some point, you can say, hey, listen, just $4 flat fee. Most of my packages, let me take that back, I mark them as 1 ounce. The realization is when I go to create my shipping label, I do it on a computer and I can edit all of that. So let me go in here and show you real quick. Again, do it on a computer. Has anybody bought more than 2 items from me tonight? Hold on, let me see. And I see that you guys have bought the Zoltar. I will get to those. If I don't read them live, you will actually get one. But there's a couple of my customers in the room right now that are not into that kind of thing, and so I'll wait till they leave or go to bed, and I know they're not in here. Again, it's just like a fortune cookie, but I respect them and who they are and what they're about, and so I don't do that until they leave the room or go to bed or whatever. Let me see. So let me go to shipments. Again, when we do this on a computer, let me flip you around real quick. Okay. So when I go into my account over here, okay, I like to do this on, you're going to go to shipments. Make sure this doesn't show anybody's information. Okay. Has anybody bought more than 2? Hey, Danny Discounts, are you still in here? Danny Discounts, are you still in here? Hey, you bought a couple things for me tonight. Is it okay? I won't show your address or anything like that, but can I use your purchase is to kind of show the room what I do and how I do it? Okay, just want to make sure. Again, I will hide all your private information, but I want to use your purchase. I just want to respect you there. So Danny has bought something from me tonight. Actually, bought 2 items from me. And I'll switch you around real quick. So this is Danny's right here. Okay. Bought 2 items. See that? So if I wanted to edit this, okay, see my settings as 12, 12, 12, needs label, generate label. So right here, you can come in here on a computer and you can click on the gray area. Okay. I'm gonna hide your information here real quick. So they want to give away and they bought the Apexel. Okay. Now look where it says edit shipping details. Okay. Now this package says it is 2 ounces. As long as I keep this under 16 ounces, or excuse me, under 15 ounces and under, my price will not change. Okay. Again, this is with 15 ounces and under packages. You jewelry folks that are in here. Okay. So what I can do, let's say that a Pexel is actually 8 ounces. I'm going to take you off screen real quick. I'm going to click on edit shipping details. Till I do that, you'll see all their information. So I got to be careful. Okay. So when I edit their shipping details, this is what pops up. Okay. I can go in here and I can change this box size. I can change the ounces. So let's just say, okay, this is currently at, let's change it to 15 ounces. So delete. Okay. We've updated that. Now watch what happens. I owe no extra money. Okay. Now the minute I go over 15 ounces, it should do an upcharge here. We'll see though. Now I owe 492. Now I owe an extra, and that will come out of my pocket, not theirs. So pretty much I've now made, this is a $8 package. They paid 351 and now I have to pay 492 because I went over that. Okay. Most of my packages are 15 ounces or under. But this is where you can go in and you can turn on flat rate. Okay. You can go in, let's say this was a really expensive package. Let's say this was a $1,000 package. I can pay, Again, this will come out of my pocket if I want to protect my own butt. I can turn on signature. I can turn on add insurance. Again, this will come out of my own pocket. It's an extra $2.80. Okay. And it's going to go, it'll base it off their actual value. Okay. Again, this is all available on a computer. But see how I played with that a little bit? I suggest you go in and play with yours as well. Okay. Just to see how things work. What makes sense, what doesn't make sense. Yeah, so your packages are automatically covered up to $100. Okay, with Shippo. Anything over $100, you're taking the gamble. Okay, so normally for me, if you've purchased $400 or more, I will add that extra insurance to protect myself. But again, I'm paying for it. Bundles of what? Bundles of what? Tell me what it is you're bundling. So more than likely, if it's heavy, you're probably going to do a flat rate. So go to USPS.com. Okay, this is the best. The first thing you need to do is go to USPS.com, order you a bunch of free shipping supplies. Understand the flat rate and priority are different. Okay, see which box works best for you, and then that will decide which shipping profile you'll want to create for those bundles of jewelry. Again, I don't know how many pounds. Like I have 50,000 pieces. I could create 70 pounds of jewelry to put in a box. If it's a pound or under, that's probably going to be your best option if you're doing bundles. So you might weigh you out a bag at 12, 13 ounces, right? Because your box is going to weigh another couple ounces, right? So get you some boxes, put it in the box, and try to keep it under 15 ounces, 15 ounces and under. That'll be your cheapest for your customer base. So once you hit 16 ounces, it goes into a whole nother category and it gets more expensive. If you can keep it 15 ounces or less to include the box, okay, that is probably going to be your cheapest option for your customers. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? 16 ounces is a pound. Once you hit a pound, it's a whole nother category. So I do my shipping at 4.95. Great. Whatever you can reduce that shipping out, that's perfect, right? Like if you're willing to throw us smaller sellers, like listen, take advantage of it. People that doing the heavy stuff, they don't get to play with it as much as we do. Okay. We're selling smaller, lighter weight items. That is why I love our category. Sports cards is kind of the same way. Anything small and easy to ship, we get to really manipulate or play with those numbers. Um, versus some of these people that are doing 5 pound, 10 pound, 20 pound boxes, right? But I just kind of showed you how you can play with that, you know. And that's totally fine, Danny. Absolutely. It's kind of where you're at, what you're available to do. Again, yeah, clothes. And that's what I'm saying. Like you folks that are dealing with heavier items, you will get hosed, right? And so that's when you come into play with that flat rate shipping. Okay. Order you free supplies. Figure out what profile is going to fit you best. If you can do 921 and offer and get a ton of stuff in that flat rate large box, that is probably going to be your best option, right? Um, but not everybody, us smaller sellers that are dealing with lighter items can really manipulate that shipping system. Whereas those folks that are selling heavier items, they can't manipulate it. Their best manipulation is listen, I can fit 200 pieces in this flat rate box, right? And that's how they manipulate more product, okay, versus the weight. Right, Danny? Yes, 921 shipping on this platform only. If you go to USPS.com or if you go to USPS store, realize that's a retailer and it will not be 921. It will not be 921 if you show up to the store and try to buy that postage. It is on Whatnot platform, and it is the agreement Shippo has with USPS. Absolutely. I hope I've helped you. Did you see how that worked? Did you see how it worked? Nook, did you see how that works, or do you want me to show you real quick? With jewelry, so I can't it's based on the routes of travel. Okay. So your packages, for me, my mailman picks up my packages daily. You can schedule a pickup um, and try to get those out as fast as possible, or you can take those to your local post office and drop them off and just have them either scan it or create a scan sheet. Your packages get picked up from your house, they go to your local post office. That post office then ships them to a sorting facility. At that sorting facility, they have what, 100 different routes. Okay. The determination whether it goes priority or ground is based on those routes. I will tell you those trucks are being filled up with the exact same packages, whether it's ground or priority, it really doesn't matter. Okay. They're going on the same route. They don't get handled anything differently. Go on YouTube and go look at a sorting facility. Ask anybody in the postal system, hey, listen, they're just filling up those routes as fast as possible. So a route is a big old container, 40-foot container truck, semi truck that drives from Oklahoma to New York, right? They're filling that truck up. From that sorting facility, it goes to another sorting facility. From that sorting facility, it goes to your local post office, right? And then to your home. That is how that works. Don't ask me why, but that's how it's set up. Okay. Um, if a package gets lost or damaged, go in, file a claim. If it's lost, what will happen is the last person, the last scan, wherever that scan was, the local postmasters will get a lost packages. And their very first thing they need to do, or they do in the morning, is go find that package. Okay. So every morning, the local postmaster or that sorting facility, okay, we've got all these lost packages. We were the ones that scanned it last. They are required to go find it or figure out what's going on with it. Thank you so much for the raid. Give me 1 second. So your question is it ground? It's all determined when you go to do shipping. You don't get to control that unless you want to do turn on flat rate, then it's going flat rate, right? Let me give you a second real quick and two raids. Thank you for both your raids. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna probably do these out of thing. Barb loves vintage jewelry. Absolutely love your logo. 5.0 rating, 251 items sold. Has over 1,000 followers. Teacher, warrior, turned jewelry thrifter. Next show is Saturday at 3:45. Push to 1K raid train. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hope you had a wonderful show. Who was the other one? There you go. Retired USPS. PJ. PJ, is anything I just said wrong? If so, correct me, please. I will. I'll show it to you in just a second. Who is my other raider? Will you? Who is my chat's going really fast? Thank you. This is Lisa. Um, Co Lisa 90679. Listen, are you happy with that name? Because I wouldn't be. As long as you don't have any open orders or undelivered orders, go in and search a name that you like. Okay. Try to brand yourself, but never, I will never remember that name. Okay. So I would love for you to go in and brand yourself and request a name change. In your shop, you have all kinds of toys. Your next show is always have another show scheduled. Okay. Always have two shows scheduled. Thank you so much for your raid. Appreciate your raid this evening. Absolutely. Thank you. Lots of Avon. Absolutely. Give me 1 second. So so the person that worked for the post office, am I wrong? I'm pretty close, right? Yeah, so let me show you real quick. Let me find my other phone. So this is it. Okay. We've sold a ton of these. So if you get a little note that says, hey, listen, this will show up in a couple days, it'll show up in a couple days. Okay. So on your phone, again, our cameras are so stinking smart, right? They normally have 2 or 3 lenses. Each one of these lenses has a job to do, right? That's why there's 3 of them. This requires no batteries, and it is a lens. It's a magnification tool as well. Okay. But by using this tool, I use it in every show. You just simply take this, it has like a little clip on it, and you put it on your phone. And you might have to adjust it a little bit to make sure that all 3 of those eyes or those 2 eyes are within this lens. And what you're doing is you're forcing all these eyes to look through one, right? It's what it looks like on my phone. And then, okay, my phone is dead, promise. Okay, it'll charge in just a second. Once it's on your phone, all you do is do this. Okay, when you're in your show, this is all you're doing. And I'll put it on my phone so you can see. So a lot of shows you'll be in and they'll be trying to hold their hands up and because everything's blurry, they're like, "Oh, how many of those shows have you been in?" Right? Or there's all this blurriness chaos. Take my lens, we'll switch it around. Okay. And I'm just simply putting my lens on. Lens is on. I normally have a little light here. Okay. See how nothing's out of focus? And again, all I'm doing is pinching. I'm not moving my phone. I'm not moving anything. All I'm doing is opening and closing my fingers. See how you're really able to see that? Again, our phones are really smart. We have a great picture, but if you'll notice my background, how it's trying to see how everything's coming in and out of blur. By forcing that eye to look through one lens, I don't have those issues when that lens is on. And that is why you'll have so many people going, you know, it's because your phones are so stinking smart. Okay. Hold on. My chat really gets going. So if I miss something, just repost it. I promise you I'll try to answer it. Okay. Some priority, right? Not all of it though. A lot of it gets put on the exact same trucks. Pin it. It's always in there. I'm just letting you guys know we've sold 300 of those. I don't know how many's left over there. So if you get a little note in the mail that says it'll show up in a couple days, it'll show up in a couple days. Don't get mad at me. Okay. I don't know how many I've got left in inventory sitting over there. So if you buy one, I promise you it will show up if you get a little thing that says, okay, don't say, oh, I just got this. Listen, you can wait to give me feedback until it arrives, but it might take a couple extra days. Danny, Danny, it's okay. Hey, listen, if you don't want both, just go in and put a cancellation. That would be even better. If you don't want one, if you bought 2 on accident, just right. If you're forward facing, it does you no good. Okay. I've never really tried that. I guess you could do it. I'm just touching my phone. I mean, you have a lens on this side too, right? Never really tried that. Look at that beard, baby. I normally do it the other way around. Like, I mean, you can put it here if you wanted to, but you know, it totally works. Yeah, never really done it that way. Um, no, vacation mode does not hurt anything. Just make sure all your orders are out, right? Before you put that vacation mode on, I would just go in and make sure everything's showing as delivered. Again, taking too long of a vacation can hurt you, not in a sense of account wise, but maybe people forget about you. So if you take a couple months off, and I tell people this all the time, Lady K Jules, one of my mods, took a couple months off, had some personal things going on, just was really busy in life. And she had shows where she had 30 or 40 people in it. And she came back and it was almost like she was in a rebuild where now she's looking at 10, 12, 15 people. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm going to throw this out there. If anybody's interested, okay, this is, we print these 250 at a time. This is my shipping help guide. Okay. Has all your information. This is how a lot of big sellers will teach you. And this is why so many people get confused on this app. This is for people that are shipping 1 pound and over. For me, that is not how mine is set up. Most of my items are under 1 pound, right? This is a great little guide, hands on. You can sit here and go, okay, I need to do this, this, and create several different profiles for yourself. Okay. On the back, just some best practices, my QR codes. Okay. All my amazing people that help me, my mods. These, I'm always changing this bottom one. These are my main folks. They're always helping me. They're very super helpful. A lot of information. This one changes constantly. Rustic Rose, Miss Jane, lots of different people have been on this. Love your profile there, Velvet. These are my two sponsors for this one. Both these folks paid $50. Helps cover the cost of these. These are not available. I've sold out of these. If you are interested in being a sponsor, it is in my bin. It's $50 and we will call you out till all 250 of those things are sold. I'm still calling them out. Okay. So Tamlin's Treasure, both these are jewelry sellers. Okay. Ballin. And again, that sponsorship just helps us pay for it. They're $3 when we normally have them plus 74 cents. It does not cover the cost of these. Okay. These are pretty expensive to make. But I wanted to keep the cost very low for folks. You know, I see a couple other big sellers selling these for $9, $15, and it's one page and it does not give enough information and it's actually really confusing. So I came up with my own, put a lot of thought into this. A YouTube channel here. So if that's something that interests you, it's in my bin. We only allow two, three, maybe three sponsors per one, and we will call you out all the time. Okay. And they'll tell you I got every buck. So if you're interested, let me know. Send me a DM. We'll put you on 250 of those. And then you're sitting in people's houses, right? Kind of fun. Again, yeah. $10, $15. Diana is amazing. Go ask her about me. See what she says. You want to sponsor? Well, listen, it's in the bin if you're interested, I think. I hope. Maybe. Hold on. It'd be great because I'm doing a reprint on these and also bookmark this. I'm going to pin this real quick. Do not buy this. Hold on. Let me edit this so nobody buys this. We'll make it $10,000. Two people have bought these. And I'm like, no, don't buy them. Um, Pin this. Actually, she's in, one of them is in the room right now. Just bookmark this, and then anytime I go live, you'll get notified that I'm live. Okay. Is that sponsorship in there? Hold on. It's not in there. Hold on real quick. Okay. And I only offer so many of these. So if you're interested, once they are gone, they are gone. no, don't feel any kind of obligation. It's just a fun, helps out with me able to offer these at such a low cost to everybody. So there you go. Should be in my bin now. But make sure you bookmark that. I hope it's in there. There it is. I'll pin this real quick. If you're interested, there you go. No worries. Um, so the graphics are different. So you will see here in mine, okay? You will see here in mine, see how this one's chosen versus down here, the middle one's chosen. And it's because, okay, and that is the reason because of this is that um, I don't have flat rate turned on. Okay. I know that when after my show, if I need to send something flat rate, I can edit it on my computer and send it flat rate. So let's say somebody comes into my jewelry show and everything is at 1 ounce, right? And they buy 50 items. Okay. Well, we're way over that 1 pound at that point, right? And now I can play with that flat rate by turning it on and turning it off and see if it charges me any extra money. Okay. Versus I have it turned on all the time because I send big old case packs. Or, like she said, I sell a bunch of clothing, right? So she's constantly got this on because it's offering that option to her customers, right? Versus me, most of my things are under 1 pound. So I leave it off because I want my customers to get the cheapest shipping they possibly can to get them involved in my show. Again, I even took it a step further where I do just a $4 flat fee. But for you folks that are not doing the flat fees, leave it off, understanding that you can edit it after your show and turn it on if need be. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you bought one of those, send me the logo you want me to put on there that represents your show. Okay. So if you don't want me to use your actual profile image that you're using right now, send me the new image. Okay. Make it very clear and easy to read. Ken, I will play with it. I will really, and I will call you out a ton. That's part of this. You're getting something for that sponsorship. You're being put on a brochure that 250 people or more. I normally order about 300 to be honest with you, just to make sure that I keep one and then I give them out as giveaways and stuff like that. But I will call you out. You will get your $50 worth. I promise you that. Just make sure I have the right logo you want to use. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, you can jump on eBay right now. These things are a lot more expensive than what I'm offering. Okay. There is one other place you can get them a little bit cheaper. That takes about 4 weeks to get. I order these in bulk. That is how I'm able to offer them. Okay. What it will come like. Let me show you the complete. Okay. Let me take one out of the box so you guys can see exactly how it comes out of the box. It is it will come in this box right here. Let's put it together. Okay. Some of them might be in 3 pieces. Okay. So all you're going to do, they have lens protectors on them. Okay. There's the back, pops right off. All you're going to do is screw that on. Okay. There's your lens, right? Let me see if my phone's open now. Got a haircut. My neck's on. Um, so here's my spare phone. Okay. You're going to take this lens, no batteries or anything like that, and you're going to fit it right over those eyes, whether you have two or you have one. Okay. Right. Sometimes you got to play with it, look on your screen, like, listen, is it in focus, out of focus, right on? Okay. Again, this is just my normal camera here. So once you have it on your phone, all you do is this right here. And I'll show you on my phone. Is I'm just opening and closing my fingers. Okay. Okay. It's going to go on right now. Okay. And what you're doing is you're forcing all those eyes, those lenses, to look through one lens. No issues with blurriness or focusing issues because you're forcing all those eyes to look through that one lens. Okay. Reduces probably about 90% of the issues with blurriness, not able to focus. Okay. Now watch. See how that's all out of focus? Like it's trying to look at the shoe down here. With the lens on, it won't do that. And so you always have those people going, look at this ring, because everything's out of focus. And so this reduces that issue. What devices do I use to run a show? I have an O-ring. I use my phone to actually do the showing of the show. Okay. Um, I've set something up that's kind of works for me. Again, one size does not fit all. You have to kind of figure out what works best for you. And so I've been very creative with my jewelry shows. Again, I have a light issue. A lot of people don't have to do this type of thing because they don't have a light issue. So as you can tell, my house, all my lights are a dim light or a low beam light because I have seizures, and so one of my triggers is really bright lights and loud sounds and those types of things. So my shows normally when I'm under a light, it's all contributed to you guys, not to me. It's not in my face. So in that, I created me this little device here. Okay. And so this is a laptop holder. It's super heavy where I can sit it on my desk, right? Or if I need to get up a little bit, I will put it up on like a little box or something, right? But it's heavy enough where I'm not tipping it over. A lot of these little tripods and stuff, which I'm on right now, right, are so flimsy and whimsical. If you touch it, it's going to bump it over. So what I did was I created me something that is super, this is meant to hold a laptop, right? Like you really got to do something. Stuck it in there. I'll take you out and put my phone in there so you can see. Okay. So normally when you come into my show, this is what I'm using. I put it in that holder. Sometimes I'll put it on a box or something. Okay. I don't know if any of my ring lights are turned on, but hold on. Let me plug up my lights in for you guys real quick. Hold on. One more light here. Hold on. Okay. So normally, again, I use a mechanic's light as well. Okay. These are super cheap. Okay. But you can play with it, turn it, twist it. So off to the side, I have a mechanic's light. Up here, I normally have, a ring light. Okay. Or a desk light even works. Okay. Again, I can play with this lighting source, but again, I'm in that. Okay, might have a little stand. Again, I can play with this and lenses on. Oh, so if I need to, I can pick this up. Now my hands are, but it is stationary, right? I'm in that little holder. No, I think a good combination. Again, turning the camera around, introducing yourself. Can you imagine talking to somebody on the phone forever and not ever being able to see them? So I think that turning the phone around and making that personal connection is very vital or important to selling. Thank you so much for the raid. 1 second, if I missed your raid, who raided me? I'm sorry. I read my chat, as you can tell. I'm looking away. I'm reading from my computer because it's a little bit bigger. And who? Let me look. Who raided me real quick? On my phone, it's so much smaller, so I like to look at my computer um, because I see a lot more chat than what's on my phone. I'm sorry if you rated me. Give me 1 second. Absolutely. So taking photos, um, I think you can get a pretty good picture without that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, the lens is great for people that are having like a show and they're getting blurriness because your eyes are so smart, right? But for just taking normal pictures, I think you're great. Unless it's like really small stuff. Who rated me? I am so sorry if I missed your rate. I'm looking here. Yeah, so always start your show on your phone and then start it on your computer. Phone first and then your computer if you're doing it the way I am. Thank you, Vintage. Give me 1 second. Where's Vintage at? Vintage treasures for you. Give me 1 second here. There we go. Vintage treasures. I will get to you. I promise you. Hold on. What in the world? Oh, it's because I'm on control. I'm like, what the heck's going on here? Yeah, so as I'm looking away, I'm actually looking at my computer because I can see a lot more chat, and then it's a bigger screen for me. You know what I'm saying? My phone, you just don't get as much on there. Listen, we might have to do this on our phone here. Vintage treasures, thank you so much. Give me 1 second here. So this is Vintage Treasures. 5.0 rating, has sold over 14,000 items, has about 4,000 followers. Her next show is going to be, make sure you always have a second show scheduled for me. I would called it out. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I hope you had a wonderful show this evening. Know that I am your community host in this, in the jewelry section. Listen, I've got, for some reason, it opened up 100 new icons on my computer here. Accidentally laid my laptop on my thing here. There we go. Good night, Faye West Designs. Thank you so much. If you guys aren't following Faye West, again, if you'd like to come to the Oklahoma meetup, if you live in Arkansas, you live in Kansas, you live in Missouri, you live in Oklahoma, we'd love to have you. It's going to be in October, or if you'd like to travel, we just have a great time. It's very laid back, very easy. We play games, we can go over accounts, we talk about things. You'll be able to connect with lots of other sellers on the platform. Again, it's not a big old whatnot convention where there's 500 people there, but there's a good amount of folks, and it's really laid back and easy. I don't know how many she's willing to accept at this point, but if you're interested, holler at her, let her know. She's right there. This is Fay West Designs, the little birdie. Okay, it's in Oklahoma. It's up at Grand Lake. Very peaceful. Well, if you're willing to come, there you go. 60 total. Are you sure 60 is max? Are you sure? Listen, I think we could get 100. I think we could get 100. See what I'm talking her into? Where are we going to park all them people? We might have to like caravan people in out of a field. 80. Just one more. Listen. She's amazing. She is one of my best friends, you guys, and I give her all the credit. If you like these shows, I'm very honest about. She saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. She knew my heart, knew my soul, knew what I was about, and she said, "Brock, I think you should do help shows." And doing my live shows, I was always stopping and helping folks. And she said, "Why don't you just do a help show and just do one once a month?" And I was like, "Listen, you know me. If I do this, I'm gonna want to do it every week." And so she's the one that really pushed me in to helping folks and getting people going. So go follow her. She is a custom artist, creates jewelry. Um, Really, really cool, unique, one of a kind, thoughtful pieces of jewelry that, you know, go watch her make it. And, it's not stuff that she's buying over here and selling here. She's actually making it in her workshop. And so, very creative, very, very nice, good person. Go hang out with her, you know? But I give her all the credit. I am too. I am glad. Listen, Gina. Listen, Linda. Way too easy, wasn't it? Way too easy. You guys are amazing. Have a great week. Listen, I hope it does help you. I hope that I've helped you guys in some way, shape, or form. At least got your mind thinking of what the next step is. Set yourself goals, have reachable goals. Think about some of the concepts, the logic, the thought process behind what I say. Some of it might not make sense to you, but I promise you, in my own little world, it makes sense to me. Okay. We've owned two very large companies. One of our companies, we had over 150 employees. I've also owned an auction company I've been doing that for over 20 years, representing some of the largest organizations in the world. Children's Hospital, Oklahoma University, the state of Oklahoma, the federal government. I did it because I enjoyed it and loved it. Um, Again, I am a 100% disabled vet. Know a lot of the veteran. If you're a vet and you're needing some help and some information, holler at me. I can help you down that avenue as well. Dealt with them. I'm very open about my condition and what I deal with. It's again we lose. I spread word. Star 988 suicide prevention hotline. Ever in a deep dark place, holler at those folks. If you're a veteran, we lose over 21 veterans a day to suicide, along with hundreds of other people. And so, have purpose, have somebody you support and you represent. We all have stories in our lives. We've all been touched or affected with somebody we know with cancer or MS, or, you know, there are so many things we as people can represent and spread word about mental health. Um, I love the account that came in earlier, and they are against helping people being trafficked. They're bringing awareness to that, and so. As you do this, go beyond just you selling things, you spreading word and bringing something more could potentially save somebody's life, um, or keep somebody from being sex trafficked, or um, having a woman say, "Oh, listen, I haven't done my mammogram yet. I need to go do that," and save her from breast cancer or early stages, right? We, as people, again, we live in the best country in the world. We are the most amazing, gracious, loving people in the world. And that is what I love about this community. And so, have purpose, bring something more. We can always be more, we can always do better. And so, I would say that to all of you as you go down this lane, this fun road of whatnot, bring more, be more, represent who you are and what you're about. Can you show us where your arms and hands are versus your phone? I've only done one jewelry show. So, okay, my phone is live right now, right? I'm on my phone showing things. When I switch things around, I'm just sitting behind a chair, right? I'm just reaching around, okay? Normally my other hand is grabbing something else, grabbing an envelope, grabbing another piece of jewelry, okay? I'm just reaching right around, okay? Just going straight around my camera. And then if I need to like move my camera a little bit, it's in that stand where I've made it where I can easily move that and I can push start. Good night. Good night. Thank you so much, Faye. It is a great community of great people. Aw. Well, I'm so glad. Really, I am. No, no, absolutely. April, I bought something to use in my show. Can I put a sticker in it saying made by and the seller's name? Absolutely. Take all the credit in the world. Get going, Amanda. Absolutely. It was my pleasure serving. I'm catching up on some of these. Did that help you? I hope that helped you. Again, I'm just on a, um, a lot of people will use these, which are fine, right? Or they have another stand. To me, on my table, this is too tipsy. And so I got creative. And again, it's in my bin, exactly what I use. It's a laptop holder and then the square light. Okay. Um, and I'll show you, I kind of show you a reference here. Take you out real quick. The man in the mirror. Okay. So for me, this is what I'm using. Again, it's a heavier base, so I can not tip that over. A lot of people will use this right here, right? And it's just a little bit flimsier for me, like if you tip it and stuff. So I was like, listen, what can I use? And again, this has got the actual ring light on it. Again, I have other ring lights that sit up here and over here, right? But I didn't want the poles all in my way, right? I didn't want to be dealing with the pole, like, so I was like, listen, what can just like sit flat on my table? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not having to work around a pole or anything like that. Just simply plugs in, right? Versus this, these are just a little bit too flimsy for me, and then I've always got the legs and stuff. I'm always bumping it, and so um, again, I just played with it and said, "Hey, listen, this works for me." Michelle loves Gibbies. Love that name. Me too. Renee, what? I don't answer you. Listen, if I miss something, just let me know, Renee. Where's Renee at? Hold on, Renee. Let me look. What? I wish I had known about the buy it now and shop for consignment. I had lots of amazing jewelry that you would have sold for me. You never did reply. I didn't ever reply, Renee? Had we ever talked before? Some of the times those messages. So let me show you something. So sometimes if we've never talked before, and I don't check all this, all right. If you go up to messages, sometimes these messages go into like a spam filter. Like if we've never talked, I have to go in and like go into a whole nother convo. So right now I'm in my messages. I'll flip you around. So right now I'm in my messages. And then sometimes I forget to go up to this one. It's like a spam filter. I promise you it was not on purpose. Promise you it wasn't on purpose, Renee. I probably get 40 emails a day, just so you guys know. But if I don't ever reply, just send me another email. Eventually I will catch it. I do my best. So and the best way I can put this is that that consignment contract is in my bin all the time. It's very detailed as to what happens. And you can always come in here and ask me. Again, I stay very busy. I've got about 12 consignments sitting here. One of those consignments has about 500 pieces in it. And I'm on every Wednesday night. So if you ever have any questions or I don't respond or don't reply, come ask me. It's a 75-25 split. You get 75% of the proceeds. I get 25. And of my 25, I pay the whatnot fees, the shipping materials, and the giveaways. So all the giveaways come from me, all of that, right? So that's how it works. The consignment contract is in my bin. Um, you buy it, I send you two contracts. You return one contract with your consignment of at least 50 pieces. Another raid. Listen, if you guys don't know who Good Finds is, I don't even have to open her profile. Again, go follow her. She does a lot of community host shows. She is one of those people that does a lot of heavier case pack items. So if you're going down that alley where you want to understand shipping a little bit more with somebody that does it, okay, I don't do a whole lot of heavy packages. I will teach you, I can tell you, but I do not do a whole lot of it, right? She's actually somebody that is doing it. She sells all kinds. She is one of those big, first of all, she's amazing. Okay. She works her butt off. She's a mama, okay, of two youngins. She's this little bitty thing, and she thinks she is a Goliath. I mean, and she works her butt off like she's a Goliath. Um, amazing persona and energy. You know, when you meet somebody and you just love their energy, that's her. Does a lot of pallet pulls, case packs, quality items at quality prices. You need some kids' clothes, you need some, discounted from you know, big brand stores right there. Trustworthy, great items. We only get to see two normally. We only get to see two. I say couple. Like I think she's still popping them out. You know what I'm saying? Um, this is her name is RJ, and her energy is just amazing. Um, when are you doing your next help show? I don't see any help shows scheduled on this sucker. Listen, you'll get to see them in her shows. Listen, Renee, I am so sorry. Just come in. Listen, you can come to the right, Faye. It was not intentional that I didn't respond. I am so sorry if I you felt like I left you out or I didn't get back to you. I definitely want to. If anything else comes up, just holler at me. Again, any Wednesday nights, I'm here, and so I'd love to represent you. Um, Hopefully, no hard feelings there. I'm just along with taking on consignments and doing my own stuff, being a host on the platform, I do my best. Again, I have seizures about twice a week, and so my mind resets about twice a week. And so it's not anything personal, and that's not an excuse. I'm just letting you know, like, if you don't hear back from me, I don't write you back. It is not on purpose. Send me another message, just like in my chats. Like, it gets going, and it's like I try my best, right? Um, I'm sorry, is all I can say to you. I'm so sorry in any way, shape, or form that if I'd love to have represented your consignment. I would love to have sold it for you. I'd love to have made money, right? Um, I must just overlook something. So I do apologize. Absolutely. Give me 1 second. Absolutely. You just keep pushing, girl. No worries. I hope everything is good. I hope that whatever's going on, you pray about it, and he's got a plan for you. You know what I'm saying? So no matter what's going on, you're in my thoughts. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. It does. People don't understand. Listen, I'm not only does it take it from you that day, but normally the next day you're like, you're off a little bit. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I will tell you, I already like it a little bit better. I would enhance just a little bit more. So let's take a look together real quick. Again, we're going to look at an account together. So let's look at this. I would like for you to draw that up just a little bit more. Okay. See how Bozo's is? See how that really pops? Now look at yours. I love the color scheme. I think it's just fine. What I would do is I would enhance the verbiage, okay, to really make it pop. The pink might almost be too light. Okay. You've grasped the concept. Okay. You've definitely grasped the concept. Now let's play with it just a little bit more. Okay. I really want the modern vintage company to smack me in the face. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go in your profile and take a look at it here real quick. You saw what I saw, right? Um, Simple, easy. Love it. Again, I love the logo. So don't get me wrong. Okay. I love this. I want you to enhance it. Really bring this forward if you can. The I would definitely make a little bit bigger. Okay. And then I would enhance this. You might even frame this in black. Okay. Listen, Gina, how did your show go tonight? Hold on. Let me look at this. Looks great. Instagram looks very clean, looks very fresh. Your shows look amazing. Rings, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings. I would put in your title jewelry. Okay. Being a new seller, I would definitely be hitting some of those keywords. Okay. Jewelry, like your one on Saturday, all you put is $4 jewelry. Make sure you're putting in costume, vintage, antique jewelry into those titles. That way, when people go to search, they are finding that show. Okay. Um, love everything else. Hold on, real quick. Your shop, Endless Heart earrings. Are they silver? What name brand are they? Are they hoops? Are they okay? That information is very, very important. Those titles. Okay. Gold, silver, hoops, pierced, clip-ons. Okay. After about 3 weeks, that item becomes findable on Google and all the other search engines. The more information you put in that title, the more findable it is. Right now, you're on page 3,654 on Google. The more information you give, the closer to that first page or second page you'll be findable on Google. Okay. If you guys don't know Anella, Anella has entered the room. Everything looks very clean. I like it. Enhance it a little bit more, add some more information, and come back and ask me again. Anella has entered the room. If you guys don't know who Anella is, she's nobody. You know, she gets on these mob raid trains. I hope you guys all screenshotted her tonight. She cusses like a sailor. I'm just forewarning you, but she has amazing, crazy, good stuff. She taught me all the bad words, okay? All of the bad words in the English dictionary. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, absolutely. I think that is very important. Yeah, I love that. I love that. It's true. Absolutely. Did they like it? You might have to help them a little bit. You might have to help them a little bit. Um, my grandpa gave that to me probably about 12 years ago, 12 or 15 years ago. He gave me that in a like this crystal ball thing, and it's been sitting here. And so I thought that they thought you would like that. You know, it's you know, it is what it is. But help them put it together. It's super cool, isn't it? It's really cool. Yeah, I like it. You can tell them all about it. That's the thing. You know a lot more about it than I do. So you'll. I knew that they would appreciate that. Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate you being Anella. You looked great tonight, by the way. I was waiting for you to light the cigar up to be the mobster. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. When is your next show? Again, if you don't know Anella, you're in the jewelry section. Go check her out. You'll learn a lot. She has some really good quality items: silver, gold, morning pieces, Victorian. She mainly deals in the high end, very nice quality items. When I say high end, like not price wise, I mean she gets good prices, but she has some really nice items. Really knows what the heck she's talking about, and she's funny. She is, and she's a clean funny, kinda, sorta. Hello, how are you doing, Rustic Rose? Another one of my great friends just in the room. I will. Give me a second. Diana, Rustic Rose. If you guys aren't following Diana, another amazing seller and friend. And again, two very successful women have just entered the room, jewelry sellers on this app. Go watch them, go watch their techniques, listen to them. Very knowledgeable in two different areas of the jewelry categories, and different techniques and how they do things. Do not do the opposite. No. Again, both of them run really long shows. Very unique, special, successful women on this app. And so, a lot of you ladies, you're like, you come listen to me, go watch them. They are amazing and do what you want to replicate is right there. Pick one and say, I'm going to replicate this one, right? Um, but they are who they are. That's what I love about them. They don't pretend to be anybody else but who they are. And that is why people love them. Thank you so much for the a-holes. Listen, Anella, look at this seller right here. Go look at her profile. Is this not amazing? I told her, she came in here and she had a profile picture. I was like, listen, when I think of a-hole, I think of like a donkey. So she changed her thing to a donkey. I absolutely love a-hole sister Volt. Thank you so much. Look at all these raids we're getting. Oh my goodness. America Lux. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I got to catch up here real quick. So this is Rose. 5.0 rating, has sold about 80 items, has over 1,000 followers. Next show is, oh man, she's got some really high end stuff. Listen, Gina, make sure you have another show scheduled for me, okay? She has some really nice, like Fendi and Yves Saint Laurent. This is right up Anella's alley right here. Y'all could be best friends. Send her some of that lipstick, and you might send her some nails. Nella hasn't figured out the nail thing yet. She's like, how do I glue these things on? I bet you did. Nella never has nails on, and they did this special mob braid train tonight. Her and SRQ and his sister, I forget her name. I was like, Anella's got nails on. Oh my goodness! She turned the camera around. Another very successful seller that does not turn the camera around a whole lot. You know, the year and 3 months I've been on here, I think I've seen her 3 times turn the camera around. And so a lot of you ask, can I be successful without turning the camera around? Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. And then you have Rustic Rose. Me and her turn the camera around all the time, right? Success is not, I think that you build a trust. I think that you build a connection with people. But Anella has this voice and this ability to retain a customer base on who she is vocally. And so she turns the camera around, and you're like, oh my goodness. I swear to you, she turned the camera around and said, Anella, because she has a little bit of an accent, right? I said, listen, I thought you were like this little old, like Bosnian lady that sat on the side of the, ask her this true story. I expected like a handkerchief and you to have your little like shoes on and she turned the camera on. I was like, oh my goodness. Whoops. True story. But a very successful person without turning the camera off a lot. And so I think that you can definitely be successful. Listen, how could you not? I didn't have to see you to fall in love. We were friends before, right? We were friends before I ever saw you. It's kind of like General D on here, there's certain things that captivate you. There's certain experiences and characters and, you know, like Rustic Rose, she's like the mother tree, right? Like you guys all know this, you've experienced this. Her knowledge, her calmness, um, just a very settling mother tree type person that I love that. And then I have a Nella that is just this person that makes me laugh the entire time I watch her, right? I don't ever stop laughing because the way she says it and how she says it, it's so true. It's funny, right? You're like, oh my goodness. And then you have this Mother Earth, just very welcoming, very passionate, very loving personality, and that's what I love about the app is you get all these different experiences with all these different people. I love hearing Anella talk about her kids. I love hearing Rustic Rose talking about her daughter helping her. It is the connection we make. Because I have kids. I have a 17 and 19-year old. And yeah, you have quality items. You have great, great items. But I love being part of something and somebody. We might not be best friends where we live each other and see each other all the time, but I love getting on and just experiencing each one of them, right? And you guys in our chats, we love experiencing you guys. We love hearing your goofiness and your weirdness and your awkwardness. That's what I enjoy. I can't take money with me. What I can take with me is your experience, your knowledge, your love, and your kindness. Right? I love it, don't you, Danny? I absolutely love it. Um, And I'm a buyer too. I'm not known as just a seller. I'm known as a buyer. That's the thing is when I come in your show, like you heard the lady earlier, I come in, she had no idea who I was. I bought a bunch of ton of stuff. She knew me as a buyer and she came and she's like, "Oh, I didn't realize." Listen, um, I love experiencing people. I love walking into a shop and somebody greeting me and the smells and how they've designed it, what it looks like. The one thing that sells me the most though is the bathroom. When you walk in the bathroom and it's clean, right? Like you're like, I'm gonna come back. Like you guys all know you have a favorite gas station, and it's not because they have your candy bar and Coke, it's because their bathroom smells fresh and it's been cleaned. Just saying, right? You have to go watch her. You both of them. You have to go watch both of them. Um Anella she's one of the bigger sellers. Absolutely, no worries. I got you. Before I'll ever do it, I'll make sure we'll have a conversation. Army Brat, how are you? Listen, we'll talk tomorrow, Army Brat. I need to, I'll figure out what we need and how to get that. Yeah. We need to do that tomorrow, though. Absolutely. Listen, she will be back. How long are you going on vacation for? Illusion. Yeah, she usually runs. I will tell you that one of her shows is normally Sunday evenings around 6 o'clock. She might start at 5:45. She might start at 6. She might start at 6:30. And so when I was talking to you guys earlier about running shows Sunday afternoons, it's because she's running, and you really want to be in her show, watching and listening and buying, right, and bidding on things. But it's really hard to go up against Anella on Sunday nights because everybody in the jury is like, what has she found this week? You know, she likes to go in these old, weird Victorian homes and play with mannequins, and she comes up with some amazing stuff. Absolutely. Laptop versus PH. So again, I would tell you to run. I do a live show on my phone. But off to my right, I'm using a computer. All my shipping I do on a computer because it gives you more. Um, it has more abilities, and you can do different things on a computer when you're doing your shipping. But as far as my live show, I'm running on my phone. But also off to my right, I'm on my computer. Okay. Okay. And the reason being is there's more chat there. It's bigger. Okay. I can see a lot more on that computer versus on my phone. And so I use both during my live. I start my show on my phone and then I start my show on my computer. But when I go to do my shipping, I'm doing it on a computer. Betty, PJ, pile of junk. Betty, I would play with your logo. Okay. It's really hard to see. And I'll switch it around so you know what I'm talking. Sometimes too much can be distracting. She's fine, but I would definitely go in there and play with that. Okay. And really, really, again, your information here is short and sweet. Love that. I don't see any shows for me to actually realize there's $150 on the table for doing your first show. If you want to go and ask Anella for her or Rustic Rose for their referral code, you can get up to $150 if you'll sell $250 within that first week. And disabled Air Force veteran owned and operated. Well, thank you. I was with the 72nd Security Forces Group, so you'll know what that is. Um, get some items in your shop, get some shows scheduled. Always have 2 shows scheduled. I see that you're following a lot of people, and that's how you're getting your followers. If you're doing that, be in the category in which you are going to be selling. So if you're following 13,000 sports card people, that doesn't really help you if you're selling jewelry, right? Um, Again, try to get an organic following. 5.0 rating, PJ pile of junk. I would have to think about that as far as your logo. Go in there and play with it and come back and ask me. Everything else looks great that I can see so far, though, okay? Your background might change that because nobody can see it anyway. So I tell people just do a solid color. You know what I'm saying? No, do if you bought a fortune teller, we'll do it. Um I'll read it to you live. Okay, we'll fix them to do that. I I have a couple people in the room that I am very aware that they're in the room, and I respect their thoughts and their religions, and so I just never ever want to come across as again, I'm just respecting folks. So if I know certain people are in the room and that's not their deal, I won't run them until I know that they've gone to bed or they've left. And so we will do those in just a second. Yeah, you're right. So a phone, again, if you're using an iPhone, Android, they're different. And it's not because of whatnot. What happens is the actual manufacturers of those devices decipher what is or isn't allowed on their devices. So whatnot might come out with a new update that Apple has no problem with, but Android's like, we're going to put that to test. So a lot of times people say, "Oh, I have this available on my phone, iPhone, but not on my Android, or vice versa," and it's because of the manufacturers. I use both. On my computer, it's a lot easier to do my shipping versus I do a lot of my editing as far as my profile and my shipping profiles on my phone. Okay. So do your shipping, create your shipping profiles on your phone, edit and play with your emojis on your phone. But when it comes to actually shipping your items, do it on a computer. Yeah, absolutely. Mimi, give me 1 second. Thank you so much. Listen, I try to keep up here. So if I miss something, just repost it. Thank you so much for the raid. Hold on, catching up. Sorry. My thrifting world. Thank you so much. 5.0 rating. This is Liz. She has sold over 1,000 items. Has about 2,000 followers. Next show is tomorrow at 7:54 a.m. Random vintage variety picks, glass, and vintage decor. So if you're doing jewelry, I don't see that you're in the jewelry category. You're in the glass, you're in the vintage, and you're in the antique. If you're going to be in the jewelry, I would definitely probably get rid of a vintage and I would put it into the jewelry category. Okay. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful show. So raiding express, I don't know why. I don't ever have any errors. What what it really can depend on what, again, I'm using what are you using to pull it up? I guess is a curiosity. What I would probably go in and play with what actual, are you using Google? Are you using Microsoft? What are you using in order to open up the Whatnot app? You might try doing a different engine or a different right to open that up. Ah, I don't have any problems with Chrome. Um, but you're on a MacBook. That's probably what it is. It's probably the MacBook that you're having issues with, not the actual Chrome. What you might go on is try a different one. Use your MacBook and use a different browser to open it up and see if you're still having the issues because I don't have any issues. So that tells me it's either the MacBook shouldn't be Chrome because I use Chrome, but there is a issue with them talking between the two. So either update your browser, change to a different browser, and if you're still having an issue, send me a picture of the actual error, and I'll progress that up if that makes sense. There you go, rustic roses in here. Yeah, it has something to do with probably, there's so much coding and writing in the background. It's really hard to cover all of the different devices and components. And so, right there, you got your answer. What I would do is go on and Google MacBook issues with whatnot and see what the terminology is and how people are getting around those issues. Again, I use Chrome, so I don't have any issues, but I'm telling you that's probably what's going on. Absolutely, you're good. Modern vintage. You just do whatever you need to. So S Baker, Rustic Rose, I watched her the other day. She was doing a help show, and I love that she had her little iPad with her. So I got mine out today. I use an iPhone, but again, I've got a computer over to my right that's kind of the brains of the operation that makes things a lot bigger for me. But as I'm doing my live show, I'm actually using the phone to show everything, but the brains are my computer over to the right. This is a little bit bigger for me, and so then I'm having to kind of manipulate and move around this versus my phone is a little bit smaller and I can really a lot more space for me. But if I was to show you guys something, this is probably, again, this device and my computer are not the exact same thing when I go to show y'all things. There are things that are available on a computer that are not available here. So this device is more like my phone. Okay. So I would never ship from this. I'm going to be shipping from my computer just because there's more options. And it's really about what you're more comfortable. This to me is a lot bigger than my phone. So then I would have to be reaching around and right versus my phone is. So it's all about what best suits you, what you're more comfortable with. Again, go on there, do rehearsal mode, go in there. Hey, Rustic, have you seen this in your shows today? This came to my attention tonight. Is that people are saying that rehearsal mode is not available till after their first show. Have you heard that at all? That came up tonight, and it wasn't just one person. Like four people said, "Yeah, I can't do my rehearsal mode till after I do my first show." And I'm like, "That makes no sense. Rehearsal mode should be for to help you to do your first show." Yeah. Again, I'm using my computer to read y'all's chat normally. Yeah. Somebody told me that tonight. Four people told me, "Hey, listen." Um, And they had another question that I've never had this addressed, and I thought this was an interesting topic that I'm gonna have to find out more about. Is they said, before I do my first show, I want to do a private show with me and a family member. Is that going to mess me up in my algorithm because that private show would count like my first show? So again, your first show, that algorithm, it's known that they drive traffic to those first shows. But if I was to do a private show before that, would that take away from that algorithm? So that's an interesting question I'm going to have to raise as well. I never thought of it like that. Yeah, so that doesn't make any sense. Um, rehearsal mode is for those to rehearse and figure out how to do things. And so if they require you to do a first show in order to like that's backwards. That doesn't make any sense. That rehearsal mode should be available to anybody trying to get familiar with the app and what things do in order to do their first show. So I will definitely ask that question. I'm doing great. Let me jump on here and take a look real quick as you guys conversate here in the background. Nikki, it's still way too light. Way too light. Very shabby chic, but you need to really, with that profile image, really make it jump out at me. I mean, it's. I'm sure it's a great looking image, but can you tell me what that says? I mean, I am magnifying you to all get out here. Okay, I'm sure that is a beautiful image, but none of us can read what it says. Make that jewel punch me in the eye. Make that name punch me in the eye. Okay. Again, nobody will read this either. Go in there and look at my profile. Cut out all the verbiage. Make it short, sweet. Edit it on your phone. Okay. Keep working. Keep working. Come back. Again, I don't sugarcoat nothing. I'm just going to say it like it is. Okay. I can't tell what your logo is. It's way too light. It needs to be drastically a different color as far as the verbiage. I would definitely add like a gem on that necklace, but I have no idea what it. I know that it says your name, Nikki. I know it says held by grace. Okay, but it needs to pop at me. And I love your name, and I understand who you are. I would even make one of those necklaces a cross. I mean, I love your name. So, um, we just can't see your logo. Shows. You don't have any shows. Don't have anything in your shop. Add some things to your shop and get you a couple shows. Okay. Hold on, let me go. I'm going up and looking here, Rustic. I've requested that Whatnot give us a lock button so we don't accidentally swipe out of a show when bidding. Can you request this, please? You're gonna have to explain that more to me. Hold on. So if you're bidding, here, let me run something real quick and let me look and see. Don't anybody bid on this. So if I'm bidding on this, you're swiping out of the show somehow? Is that what's going on? So phenomenal. You should be getting a referral code. Here's a referral code. I don't care who yours uses, but if you use a referral code, okay, there's a referral code. If you use a referral code, that's the best way of joining. I'm trying to figure out how many people have accidentally swiped out of a show when bidding. I don't know how you would. I think only thing you could do there move is to move the actual. I understand what you're saying. I don't know. To me, I'm thinking about how do you fix that? Accidentally swiping out of a show. I'll bring it up. Again, I don't know. To me, and it's probably way above my pay grade or way above my thinking here is how do you how do you lock? I've never done it. I've never swiped out of a show. PJ, we don't like to hear that as sellers. I'm just kidding. I've never swiped out of a show. Hold on, Stripe account linking to whatnot, and how did so? Okay, this is how this works. When you sign up, right? Um, when you sign up, what will happen is if you're a new seller, the money will be held in your whatnot account. Okay, if you go under your finances, um, and once all of those items are delivered, what will happen is it will be released to your whatnot account um, for you to transfer it to whatever account you've set up. Okay, so under 1,000, okay, you have to wait till every one of those items are shown as delivered, or the money becomes available once each one of them shows as delivered. So I buy something from you and I spend $50. It will show in your whatnot account. Okay. You send the item off. Once that postman scans it as delivered, that $50 is now in your whatnot account available for transfer to your bank account. Okay. That's how that works. Now, over 1,000, what happens is once I sell you that item and I create the label, it becomes available. So the only difference is one shows delivered becomes available, one shows as label created becomes available. Okay. So that's why everybody's trying to get their 1,000 is because once you get to that 1,000 mark, the funds become available a lot faster. And is that because they don't come back in, Rustic? You feel like the customer retention is lost because they're like, listen, I left the room, see you later. Yeah, all you do is link your bank account. Yeah, all you got to do is put in your routing and your thank you, Danny. All you got to do is put in your routing and your account number, and it's totally it is very secure. Okay, and it's almost a identity theft thing too. So as you're signing up for that and you're doing that, it's a confirmation that this is not some kind of spam or fraud account. Even though you're always going to have a few that figure out ways to get around it, the yeah. Oh, they missed the bid. Interesting. So my question is, you're saying create a lock button. I don't know if that's possible. So if what would be your second suggestion? Here, do you got time to talk? Listen, if you guys aren't following Rustic Rose, she's another very helpful. You got time to talk? Like it's much easier if we just conversate here. Yeah, no worries. So if because the lock button would be within the app, and I'm not for sure. Again, that's way above me, but I understand what you're saying. No worries if you can't. I don't want to put you on the spot. It's 12 o'clock. Mm, mm. Yeah, I wonder if they could create a lock button for the show you're in. I understand what you're saying. Or I'm accidentally going. I'm like, I go to bid and it swipes me out of that show into another show. Interesting. Okay, you ready? Again, as we do this, you can put her at the top,
Or
swap
don't.
off to the right. You can swap and put her at the top. She's a lot prettier than me.
No, not really. Hi,
Yes.
Brock. How are you,
Hi.
friend?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
What
Hi,
time is it
friend.
there?
Oh, it's only 10 o'clock, but I'm in bed.
Oh, it's midnight here.
I know. Gosh, you keep late
So
hours, my friend.
Rustic Rose Jewelry, another amazing seller on the app, also does a lot of help shows, very knowledgeable, especially in the jewelry category as far as how things work. Um, very similar in a lot of our characteristics and how we do things and how we run things. And then there's certain things that we're a little bit different in. And so,
Mhm.
always great to
But
go in and watch her. Yeah,
that's the great thing about this app, though, because there's always more than one way to do everything.
I know.
And so
But
I think that's
but
one
in
of the
saying
things
that, like,
that
go watch her and listen to how she does things, and somewhere in the middle, that'll be you,
find your
right?
place. Yeah,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
So
So the
so
lock button thing, Brock, let's talk about that for a second if we
okay.
can. Um, I've had several people, customers lately, that and it came up in Joy's a couple weeks ago, as a matter of fact, that say, doggone it, I swiped out, I missed that item because I swiped out of the room when I got excited and went to place the bid. And it happens all the time. Um, I will guess to say in my last show, um, 8 people told me. How many more did it and didn't tell me that they swiped out and missed something?
Okay.
That's about one an hour in my 10-hour shows that I know of, and I'm sure there's lots more that I don't know of. And
Hmm.
so I put in a request with Whatnot. And I just kind of thought maybe if we all got on board, if they get a lot of requests, maybe they'll take it seriously. I think that there's got to be a way. If we if we can lock our kids in their rooms, we can lock ourselves in a jewelry show, right? I think we should be able to.
I will take
But
it
give
up.
us
I will direct that conversation when I get off here tonight. I understand where you're going from. I've never really had anybody say that to me, but now that I think about it, it would so easily, it could happen so easily. I understand that. Um, so maybe create a way where I lock the room I'm in. Yeah,
right. Yes, as a buyer. Yes.
right.
Well, just like in your show tonight, I was trying to tap, and 2 times my phone is very, very sensitive. But I was trying to type in the chat, and 2 times I swiped out of your room, had to come back.
Hmm. Okay.
And if those are bids that are, items that are running for 10 seconds and they swipe out, they're not getting back in time to place their bids. Okay. Hurting sellers, but really frustrating our buyers too. I just think it's a good way to make it a more enjoyable um, situation for
So
everyone.
let me ask not only you, but the room. Is there an app or a program that you have used that this technology is available? So if I was to say, hey, whatnot, we would like to see this happen. Is there an app or anything out there that you guys can refer to? Or would this be like, again, a lot of what whatnot does is they are using the Asian market. Again, this what they're doing here has been going on for 10 years in an Asian market. Again, I don't speak Chinese or Japanese or anything like that. But is there an app out there where you can lock yourself in a room or an example of I understand what you're wanting, but is there anything out there where we could say, hey, listen, we want this to happen? It's used in again, you guys use all these other platforms and stuff like that. Um,
Sister Vault had a great idea. She said, or even have a pop up that asks if you really want to leave the room. I mean, that would work too. Just anything instead of just you go to swipe a bid and all of a sudden you're in somebody else's room. And if you're not, shh. And if you're
that's a
not,
really good idea. I think that there versus a lock in is, hey, do you really want to leave the room? A pop up would come. Yeah.
and
Yep.
that's a great workaround. Either that or
Mhm.
we have our little rewards button at the top. We could put a lock at the top that just keeps you from swiping out, and when you're ready to leave you have to unlock it. I mean, I don't know how that would work, I just
Yeah,
know
and
how it
that's me
would
too.
look.
Like if I lock you, you know how many people, again, we got to think about across the board. If I locked you, would people figure out how to get out of the show, right? Or you have some people that are older that listen, they'd come back in and be like, "How do I get out of here?" You know. How do we make it the easiest way for them to create something for us? And thinking across the board for all people, I think
The
locking yourself
pop-up
in.
would be the
I
easiest
think the
thing,
pop
wouldn't
up is the
it?
easiest. I think the
Mm-hmm. I
pop
think
up,
so. And I think sometimes when I go to close a show and hit the down arrow and, X out of the show or whatever, it takes 3 or 4 tries to get out of the show. But if I'm just
right?
trying to swipe and I'm moving from show to show, it's too easy to do. So I think that might solve a couple problems. If I say, yes, I
Hmm.
want to leave the show, then it closes the show and we don't have to mess around with that little X button because that gets frustrating to me.
Right. Like
Anyway, to me.
I like the
Um,
pop up more than I like the lock because I think that a lot of people would get really confused and not be able to figure out how to get out. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
so,
yeah,
again, I have a huge customer base that are in their 80s, mid 80s, and I think that they would get the pop up. They would not get the lock me in and lock me out. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So,
yeah. No, I agree. I agree. I think the pop-up is a perfect solution, personally. Um, I see you might miss out on a bid, but if it were just, do you want to leave the room? Yes or no, you'll get used to that and you'll just know to hit that, red no
yeah.
button or whatever.
Mhm.
And I think
Versus
that
being
would
kicked out of the show.
correct.
Right? Like I can tap yes or no real quick versus now I got to figure out where I was, what room I was in, how do I get
Exactly.
back in there real quick?
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
I
by
like that.
then the auction's over and the seller have missed the bid, the buyer has missed the purchase. And it is costing us, it is costing us every penny counts as we go into our slow season. And so friends, I'm going to ask you if everyone that is supportive of this idea would like to request that from Whatnot. You simply go to your customer service portal and they have a option to choose. Oh, what is it called? Add a feature, I think it's called something like that. And you can
What they would
maybe
do, this is
suggest
how
that.
everything works on this platform, just so everybody knows. Nothing is ever rolled out in full mass. Just
Right,
like me and her know that. What will
right.
happen is if you make a request, what they normally do is they roll it out to maybe 100 people. It's part of a beta program. They will look at the numbers, they will ask those people, like it's a whole thing. Like me and her handle all of our own internally, we handle all of our return requests, any of
Mhm.
our issues. Like me and her can say, hey, listen, we can offer a partial refund, we can offer a full refund, we'll accept a return, we can put in that damaged product. We're part of this beta program. Versus, anytime they do any kind of huge thing, they will throw it out in a beta program before it's rolled out in the mass, just to make sure it's going to work. And
Mhm.
so, I see what you're saying, Rapid, but again, something needs to be done because you do have an issue. And so, how do we fix the issue? Again, it goes through legal, it goes through creators, it goes through coding. There's all these different, um, and I will tell you that it's going to be needed with some upcoming things as well. So it's something they need to think about before rolling out some of these other new things that are going to be coming. And so I love the idea. And I love that you brought this up because I will definitely, you guys can write. That's great. It'll go directly to Whatnot from me. So I will put it out there and it will be addressed and looked at real
Okay.
quick.
And then on your little your list of issues or suggestions to Whatnot, I would love to see Whatnot have Whatnot gift cards. I want to gift my moderators gifts, or I want to do something like that. I would love to be able to, somebody that's a seller, it's easy, you can tip them, right? But some of the gifts that I want to give are to buyers only, and I
It's coming.
can't
It's
do
coming.
that.
It's
Okay,
coming.
good. I
It's
thought I
coming.
had read something about that, but it's
It's
been
coming.
slow to unfold.
It's coming. I think there's a, again, it goes through a process. Definitely going to be in the future, as well as merchandising. Me and you can have a conversation outside of here that we probably need to have, as far
Okay.
as Whatnot's all about their brand, and there's a way of doing it. And I will put this out there: we're going to have Momo Whatnot mugs coming, and it will have the Whatnot logo on it. Okay. There's a way of doing things that is absolutely acceptable. Okay. And it is on the Whatnot app. And so branding is allowed as long as you do it the right way and by their standards. Just so you guys know that.
Okay, good to
Something that
know.
was just released. So you're going to see some Whatnot merchandise coming from Brock, just so you know. But it's absolutely acceptable, and it is on their platform, and the specifics are there. So
Love
you'll
it.
again,
That's great. We should be able to do that. We're all part of this platform. I think we should be able to do that. So I
yeah.
love it that they're releasing that a little bit. Endless Treasures, Jenny says, I would love to be able to set my auction time as a default, just like I do my shipping settings. And I love that idea also.
Um, the issue with that is you're asking, I think, each account to be set at again, when you roll something out like that, it's kind of like the default shipping, right? It's rolled out on all accounts, whereas not everybody wants that. And so it's either you all do or you all don't, kind of thing. Like, we all said, hey, listen, we want some default shipping things, right? So they rolled them out. They're there. Um, Again, that's way past my coding. That's way past my, but I can request it. I just don't know if it's placeable, if that makes sense.
Well, like if you're like when you're setting your show up, you're choosing a start bid. Why not? Or when you're setting, I'm sorry, not your show, your inventory, you're
Mhm.
choosing a start bid. Why not choose your time of auction for that item? Because there are some items that I want to run a little bit longer than the 10 seconds that I normally do. And if I just had an option when I set up that, all my random pulls run it at 10 seconds, but occasionally I'll have some bulk or something that I want to allow a little bit longer time on. If I'm creating my inventory, why not allow me at that point to say, I want this to run for 20 seconds or 30 seconds? We can do it with our flash sales. So we should be able to do it with our regular inventory.
So you're talking about regular inventory. I got you. I got you. A default, because right now, like, I change my times just to be creative in my, but again, it's all my random shows or my random pulls. I'll go from 15-second 3 to 10-second 5, or I'll go sudden death 15 seconds. I'm constantly changing things just to keep people on their feet. But what you're saying is my bin items, I want to have a default timer for those, right? Is that what you're trying to explain to
Not
me?
just
Or
my
am I
bin
off?
items, not just my bin items, all inventory.
Well, can't you already do that? Like, if I don't change it, it constantly stays the same for me.
If you don't change it, but if you do change it, or it is, so if you're running, let's say my random pulse, my 1 to 3 ounce random pulse.
Uh-huh.
Okay, when I start the show, the first time I run that auction, I have to set my time.
Right?
I should have been able to do it when I created the item, but
Oh,
anytime that an item doesn't sell, you get that little pop-up that allows you to change the price or the time or whatever. And if you unpin that, like to say a run a flash sale,
I
and
got
you
you.
go
I got you.
back
I
to it and
understand.
you repin it, you have to reset your timer. It goes back to 30
Yeah,
seconds.
I understand.
And if
Or if you
I
go out of the
if
show and come back in, it automatically resets as well, right?
correct.
Yeah,
Yes. And
yeah.
then you have to choose that 10 seconds and then your bid timer and all
It
that again.
that has also
Where
been addressed several times, and I don't know. Again, I've heard that request probably about 6 or 7 times from other hosts. And so I know it's been addressed. I just don't know. Again, I'll put in for it. I understand what you're saying now. Um,
It is super East Bay, Jilly. I want you to understand it is not just you. It's super confusing for everybody. 2 years on, I finally get it. It
yeah.
is very confusing when that comes, and when I still just last show went out of my 1 to 3 ounce listing and ran a 4 to 7 ounce, a bigger piece. Okay, when I go back to my 1 to 3 ounce, my first auction ran at 30 seconds because I forgot to change the time back.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, absolutely do.
It's
Hey, listen,
frustrating.
it, the shipping is hopefully they can figure out some of the shipping stuff. The shipping is the most confusing thing on the app for most people, and the terminology and how they do it. I'd love to see rehearsal mode offer some examples of how to set up and do shipping, because rehearsal mode is not, one of your biggest issues is shipping, and you can't really play with it in rehearsal mode. You almost have to do a
Right,
private show and really to
right.
understand that.
Now, you and I have a totally different theory on the shipping. If you
Mhm.
don't mind, Brock, I'd love to just throw
Absolutely.
this out here real quick. Last Wednesday, I did an updated, it's on my Facebook page, not for sale, just for viewing. I did an updated shipping video. I did a show. I think it's an hour and a half long, but it's everything on the way that I do shipping, everything from setting it up all the way through packaging and putting a label on and taking it to the post office. 100% start to finish shipping the way that I ship, 921
Mhm.
reduced shipping, and which is basically the same way you do. Because if you want to do the $4 shipping instead of 921, you type in $4, but you do it through profiles instead of doing it just through the
Mhm.
settings. So we're not that
But at
different.
the end of the day, your customer is going to pay the 921.
My
At
customers
the
pay
end
the 921, yes.
at the end of the day, my customer is only going to pay $4.
But if I put in $4 instead of 921, my customers would only pay $4.
You're absolutely right.
But I put in
Mine's the exact
921.
same way. Mine's the same way, but I
It
just have the
is.
flat.
You
Hmm.
just use the shipping profiles where I don't use shipping profiles. I just do it through the standard
Yep.
shipping app. That's all. It's
Yep.
exactly the
It's the
same.
exact same thing. It's
It
just
is.
different. Yeah.
It's just
Um,
you come in
but
through the back door and I come in through the side door. Basically, that's all. We both got in
it
the house. We just went
right.
about it a different
It's just
way.
differently. But now,
Yeah,
at the end of the day, how do you actually run your shipping? Are they paying the 921, or are you paying a
I
couple
pay
dollars out of your
zero.
pocket?
No, I pay zero.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Um,
mean, with the exception of my giveaways, of course.
mhm.
But no, my customers pay 921. And that
Yeah.
is one of the reasons I decided to run the 10-hour shows that I run, is because I want them to have full opportunity to use that 921 shipping, make the most of it. I
Absolutely.
send more large priority mail boxes than I send anything else, because they've vested in that 921, they're staying and buying additional items to spread that cost out a little bit more. And I
Mhm.
think that um,
In
I
a
get the
long,
idea of
yeah.
keeping the shipping low because it gets you that first sale. I get that.
Mhm.
My theory is a little bit different. My theory is I want more than just the first sale. I want the first sale and the 10th sale and the 30th sale. And
Right.
so I charge the 921, and then I
Well,
stay on a
in
waiting
my
time
my
and they
my thought process is to get you active in my show as quickly as possible.
right.
So the $4 is very tempting very
Thank you,
quickly.
Glenn.
And
Yes.
we both run very very. Do I pay half shipping? I do not. Normally it costs me about buck 20, buck 30, somewhere in there, is what I'm making up on the flip side of that. But what I'm doing is the the buyer is getting active faster, not necessarily buying items, but bidding on items. That's what I'm after.
Right.
That final price is great, but I'm trying to get the customer in there and active as fast as possible. I don't
Mm-hmm.
want you going on to the next show. I want to
Right.
capture you the minute you come in. Oh my goodness, after my first purchase, my shipping's free. And that's the thought process for me. I will
Sure.
throw I will throw $2 at $200 any day of the week. Who
Sure.
wouldn't? Right?
Yeah. Right.
And so absolutely agree with how you're doing things because you're running very long shows. If you were running 2 or 3 hour shows, I'd be like, listen, think about your thought process here.
Sure.
Again, you're rotating through customers and running these long shows, right? Because people are on and off at different times. For me and you, we get it. Running these long shows
Right.
is huge.
And
You
see,
want,
my thought process through it was, I want the initial purchase like you do. And
Mhm,
that's why I start every show with my treasure box, because the it gets them, the treasure box has all of my really special stuff in it, and it
mhm.
gets them to make that first purchase right off the bat. Now they're
Great
locked
thought.
into that shipping. So, there was thought into that whole thing as
Yeah,
well.
I love that.
And I just say that so that people can use that idea, take it and run with it. Um, and one other thing I talked about in Joyce a couple weeks ago, and because you have people in here that are new, I'd like to share this again, if I may,
Absolutely.
is I can tell you it was not last October, but I started selling in about April of 2014. No. Yes.
2024.
2024. That's right. 2024. So 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, in October of that year. So I'd been on what, 7, 8 months. It was like a light switch flipped on, and I got busy. I got more followers, my show, and I can tell you what did it. I literally can show you on my schematics to almost to the day when I started growing quickly. It was when I started playing this silly little number game that I play. I knew that I had to get my chat active because that boosts you on the chat on the search
Mhm.
algorithm, and sometimes that's hard to do. So I was thinking one night, I do my best thinking in the middle of the night, and I'm thinking one night, what can I do that would be fun, engaging, and get them to, put something in the chat? And so I came up with this idea of a number game. Put in your guesses 0 to 100. The one that wins gets to pick what we see next. Where'd you go, Brock? Okay. Anyway, um, whoever wins closest without going over gets to choose what we see next. What that did was allow them. You're back. Are you with
You
us,
guys hear
Brock?
me?
Yeah, we can now. You left. He swiped
No, my
out.
phone died. I had it on charger.
Some.
Hold on, let me put her back in here. Give me one
Okay.
sec. Rustic Rose, can y'all
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
I can. Yes, sir.
You can hear us both. Where's Rustic at? Where'd she go?
I'm here.
Okay, as long as you can hear me.
I
And this
can.
is on my computer, so you just have to bear with me here for a second. Rustic Rose.
You can only see Brock. I'm still co-hosted, I think.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, my phone, my computer isn't. You can see and hear both of us. Perfect. I can't see her.
You can't? Because you co-hosted me on the other device.
Listen, see, and this is the difference.
Well,
Give me a
anyway,
second.
I was saying I started playing this little number game,
Charging the
and
phone.
because they were entering, numbers in my chat
You
that
accidentally
boosted me
swiped
on the
out?
search algorithm.
Well, let me see. Again, this is on my computer. I have a really nice computer, but let's put her back in here. Hold on. Cool. Some of you see both of us. Some of us you don't see any of us. Hold on.
Try unco-hosting and then re-co-hosting me, Brock.
You don't see her. You
Okay,
see
hold
both
on.
now. I went out and came back in. You see both. You see both. Well, go out and come back in. I can't see her. I can't hear her. I have no idea what she's saying. Let's see what happens.
Did that work?
But I can't see her.
Okay, hold on.
I don't see her. That's the issue.
Well, doggone it.
I did react. I did
And it
react.
will not let me
I'm gonna have to
unco-host
boot her and
myself.
then probably hold on, Diana. Hold on. Now I bet you guys can't see her. Okay. Now let's re-invite her. Always
Okay.
have a couple devices. Let's see if she comes back in here. Hold on.
I'm here. I don't think I don't think you can see a co-host on a computer,
Actually, I'll
Brock.
play with this. You don't see her. I am re-adding her. Hold on. Adding her. Give me a second. She's like, Brock, I was ready for bed. You kicked me out. Microphone, camera.
The blue and gold dress. That's hilarious. He's feeling. That is so funny.
I'll add her, I promise.
He's
Tell her,
the only
wait a
one
minute.
that doesn't know I'm here. Finish my game story. Okay, for those of you that can hear me. So I started this little game where you choose a number 1 to 100, the one closest without
All right,
going
let's see
over.
if we can get this to work here.
Hi, Emma. How are you, honey?
Where'd she go? Hold on.
Yes. He has no idea that I'm still here. This is funny.
You can't co-host from a computer? Do what? Hold on.
You can't, honey. I'm sorry. Okay, there. He is going to change devices, I'm sure. So anyway, started the game, choose, they have to put their guesses in the chat. That boosted me on the search algorithm. I can tell you to the day when I started growing. So use that idea, friends. You play a game where people have to put answers in the chat. You don't want it to get competitive. You don't want it to get um nasty. You just want to be able to get them putting things in the chat, and that gets you boosted on the search algorithm, and it made a huge difference for me. And they're guessing a number between 1 and 100, and I downloaded an app on my phone that is a number random picker. And so I put my phone in front of the camera and I say, when I touch the screen, it's going to draw a number. The one closest without going over gets to pick what we do next. And they fill the chat with their guesses. and I get boosted on the search algorithm, and they get to pick. The winner gets to pick what we see next: necklaces or bracelets or pendants or whatever. What if we don't have many in our room? It'll still help. It's okay. Let them guess 5 times a piece if you don't have many. I didn't have many back then. I only had 10 or 12 at the time. It made a difference. I don't think we're going to get this figured out, Brock. How do you keep with who picked the number? I just scroll back up in the chat and look once I've drawn it. My mods help too. This is the most fun tech. Yeah, right? Good night, Spain. Thank you for being here. I wasn't planning on running Brock's show for him. I hope he's coming back. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, my goodness sakes. Well, friends, okay, so while we're doing this, we play a fun game where they pick numbers. It corresponds with an envelope, and sometimes it tells us to run a giveaway. Oh, I love that. That's a great idea. Anything to keep your chat active, friends. Right, train. He's having technical difficulties. He'll be back in a minute. What kind of a dog do I have? I have two. Let me show you. Petey, can you say hi? Hi, bud. Hi, beautiful. That's Pete. That right there is Sadie. And thank you. Yes. Yes, they're wonderful. And thank you so much. Come here, Pete. Let me show you this if I can, if you will. Come here. You see my laundry. Doggone it. I shouldn't let you do that. Come here, buddy. Look at his eyes. He's got beautiful eyes. Hi, sweet boy. He's ready to play ball. You should try to get on camera. Okay, friends, if you have any questions until Brock gets back with us, shout them out. I'll do my best to answer them. Does he sparkle? So Pete's are two different colors, and one is split this way and one is split this way. It's kind of cool. Well, we're in bed, and so they're a little protective. Sorry, guys. I really wasn't planning on co-hosting tonight. I'm laying in bed, but I do have a Facebook page. It's Rustic Rose on Whatnot with spaces between the words, and it has my little rose emblem up here. I wonder if I need to co-host Brock. Let me see. Nope, it doesn't give me the option to co-host him. Can you say more about why you stick with 921 versus Brock's idea of max shipping? Yeah, I can. And I want to preface this though with there's no right or wrong way. Okay, it's right for me to do 921. It's right for Brock to do $4 shipping. I totally get his thought process. Mine is a little different though. Okay, as a buyer, I expect to pay the shipping. Okay. I do $1 starts. It isn't going to take long, a bad show. And if you buy enough items, so I run everything at 1 to 3 ounces. You get your free shipping at 6 ounce or 6 items. On your sixth item, your shipping is free. Okay. So um most of my buyers buy more than 6 ounces, 6 items. So I'm going to be paying, if I run $4 shipping, I'm going to be paying 521 per customer. And I'm running items at $1 start. That means I'm giving away 5 items or six to each buyer. That's not going to take long for me to go out of business, to be honest with you. So as a buyer, I expect to pay shipping. So I understand that most of my buyers expect to pay shipping. So I charge the 921. I stay on a long time so that they can take full advantage of that 921, but they pay the shipping. 921 gives you in the jewelry category up to a large flat rate box up to 70 pounds. Okay. I very rarely have an order that will not fit in a large priority mailbox. And if it doesn't fit in a large priority mailbox, it means they spent a ton of money and I don't have a problem buying that second label. So that's my thought process behind it. Um, and Brock's is completely different and completely right also. He charges $4. Great for him. I see why. It gets people buying early. Um, but Brock gets a little higher price for his items and he can afford to do that than I do. So it's just a business decision, that's all. If you lower to 0 to 1, they won't usually get to 921. I sell a lot of big necklaces, and 0 to 1 does not work for me. I've tried it before, it does not work for me. I sell a lot of statement pieces that weigh honestly 7 ounces. So the 1 to 3 ounce works almost exclusively perfectly. 5 items is usually between 12 and 15 ounces on average. So that just over the last couple of years that I played around with it, and that is the one that works for me. When he edits it down, he's not paying the difference of 521. He is if they get to priority mail shipping. Mhm. Yep. Brock, there you are. Get on here, buddy. I do. I sell jewelry. I sell only jewelry. Yes. I know if I know someone isn't online, I won't spend 921. Absolutely. And I'll tell you, pile of junk, I always start at about 30 minutes before I plan on ending my show. Everybody knows I do 10 hours and sometimes it's 11. It's in my show notes that I do that long. And then about 30 minutes before my show is going to end, I start giving warnings. I'm going to be ending in 30 minutes. You may not want to start your shipping if you have not already. Um, I try to be very, thank you. I appreciate that. I did not boot him out of his show, and I would really like him to come back because I'm ready for bed. Well, you're here, but you're not on screen, Brock. What do I do? How do I get you back on screen?
All right, can y'all see
There
me
you are.
now? I didn't want to like
Yes.
kick her out. I was
Yes, kick
listening
me
to
out.
her, and so I wanted you guys to kind of hear her point. I jumped over to a computer, and you can't co-host on a computer. My phone is up and working, but the issue is when you jump over to a computer, it doesn't allow you to go back over to your phone, and so um, that's why the picture's a little bit grainier, not as good. Probably need to get me a better camera for my computer, but I never stream from my computer. But if I wanted to go OBS, I'd have to operate from the actual computer versus my phone. But I didn't want to kick her out. She's amazing. Wanted to sit there, listen to her a little bit, and let you guys kind of get where she comes from and what she's about. Thank you, Diana. Are you still here? Did I not kick you out? Hold on. There you go. Now, can you guys? I removed her, so you shouldn't. Can you? I don't use OBS. OBS is a program that's outside of Whatnot, but is compatible. OBS is, you guys see all those really creative, like banners and back photos and all that craziness. That's an OBS program. There's a whole OBS. If you go to YouTube, Whatnot OBS, you'll see all the different information, but that's how they're doing it. I do have it, but it's not really something I want to use in my shows. I like to keep it simple and okay, Bozo. Yeah, I kicked her out. So hopefully, you guys, I didn't want to kick her out before she was done. So I just sat there and kind of watched. I did have to, I switched over to a computer, Diana. And so that's the issue. My phone died. I've been on over 6 hours. And so my charger got a little hot over here too. So that it's all my fault. User error here. And my battery backup died on me, so it's a whole deal. There you go. Yeah. Also, D's on right now. If you want to know more about D, is a community host. She is on right now, and I can throw you guys over into her show. She actually does some one-on-one. I forget if she charges or what it is, but you can learn a lot on YouTube about OBS. I don't personally use it. I know how to use it. You do have to go in under some management and settings on whatnot and actually turn that on. They'll pair. And so, but yeah, I got two phones, and this one's fully charged. I just didn't. You get like, oh my goodness, my phone died. So you ultimately, I'll just broadcast from here. And so once you broadcast from a computer, you can't turn it off and go back to your phone. It's kind of weird. Absolutely. I am so glad to hear that. Again, I love your logo. I can see who you are, what you're about. Simple, easy. Looks like there's a three-color scheme there, three-color palette. Makes it very understandable. Good for you. Good for you. I hope that you continue to grow. Put some expectation, put some goals out there for yourself. Okay. Give me 1 second. Again, I love to bring Rustic Roast Joy. Thank you for co-hosting me. Those are great ideas. I will bring them directly to the Whatnot team. Let them know that there are a few things that need to adjust, and if we can't make some things. But as we do the shows, periodically, I like to make this statement, and it is the cause I support, which is star 988 Suicide Prevention Hotline. If you're ever in need to speak to somebody, they are there 24 hours a day. Doctors, counselors, you can call anonymously. We lose over 21 soldiers a day to suicide, along with hundreds of other people. I personally have had a couple friends that have committed suicide. And so, listen, there's always somebody out there that will talk to you, that will love on you. Darkness is part of all of us. We all go through moments in our lives, but I will tell you that there is a bright window, a bright light outside that darkness. And so you can open that window as slow, as fast as you want to, but I promise you have a purpose. You are loved and you are cared about. And if you're ever experiencing that deep darkness, reach out, let people know, and find help. Is there a price range you should listen? That's open ended. I would tell you to do at least $2 starts as you begin this. Start slow. You don't need to offer all your bangers up front. Get you a little bit of follower, and then try to stay in the midsection is what I would say to you, and grow. Make sure you're understanding the app. Make sure you're understanding the concept. Make sure you're understanding the shipping. If you have some really great items, wait just a minute. Make sure you understand everything before you throw those out there. Okay. And as you grow and get a little bit of more of a following, then offer those items up. But expectations, it's hard. But I would tell you, as a new seller, always, if you want to do low starts, do $2 starts versus $1 starts, or do starts at what you feel is comfortable to you. If that item sells at $2, you're going to get like $1.27. Again, Rustic Rose, she has the entire breakdown on it. But are you going to be happy, right? And so just understand that it's kind of at the level at where you're comfortable with and what you're trying to do. A lot of people are just after followers, getting that follower as fast as they can, versus some people are like, listen, I need to make some money on this stuff. And so I bought this for $10. I'm not going to let it go for anything less than 15. It's all about your comfort and what you're trying to accomplish. So this is the thing, is it might not even be available to you. New sellers, they rolled it out, and a lot of new sellers didn't realize, by doing the way I do it, that they are going to have to pay on their side. So it might not even be available to you, but I will cover it. For me, I do a $4 flat shipping. It is an option when you set up your profiles. Okay. What happens is this: most of my boxes, most of my things, okay, one customer bought what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items. Now, Rustic Rose does sell a lot of big, chunky, heavier pieces that weigh 7, 10 ounces a piece. I understand in my method that most of my pieces aren't big and chunky. Most of my pieces of jewelry are 2 to 3 ounces. So I create a profile that says 1 ounce versus actually 2 or 3, understanding that when I go to do my shipping, I can edit that shipping label before I ever print it. I charge $4 flat fee. What happens is the buyer comes in, they say, oh my goodness, after my first purchase, and I get to promote this, your shipping is free. They get in there and they get involved a lot faster. 90% of my buyers buy at least 2. Okay. At least 2 items. 90%, probably even higher than that, because they've already bought something, right? But not only do they buy something, they are bidding faster and quicker. And that's my concept. That's what I'm after. I don't want you sitting back saying, oh, the shipping is going to cost me. And then listen, until I get, and this is me, how we're a little bit different, is that, after your first purchase, shipping is free. You will get in there and bid. Okay. You might not buy more, but you'll bid more. And that's what I'm after. I'm after the bids. But I also understand most of my packages sent are under £1. Okay. I don't sell a lot of big chunky necklaces. I don't sell a lot of big heavy things. So if somebody comes in and buys 5 things, normally that is going to be a 12 to 15 ounce package for me, still under that £1. They've spent roughly $100 to $200 in those purchases, right? On my end, I come out about $1.20 to $1.80 on my shipping costs, because again, I'm under that £1 criteria. Okay. And so they've spent $4, and I'll come out of my pocket $1.20, $1.80, right? But they've spent $100 to $200. I'm just getting them involved faster, quicker, not necessarily buying, but bidding. And that's my thought. Again, how she does it is perfectly fine. And it is a different business approach. Okay. And so normally after your second purchase in her show, your shipping becomes free. If not third, sometimes it's third. But again, she's running a very long show. You get people that are very committed. So, and what she kind of does is a little bit different. She brings out all these big bangers, these really nice items at a very low cost, right? And so you're like, listen, I want that. I'm going to buy that. Then they're invested in that shipping. And so they'll continue to buy. That is kind of the different approach, right? Whereas throughout my show, you never know what you get. I don't curate my shows. I don't know where the bangers are. I mean, I do have some, but there's 50,000 pieces of jewelry here. So I can't be like, hey, listen, this is a treasure chest, or I'm only going to do bangers. I mix that throughout my show, and that keeps them around. It keeps my customer base around, because you never know what's going to come out. You never know what I'm going to sell. And so it's a mystery as to what the next item is, right? Do I leave? Do I go on to that next show? You never know. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, a piece of Juliana might pop out, right? The customer sticks around because of the unknown. And that is how I do everything. With my consignments, I don't open them until I go live. It's a mystery. And that is how I like to keep it. You never know what you're going to miss out on. It's like getting into a giveaway and leaving. What did I possibly just miss, right? Yeah, both ways, just a different business way, different thought process there. And this is how I think. That's how she thinks. We're very similar in like probably 90% of how we do things, right? it's just a different mechanism in business. It's a different way of of boosting yourself and how you do things, the mechanics. She probably spends a lot less money because the customer's paying for it versus I'm investing a little bit more into my customer base. Um, right? Just a different way. Um, I've tried free shipping. I'm not into free shipping because my $4 versus my free shipping, I made more money in a $4 because your customer feels invested. And so again, free shipping is great, but listen, I people are willing to spend $4 just as much as they are free. And so um, that's how I look at it. Ground shipping does always have to be your own box. You are correct. Again, when it comes down to it, you guys, you have to understand that your business, you know better than anybody. I know the weight of my boxes. I know my customer base. I know the average order. Again, I am a numbers guy. I'm looking at those analytics. Okay, I'm looking at the return ratio. I'm looking at the investment ratio. I'm looking at my percentages. Um, you know, all of that are the mechanics behind how I do things. And that's everybody's own business. You know, again, her profit margin might be a lot more than mine, or it might be a lot less. That's her business. I don't understand. I don't know. Like, that's personal stuff. I know what I do. I know how I do it. I know my way of thought, and that is what I'm passing on to you. Is it right? Is it wrong? It works for me, right? How she does things, totally the exact same thing, right? We share, again, I share a lot, she shares a lot, I share with a lot of people. I'm always listening. How I do things, is it perfect? Absolutely not, right? I'm always learning. I'm always gravitating more information. How do I become better? How do I do things better? How do I save myself more money? How do I save you guys more money? How do I buy more bulk at a better price, right? Like, there's all these dynamics and thoughts. And so I can just give you the basics on how I think about things. Same way with her. I love sharing because you might say, Brock, you're crazier than a hoot owl, but she's got this down, right? Where I like both of your techniques, and this is where I'm going to meet you in the middle. I'm going to do a $6 flat shipping, right? There's all kinds of things you can do to be creative, to gain a customer base and get the number one thing is a quality item at a quality price. Forget everything else. If you can offer a quality item at a quality price, you'll be just fine. Yeah, Shippo is a third party. So Whatnot has a contract with Shippo. Shippo has a contract with USPS.com. Any kind of shipping issues will actually go through Shippo. If you open up an insurance claim or anything like that, it goes through Shippo, not actually Whatnot. Yeah, discount. You want to ship everything through the platform. If you go and try to buy, what is it, Rustic Rose? If you go, and I haven't bought one in a long time. If you go to USPS and you buy a large, or if you ship something in a large flat rate box, it is like 3 times the amount that what you'll pay on this app. Yeah. So again, I can't guarantee it's available to you. Go into your shipping profiles and see if it's available. A lot of people, it's not. So I would say this: if you want that, try to get to your 1,000 cells and write them and say, I understand the platform. I understand what I'm doing. I would like to have the option in order to offer a flat rate shipping cost. Okay. Don't just sit them say, listen, I want flat rate. You need to, in your to Whatnot, I understand it. This is what it is. I understand that if I offer $4, that I am accountable on my end for the rest of the shipping. Okay. And I would say it's an account to an account basis. It's not based on any number. But if you get to that 1,000, you might write them, and see what they say. $48. Oh my goodness. Wow. Is that not crazy? Wow. I think it's incorrect. Yeah. I think it might have been that way. I don't think it's that way anymore. I don't think it's that way anymore at all. No, I think that it is an account to an account basis, is what I've been told. It's been brought up several times. So, yeah, it's not available after your first show. I think it's an account to account. You get 5 free adjustments up to a certain amount of dollars per week. Okay. You get 5. Again, don't, there's a lot of big sellers out here that teach you to manipulate those 5. I get that you get 5. Try to just do it the right way. Okay. Again, as whatnot costs go up, our fees will go up, right? So we tried to keep, they spent over $2 million last year in just shipping adjustments on the platform. So again, just because I have them doesn't mean I use them. You're like, why not, Brock? Because I do things the right way, right? Like, I don't try to manipulate. I don't try to just, there is some really bad advice on the platform. And it drives me absolutely nuts. Just do it the right way. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Do not try to manipulate the shipping, USPS. Okay. Add dimensions, add weight, do it the right way. Thank you so much, Filipino Flipper. Under 1 day shipping has sold over 12,000 items, has over 4,000 followers. Next show is today at 7:01 a.m. A Blu-ray bonanza. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. If you're just coming in, this is Seller Help Show. We're not trying to sell you anything, okay? Yeah, you can use me as a referral or anybody you like. Understand the referral program works like this. All of you new sellers, listen to me. You have a family outside of Whatnot, whether it be coworkers, whether it be neighbors, whether it be church members, whether it be your tennis team, your hockey team, your baseball team. Okay. You have a referral code you can send to all of them. They've never bought anything on Whatnot. They've never been on Whatnot. They get free $15 for using that referral code. And then you say, listen, I'm doing a show. Come support me. Come be part of my show. If they use your referral code, they get $5 or you get $5. So there's $20 involved here, right? They come in and buy something from you and they spend their $15 referral code. They get something from you and you have now just got $20 from each one of those people you have got to sign up. Okay. Sellers, you never done a seller show before. Use somebody's referral code. They get $100. So if you use my code, I get $100. Okay. I'm going to see that you signed up through me. I'm going to come hang out with you. Okay. You'll get your $100 worth. Remind me, you get $150. The dynamics of this have changed. Okay. It used to be you had to sell $250 in your first show. Now it's you have to sell $250 within the first week. Okay. So you get $150 for doing your first show. Minimum requirements are this. Okay. You have to sell $250. You have to run over 2-hour show. Okay. After that, you're going to get $150. You know what I'm saying? Time to get going. Time to be telling people, spreading the word. How long this lasts, who knows? Okay. They are after new users. They're after new sellers. They're after new buyers. Use that to really push yourself. Free $20 in it for you ultimately. They come in and buy something from you because you're getting their $15. Then you're getting $150 for doing your first show. I mean, you can really set yourself up to make a lot of money your very first show. I've been on for a year and 3 months. A year and 3 months. We did $350,000 in sales last year, and I do not run every day. Some weeks I run one day, maybe 2 days. I do a whatnot show. That doesn't even count, right? I do that because I love to do it, not because it's any kind of monetary gain. I run once or twice. I had no idea about the community host program. I was asked. I actually thought it was some kind of fraud thing at first. Like they wrote me, and I'm like, this is somebody just trying to screw with me, right? Like I ignored it. True story. Had no idea what a community host was. I just got on here, started selling. I didn't pay attention to anybody else. Did my own thing, right, and just ran. Kept going. You know, I grew very fast because of how I did things. Will it work for you? I can't guarantee anything. All of my shows have been $1 starts. I started with stuff around my house. Okay. Ran a couple shows. My first show was like $13,000. My second show was like $12,000. My third show was like $8,000. Right. And it was just stuff around my house that I'm like, listen, time to change out the decor, right? Like, ran very long, had a lot of fun. I got tired of shipping glass and heavy stuff. Like, what is small and easy to ship that I can really control, have a lot of, and be able to control the inventory and control the shipping. I wanted to run a 24-hour show and be able to ship it in 2 hours. Jewelry was it. Like, listen, this is small. This is easy. I'm not breaking my back. I can sit my butt in this chair and I can just run. I'm not having to. And that's why I had no idea about jewelry a year ago. No idea. Not my thing. Couldn't tell you if it was Anne Klein or Georgian or Victorian. If it was shell or cameo or a shell or I had no idea. Okay. No idea. I bought me a really expensive lot. I had no idea what any of it was. The lesson I learned was when people know you got good stuff, they'll be there to buy it, right? If there is a deal, they will bid. Thank you so much for the raid. Queen. Oh, Queen Bee. 5.0 rating, has ships under 1 day, has sold over 2,000 items. Next show is today at 9:44 a.m. Bangers all show long. Listen, I might be there if I get up in time. I'll go check it out. So, I do necktie shows. I have over 2 million neckties. And then I've done a couple card shows, but primarily I am jewelry. Again, a year ago, I had no idea about jewelry, and then all of a sudden, I'm a community host in the jewelry section. You know, good night. Absolutely. No, I did my first show. I did $13,000 just from stuff around my house. How long do I spend? Not long at all. Sometimes it's 10-second sudden death. Sometimes it's 15-second, 3-second increments. What will happen is if it's under a $10 item or a $15 item, when I look at it, 10-second sudden death, keep going. If it's something that I know that people, they might want to think about a little bit, I'll run it at 15-second, 3-second increments. I never run 30 seconds unless it's an accident. I never run 20 seconds. It's 15-3. Most of the time, it's 10 or 15-second sudden death. Like, on to the next item, It forces the bid, also keeps the room moving actively. So that way, if you're not interested in this one, what's the next product? It is totally random. You never know. I'm not scared to pull out a piece of Juliana and run it at 3 o'clock in the morning with 20 people in the room, right? I'm not scared. Whatever is here is coming up. That's how I roll. I don't curate a whole lot. It is totally random. There are just boxes, as you can see, of just jewelry. Okay. Again, we have over 50,000 pieces. Same way with neckties. I just run them. Whatever is there is there. Good night, Danny. Thank you so much for your help. I appreciate you so much. Send me a DM. Send me a DM. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Send me a DM. Think about what I said. Um, I will run an item longer, or I'll have my wife come in. My wife does a lot of the background stuff. So my wife normally gets up and will ship. I'll run a 12, 13, 18-hour show. And then I sleep in the next day, of course. And she'll come in and she'll start the shipping for me. But if I need to go to the bathroom, grab something to eat, go wash my hands, every now and then you just want to get up and walk around and stretch. Hey, will you come run a couple items? Or I'll run an item at a minute or minute and a half, right? But again, before I ever start the show, I've taken care of most of that for me. I've eaten, I've gone to the bathroom, I've, you know, done whatever it is I need to do. And my focus is my show. You know, we couldn't see that, right? See what? The box. What box? Oh, the box is a drawer. You couldn't see it? There is, that's my giveaway box. So I randomly pull out of my giveaways, but we have tubs and tubs of jewelry. Okay. It's everywhere in my office. I like it because it's small, it's easy. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my phone. Yeah. I can't pick up my computer and show you, but there's just thousands of pieces. We're on the computer. I'm picking up my phone going, yeah. You're right. You're right. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Now my phone's plugged. Now my phone's working just fine, by the way. It's late. I've done this over 6 hours. So yeah. Not too long. Not too long. Normally my help shows run 5, 6, 7 hours. So absolutely. No, you're not losing it. I'm losing it. Um, again, know that I do this every Wednesday night. You run into an issue, don't be afraid to send me a DM. Okay. Um, know that you can come back here every Wednesday and ask me questions. And I'm here to help. Think about what you're doing, where you want to go, have a plan. Don't invest too much too fast. Okay. Grow at a very organic growth rate. Get a customer base organically. Spend your money on yourselves instead of trying to, like, listen, coming in here and saying, Brock, promote me. Here's $20. Listen, I'd rather you spend that money on yourself. Promote yourself. Okay. Um, I'd love to take your money, and I see a lot of big users manipulate newer sellers, and I hate that because I don't think that it is helping you in any way, shape, or form. Okay. I don't care how many people follow me. At the end of the day, I care about how many people are coming in and being part of my shows. Okay. Growth will come as long as you do things the right way and you do it organically. And I say this every week. You will see people with 200,000 followers, but only 40 or 50 people in their show. I have 25,000 followers, and I normally have 40, 50, 60 people in my show, right? My people are buyers. Those people have that much following. 90% of their buyers are giveaway goblins. Okay. They're there watching, hoping to win that $50 gift card or that $100 gift card. I've only ran 4 gift cards my entire time. I don't invest in gift cards. I invest in my shipping. I invest in my customers, right? That is what I do. And I prefer to do it that. Again, these big sellers have been on here 4 or 5 years. I've been on here a year. 25,000 organic followers. Done 4, I think 4, maybe 4, maybe only 3 raid trains. I'm not jumping on these raid trains. It's not my thing. I don't like it. Okay. It's for a lot of people. It'll help you grow. That's absolutely great. But it's just not me. I like to run very long shows, so I don't do a whole lot of raid trains. They're great for you guys. Do them all you want. Hopefully, you'll pick up some of these other people's customers. You'll get the following. But again, I've not done a whole lot, and that's an example that you don't have to do a lot. You don't have to give away a lot of money as far as giveaways. You don't have to jump on all these raid trains. I'd rather you run very long shows and sell stuff. Just keep going. If you've got to cover up that number up there as to how many people are in your room, because you're like, listen, I only got 4 or 5 people in here, cover it up. Pretend that there's 100 people in your room and just keep running. Okay. Razzle dazzle. I don't know. Was it in a DM? Absolutely. Absolutely. Boosting shows. Yeah, it can help. It drives numbers. Absolutely. I mean, boosting shows, I think, yeah, it definitely is a proven paid way of getting traffic. I'm not a big seller. Listen, I am a peon. There's people on here making $1 million a day, $1 million a show. When it comes down to numbers, again, I do have my premier status, but as far as I'm mid-level, definitely mid-level. And I'm okay with that. I'm retired. I have a disability. You know what I'm saying? Like, I enjoy just being part of it. And, I enjoy it. And I think that's a lot of success. I don't have to wake up and be at a job every day. I can come and go as I want. I'm my own boss. I always have been, except for when I was active duty. But, it really gives you a freedom. I can work 2 days of the week and the other 5 days are mine. Who else can say that? So take those things into consideration. So it's part of an algorithm. What happens is when you pay for that, it's almost like Google AdWords or Google searches. You're paying for them to drive traffic to your room. Okay, you're paying for that. It'll give you an guesstimation or estimation of how many people will be driven to your room. The 15-minute boost or the hour up to the duration or a community boost. Those are all proven paid ways to drive traffic organically, or not organically, but into your room. Most of those customers are coming within the category in which you're selling. Yep. And if that's all you can do, that's all you can do. Definitely try to do over 2 hours, because the algorithm will drive traffic to your room, and that is proven. Okay. There's actually a Whatnot calculator that you can plug in numbers and play with that. And they put that out there to us. And it is proven that doing an over 2 hour show, you will get more traffic after that 2 hours. Again, play with the numbers is what I tell you. I'm not going to ever tell you not to do it, because it's Whatnot. But listen, it's not always return of investment. It's called ROI. You get a summary, do an hour, see what the ROI is on that investment. The number in which you are seeing is based on how many other people have bought that on the app at that point in time. There's certain times where it's 50, 75 bucks an hour. There's certain times where it's $15 an hour. It's all about how busy and how many other people have bought it, right? It's kind of a bit of who wants the customer base, who wants the traffic more. About 25,000. I think right over 25,000 last week or something. There's a calculator. I don't know if it's available to like on the app anywhere, but there is a calculator that you can play with. If you're interested in that, just let me know and I'll go find it. But it is put out by Whatnot. I don't know if it's anywhere on the site, but there is a calculator that they put out and said, hey, listen, Yeah, just send me a DM. Just send me a DM and I'll find it. I'll have to go find it. That's been 3 months ago or 2 months ago when they put that out there for us. Listen, you guys, I thank you so much. It is 1 o'clock here in Oklahoma. We've been on for about 6.5 hours, 6 hours and 15 minutes here. Again, I'm here every week. I do this for hours every week. Thank you. Let me rate into somebody. Okay. Let me do one more giveaway real quick. Again, if you want a giveaway, this will go out tomorrow. I give away some of the best. I was voted last year as one of the best giveaway winners, and I didn't give cash away. I was in the top 10. Let that be an example. Had no idea anybody even knew who I was. Okay. I was voted in the top 10 best giveaway givers on the platform. My giveaways, I mean, I've given some really good giveaways away, but nothing like serious crazy. Really, I've never given over $100 in value in any of my giveaways. Again, I do follow all state and federal regulations to make this announcement again. We live in the state of Oklahoma. If you ever want to know the chances of winning, the value, estimated odds, or anything like that, I only do follower giveaways. I don't ever require you to purchase anything. But if you want to know that, it is in my profile. You just copy and paste that into any I can't even think of the word right now. Any kind of computer or anything like that, and you'll be able to see those odds. That is for me personally. Again, Whatnot has their own terms of service and policies on giveaways. My state and federal government has different policies, so I make sure I plug that in there to cover my own legalities. Okay, get in that giveaway. This will be the last one I give away this evening. Don't go anywhere. Okay. I give great giveaways. You don't just get one or two items. Normally we give you 3, 4, 5 items, and I pay for the shipping to get to you. Also, in my giveaways, when I do my shows, I capture my customer organically by doing those follower giveaways. I force them to go follow me in order to get into a giveaway. But I pay for that shipping on that giveaway. So if you come in and you win a giveaway in my show, all right, your shipping's now free because I'm paying to ship that giveaway to you. So I utilize that giveaway tool to gain a customer following, and understanding that is huge. Again, followers do mean something as long as they're organic followers. So if there's 60 people in the room and 30 of them aren't following you, I want to capture them. They're here. They've entered my store. It's like, listen, here's a coupon, baby. This is the first time you've been in here. This is the first time you've made that credit card app. Let me give you 15% off for filling out that app. Right? You guys understand concept of big business? That is concept of big business right there. Grabbing that customer when they walk in the door. Let me give you a credit card. Let me give you that Kohl's credit card, and you'll save 30% off your first purchase today. Right? That is what I'm doing. And then I just keep doing giveaways. Okay. I don't always have time to show them all, but go look at my feedback. Voted top 10, you're getting something from Brock. A lot of times I'll show several of them, and then it's like, I'm just running. I want you guys to get that free shipping. I want you guys to get that free shipping. We're going to run another one. Understand you're going to get something great, right? It's not a bait and switch system here. You're going to get something great. I invest thousands of dollars in giveaways, right? Like, I buy right. The average cost of my giveaway is $4, whatever, shipping to you. And then I send you 3 or 4 items. Normally in my investment, I buy right. I buy jewelry by the bulk. I share that all the time as to where I get those giveaways. They're right here on the app, MS Designs, and people love it. So I am still live. Like, this is a short show. If I was actually selling stuff, I'd be on for another 10 hours. Hand wash. Yeah. You like my hand wash. You never know what you're going to get. Anything from hand warmers to jewelry to hand wash. She's making fun of me, by the way. You just never know what you're going to get from me. It's fun. There's a couple of them right here on this app. You can buy right. You know, a lot of my giveaways come from them as far as my vintage jewelry and stuff. I'm out always buying. You're a little bit, because you're in Hawaii, you're a little bit limited as to finding stuff. So I get that. But what you can always do is gravitate towards just Hawaiian things. What is it you can only get in Hawaii? I see a lot of people selling the foods and stuff like that from Hawaii. And so, you know, picking our next giveaway winner now. You guys have an amazing evening. Let me rate into somebody. I love y'all. Again, star 988 suicide prevention hotline. Ever need anything, come holler at me, okay? Good night, good night, good night. Love y'all. See you soon, okay? Absolutely. Hope you learned something. I hope I helped you in some way, shape, or form. Go hang out with D.